Golden Age Radio is starting now. Subscribe to get future updates.
Saddle up and hang on to your 10-gallon hat. Get ready to ride off into the sunset with pistols a-blazing for this exciting lineup. Starting with the Lone Ranger, Gunsmoke, Have Gun Will Travel, Wild Bill, and then the Texas Rangers, followed by Dragnet, Calling All Cars, Richard Diamond, Secrets of Scotland Yard, and Black Museum.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Both honest men and criminals were attracted to the western United States when the territory was first opened to settlers. The honest men turned to ranching and prospecting, but the outlaws plundered their ranches and stole their claims. No man's life or property were safe until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for justice. It was he who brought law and order to the frontier, and it was he who made the West safe for the generations that have followed in the footsteps of the pioneers. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Arizona Pete has escaped from jail. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Ezra Holden was a prospector, and with his wife, he had spent the best years of his life in a fruitless search for gold. We find him now as he returns home from the assay office, and...
Well, you got back sooner than I thought you would, Ezra. What's up?
I was too broke to stay around town, Millie.
It's just as well you was broke. Sakes alive, I can't understand why you always have to buy drinks for all the men that hangs around the Grandview Bar. Most of them have more money to spend than you have any day of the year.
I heard some more stories about that there Lone Ranger, Millie.
Don't you talk to me about that there master, hombre. I've heard you tell about things he does till I'm tired of listening. Half of them ain't true nohow.
But they are too, Millie. Sheriff Curry was telling us today about that big white horse he rides.
Seems to me all I hear is the Lone Ranger, and the claims you're someday going to have.
Yeah, but he says, Sheriff Curry does, that he seen this here Lone Ranger once when he was fighting mad. And doggone the way he told her what he done.
Well, what did he do?
Well, seems it was a fella died over Washoe way and left his wife and the kid at 10 all alone. And Arizona Pete come in and tried to rob her of all the gold her man had left.
Arizona Pete ought to be hung. If anyone around here could catch him.
Let me tell you, Millie, Pete had 7 of his men with him. Bad uns, half-breeds they was. And they was all laughing at this here widow and making to steal her grub as well as her money.
I ain't interested. I got enough to worry about without one of Sheriff Curry's yarns.
But hold on, Millie. Let me tell you the rest of it. There ain't so much.
Well, all right then. But make it short.
Well, while them outlaws was there, all of a sudden they heard a clatter of hoofs outside and a shout of, "Whoa, Silver!" And Pete and his men looked up, and what do you think they see?
What?
There in the door of the widow's shack stands a Lone Ranger. All they can see of his face is his chin and mouth. The rest is hid by a black mask.
Go on.
Well, he stands there a minute. Then he tells them breeds to clear out. And they just stand there looking at him and laughing. They see his guns were still in the holsters. And they knew there wasn't a man alive could beat Arizona Pete to the draw. So they just stands there waiting to see what's going to happen.
Yeah? What did happen?
Finally, Pete goes for his gun. And that was where he made his mistake. Because just like that, there's a roar of guns, and this here Lone Ranger still standing there and covering the whole bunch.
So what did he do?
My gosh, Millie, afore anybody could think, he'd outdrawed Arizona Pete and shot his gun clean out in his hand. And the 7 breeds in Arizona was covered as neat as a whisker.
Sakes alive.
Then the sheriff himself rides up, and the Lone Ranger turns them outlaws over to him personal.
What about the widow?
Well, seems the widow packed up what little stuff she had and got ready to leave the house. Didn't take her long to do it neither.
What for?
Well, she's heading back east where she come from. The Lone Ranger told the widow not to worry, but to hitch up a team and drive to the nearest railroad station, and he'd see that nothing hurt her.
And you believe this yarn?
Well, the sheriff ain't given to lying, Millie. And he never saw such shooting as that feller done. Shot Arizona's gun clear across the room and never touched his hand.
And why's it got him?
What do you mean?
Arizona's still loose, ain't he?
Well, he busted loose from the jail, but that warn't no one's fault. It's just because we ain't got a good enough jail to hold that hombre. And up till now, there ain't been no man slick enough to catch him and put him in jail.
A likely story.
What's more, the sheriff looked around afterwards and found the bullet the masked man used. And it was solid silver.
Silver bullets, silver shoes for his horse. Silver's the horse's name. Well, sounds like a doggone fairy story.
Well, it's the truth. And someday, Millie, you'll believe it.
Well, now you've gotten it off your chest, Ezra. What's the assay office tell you about that last ore you dug up?
Nothing.
Nothing.
They got a new man in charge there now, Millie, and he says I'll have to go back tomorrow for the report. Maybe I got some real pay dirt this time, huh?
Oh, Ezra, you poor old fool. You'll never get nothing digging around. Why don't you give it up and take me back east? When I think we might die out in this awful place, I just don't know.
Millie, I always gets just about discouraged and ready to quit. Then I find some dirt that looks like there might be gold in it, and I gets all worked up again.
You've been all worked up about some claim or other, Ezra, no less than 100 times. And every time it's the same thing. Fools go away.
I know, but this
This time, rubbish. I tell you, Ezra, some folks is born to get rich and there's others to be humble, and we belong to that group.
I know, Millie, but the good Lord won't help them that ain't willing to keep on a-trying.
I sometimes think the good Lord forgets all about folks when they come out in this country. I never know from one day to the next when you get shot down or strung up.
But I don't do nothing wrong.
There's a lot of other poor folks. They get blamed for things, and they get hard luck just the same.
Oh, Millie, I try hard.
Oh, well, never mind. Hey, is this here new gold mine you think you found?
About 9 miles north of town. Those samples I dug look better than any I've ever seen.
Every sample you bring in looks better than the last one to you. And look how they all turn out. Likely as not, this and same as the rest.
Just the same, Millie, the new fellow over to the assay office didn't say right off that it was worthless, like they always used to.
That's only 'cause he's new. You wash your face, your dinner's ready.
All right, Millie.
Oh, if you wasn't such a good old fool and so helpless, I swear to goodness I believe in you and go back to civilization alone.
Oh, now, Millie, I'll go back if I don't strike the pay dirt soon. Just let me try a little while longer. If we don't strike it afore the cold weather, I'll give up.
Is that a promise?
Yep. Oh, say, Millie, the sheriff says he thinks that this here Lone Ranger must eat off in gold dishes, too. What do you think of that?
I think you're nothing but a doggone fibber.
That evening in the assay office, the new man in charge had a visitor, and...
What's up, Logan? Sent word you wanted to see me about something important.
And so I do, Pete.
Forget my name is Pete, you blame fool. Call me Scruggs while I'm around town here. I wouldn't want the sheriff to know that Arizona Pete was right under his nose.
Reckon he's pretty sore about you getting away.
Yeah. Just what you want with me.
Here's the point. You said something to me when I got a job here in the assay office.
I says lots of things. Just which one are you referring to?
Come over closer. I gotta speak soft like.
Well, go on, speak.
You said when a sample of real good ore come in, I should let you know.
Meaning you got a good sample?
I've seen some fine samples of ore, but this hunk that old Ezra Holton brought in yesterday is the best I ever seen. It's got the Gould and Curry mine licked to a frazzle.
You ain't fooling.
Why should I be fooling? Look, here's the assay.
Is that honest?
Yep. And Ezra ain't even staked out the claim yet.
He ain't?
No. He says he's the only one knows where the place is, and he reckoned he'd wait and see if it was worthwhile before he staked out his claim.
Who've you told about this here sample?
I ain't told no one, not even Ezra yet.
Ain't that great now? Logan, that there claim is going to be ours.
Yeah?
Yep. When I spoke to you, I had a scheme in mind. We're going to stake the claim for ourselves.
You mean we get hold of old Ezra and make him tell where it is?
No, I got a better scheme in it.
Well, go on.
We get the stake and the claim for that mine. Then I get out of sight and you run for it.
You gotta be careful, Pete. They knowed you was here, it'd go hard with you.
The only one I'm worried about's the Lone Ranger. And he ain't in this part of the country. Blast his hide.
I hope to goodness he stays away.
He'd better. The next time I meet him, he'll pay for what he done to me.
You're plenty worried about him, ain't you, Pete?
I tell you, the man ain't human. But I'm going to get him someday if it's the last thing I do.
Me too. But I tell you, Pete, we gotta be awful quiet till we get that claim for the mine. What'll I tell old Ezra?
When's he coming in again?
Today.
Good enough. Tell him it was a good sample he brought you, see?
That won't be no lie.
And tell him it's just like another sample that you seen come in, see? He'll rush right off to stake out his claim and build his hut and fireplace so he can hold the land by law, you see.
Yeah, but he'll get Sheriff Curry.
Don't worry none about the sheriff. He'll never recognize me, not without my beard.
Maybe not.
Anyway, while he's going after the sheriff, we stake our claim. One of us rides to town to file it while the other stands guard over the place. The one that's waiting builds a hut and fireplace there. And then let Ezra try and prove he was the first one there. We can do it easy. Everyone knows that Ezra Holton never would find any ore worth a darn.
What's that?
Something smashed that window.
Look there on the table. It's a knife.
And a note on it.
Who done it?
What's that note say? Read it, Logan.
Wait now. I don't see no one outside there.
Never mind that. What's the note say?
Well, it's for you, Pete. It says Arizona Pete.
Who knows I'm in town?
Just a second, I'm reading it.
What's it say?
It says, how's your hand?
Who wrote it?
Gosh, Pete, it signed the Lone Ranger.
Hear him? Let me get to that window.
Hey, stop your shooting. You want the sheriff to come here?
I seen him. Where'd he come from?
Where's he going?
He's riding away. Gosh, how that guy can ride.
The next day found Ezra calling once again at the assay office.
There's a new fella, Millie. Howdy, Mr. Logan.
Oh, hello, Ezra. Got good news for you.
Huh?
Good news about the thing.
The ore you brought into me is first rate. It's real pay dirt. That is, if the whole thing is like the sample you showed me.
Gosh, I just grabbed a few hunks at random. There's a lot more.
And you're lucky if your claim's good and clear.
Sure it is.
Ezra, you done it. You found the real pay dirt after all these years. I just can't believe it.
Gosh, Millie.
You better make sure of your claim, Ezra.
Oh, son?
I had another sample. It was a lot like that one of yours I assayed.
You did? Gosh, I'll make sure of the title all right. But there won't no one else ever find the place I found. Millie. Millie, we're going to be rich. Rich! Come on over to the bar, Logan. I'll buy you a drink.
You'll do nothing of the sort, Ezra Holton. You'll march right back and pack a mule and start for your claim, so it'll be staked out according to the law.
Yeah, Millie.
You ain't no time to waste now. Here, young man, I'll take charge of that estate. Come on, Ezra, move along.
All right, Pete, come on. I heard what you told him, Logan. He was just right. Now we'll just follow Mr. Ezra Holton, see?
That's a talk, Pete.
I told you not to use my name.
Oh, all right, all right. You needn't be so blamed jumpy. That there Lone Ranger knows you anyways.
I'll ask him. I'm going to dream about that there voice of his. I don't like it.
Oh, shucks, he won't do nothing more.
You say that because you never met up with him face to face like I did. Except for his mask, that is. Yeah, come on now. Get someone to take charge of the office, and we'll follow Ezra.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue our story. Arizona Pete and Logan, the new man in the assay office, knowing that Ezra Holton had made a rich gold strike, followed the old prospector when he left town to stake out his new claim. Pete and Logan continued to dog the old miner's trail, and
Gosh, ain't that old fool never going to stop hiking?
if I'd knows as far as this, I'd have took the horses. Yeah, but don't mind, Logan. We'll get paid for our trouble.
Look at the way he's acting. He must be getting close to the place. You don't suppose these suspicions we're following him, do you, Pete?
Nah, there ain't nothing to worry about.
Trouble is, Sheriff Curry's nobody's fool, Pete.
Never mind, Sheriff Curry. I ain't worried. Say, look. He's stopping now. Reckon this is the place?
I reckon. What do we do now?
Move up close as we can without him noticing us. Then walk up and tell him he's jumped our claim, see?
Yeah, but Pete, the law says you have to have a shack to be able to claim the land. A shack and a fireplace.
We'll have them things.
You have time to build a shack and such like while I'm going to town to get the claim filed?
Plenty. Don't you worry, I tell you. It'll work out slick. While he's going to town to get the sheriff, you can get there ahead of him, file the claim, and I'll stay and build.
That's good, Pete. When Ezra gets back with the sheriff and sees we got our place all set up and in good order, he can't do nothing about it, huh?
Sure.
We gotta be careful, though. They strings claim jumpers up pronto without no trials around here.
That'll be Ezra's worry, not ours. Look, he started to chop down wood for the lean-to. He ain't wasting no time.
Come on, let's get it over there.
Yeah, you'll have to do the talking.
Yep.
I'll send a couple of slugs over his head to scare him.
Hey, you, Holton, don't touch your gun.
What's this mean, Jen?
I got you covered.
I ain't gonna try nothing. Why, it's Mr. Logan.
You turned right, it's me. I thought them samples all looked familiar, you claim jumper.
Huh?
This here land belongs to me and my partner, Logan.
Now, that can't be right, mister. I don't see no claim stuck up hereabouts. And if you know the law, you can't stake a claim without a fireplace and a shack.
Well, let me tell you something. This here land is mine, Holton. I'm giving you just about 2 seconds to clear out, and then I'll have my partner fill you full of lead.
But this ain't nobody's land yet, and I... Why, golly, I see it all now. You fellas figured on getting my gold and staking the claim afore me. Is that it?
Try and prove it.
But hang it all, gents, that ain't right.
I'll just take this hunk of paper with Holton's name on it down and put up a piece that's easier on the eyes with the name of Logan.
And now, Holton, you better get along.
Who are you?
None of your business.
I'm a partner of Logan's.
I'm going for the sheriff, that's what.
That's the time you said a lot of words, mister. You're going for the sheriff, all right, but you're going as my prisoner. Trying to jump my claim was a big mistake.
Now she here.
Shut up. You take Holden along with you, Logan. I'll stay here to keep off other claim jumpers till you get back with the papers.
Now she here, fellas.
Shut up and get going. With Ezra Holden headed for town as Logan's prisoner, Arizona Pete worked on the shack and the construction of a fireplace at the side of the claim.
There, I reckon that'll do for a fireplace and shack. Now let him come. Guess I'll turn in the morning. They won't be coming along this way no more tonight.
Arizona Pete.
What? Who?
I gave you a warning the last time we met.
The masked man. The Lone Ranger.
Right.
What do you want?
I want to speak to you. You're trying to steal Ezra Holton's claim, aren't you?
Where are you? I can't see you.
I don't intend for you to see me.
What are you going to do?
Arizona, I came here to warn you. I'll give you one more chance. Don't try to steal this claim.
But see
That's
here.
all. You've been warned. The next time I shoot, I may not shoot at your gun.
But listen, Lone Ranger.
Goodbye, Pete.
Hey, where are you?
Come on, Silver!
Millie.
Well, what is it, Ezra?
Millie, I wish you wouldn't come with me to that claim. I wish you'd turn back.
Well, I'm a coming anyhow, Ezra. Land sakes, the idea you trying to steal Mr. Logan's claim.
Millie, I tell you, I didn't.
He says you did.
He didn't have no claim at all. Him and his pard stole it from me.
But Ezra, the sheriff himself says that Mr. Logan had his claim filed.
Sure he did, Millie. But that was just more of his crooked work.
Why didn't you file it before you went back to stake it off?
I told you a man's got to have a house and a fireplace before he can lay claim to land.
Has Logan?
He didn't have, but he says he hasn't lied about it. By the time we get back there, his pard will have it built.
That's right. Reckon you better stop telling fibs like that about me. I don't like it.
Why, you...
I'm staying right alongside of you till I see what's going to happen. Get up there.
What is this place you was trying to steal, Ezra?
Ain't much further, Sheriff, but I
Sheriff
want...
Curry, what'll the boys with you do to Ezra?
I'm right sorry, Mrs. Holton. Ezra's always been a good fella. But if he was trying to jump a claim like Mr. Logan says he is...
I'll prove he was.
It might go kind of hard with him. I reckon it wouldn't be the kind of a thing for a woman to see. Maybe you better do as Ezra says and go back to town.
I'll do no such thing, Sheriff.
Let her come along, Sheriff. I reckon it'll be a lesson for her to tell the others in town if she sees her man strung up for claim jumping.
Strung up? Sheriff, they wouldn't do that.
Well, the law out here is fast and sure, Mrs. Holton.
There ain't no law if you let this coyote steal my land.
Sheriff, I don't aim to stand for that kind of talk from him.
Better watch your tongue, Ezra. I'll see you get a fair and square chance to prove your rights.
There's the place, and there's my partner. Hi there, pard.
Millie, that robber's done like I said he would. He's built a shack and a fireplace.
There you are, Sheriff. There's our land and the shack and the fire and all. The pard's cooking his breakfast in the fireplace now.
You got back sooner than I thought you would, Logan.
Faster on a horse and on foot.
Howdy, Sheriff. I reckon you don't know me, but I'm Logan's partner.
Howdy.
I'm glad to see you brought along a good-sized posse with you. This here Holton's a bad one, even though he does look kind of peaceable.
He ain't nothing of the kind.
Now then, Ezra, it's up to you to prove you got any right to this land.
I was here first.
He come into my office, Sheriff, and he hands me a sample of ore for a safe. And I see it's good ore right off. I compared it to the samples that me and my partner had taken from this here ground and see it was the same. So I figures we better come and make sure of our claim.
Yep, and we done that. And see this fella Holton making ready to tear up our claim and stick up one of his own.
That's a lie. You know it is.
There's our shack and fireplace, Sheriff.
Yeah, I see. Well, according to law, Ezra, a claim can't be filed until you've built a fireplace and a cabin on it. These men got their claim filed yesterday and dated the 17th of the month.
But there wasn't no shack here yesterday.
They say there was.
There's our notice, Sheriff, stuck up in plain sight. We first put that there on the 15th, as you can see by the date. That protects the land till we get a regular claim, don't it?
According to the law, it does.
Ezra Holton was just trying to steal our claim.
Sheriff, listen to me. You gotta listen. They wasn't near here. Never noted the place till they followed me.
Sorry, Ezra. The law's the law.
Come on, Holton. You got any proof? Let's have it. And if you ain't, the sheriff can have his men do their duty. I reckon that tree yonder will do for a rope, Sheriff.
I ain't got no proof. But, Sheriff, you know I ain't never lied to no one.
I reckon we ought to let Ezra go with a warning this time, Logan.
Why?
Because he's always been a law-abiding fella. I hate to see him swung up.
He's going to swing. I know the law and I know my rights. You got to perform your duty.
Ezra, I'm sorry.
Sheriff, you can't hang Ezra. He ain't meant to do no harm.
Hold that woman, you fellas. Here, I got the rope, Sheriff.
Ezra, the law's the law. These fellas say you got to swing for claim jumping. I reckon you'll have to do it.
But, Sheriff, I tell you, that's my land. It ain't theirs. They jumped my claim.
Can you prove you found that claim before the 15th?
No. No, hang it. But neither did they.
Come on, get it done with.
But I don't want to die.
Ezra, oh, Ezra.
Bring him over here, boys. I got the rope already. We'll learn the farmer lesson.
Come on, Ezra. Get on your horse. I have to tie your hand?
No. You don't have to tie my hands. I can take it like a man.
Let me go. Let me go.
Hang on to her, gents.
Ezra, they're gonna kill me.
Bring his horse over a mite closer, Sheriff.
I'm downright sorry, Ezra. That I am. This ain't one of the times I like the job of sheriff.
I know, Sheriff Curry. It ain't you. There ain't nothing you can do about it. It's those thieves.
Got that rope tied right, Logan?
Sure thing.
Slip it over his head and make sure it's tight.
I will, partner.
Millie. Goodbye, Millie.
She was taken back by the boys so she couldn't see Ezra. They thought it was better that way, you see.
You'll take care of her, Sheriff. See that she don't starve.
Count on me, Ezra. Hang it, ain't there any way you can prove you was here afore the 15th? Ain't you got no papers or nothing?
Nothing but my say-so, Sheriff. They tore up my paper.
All ready. It's up to you, Sheriff. The rope's set. Slap his horse out from under him, and it's all over.
All right. Goodbye, Ezra.
So long, Sheriff.
Come on! Here comes someone. He's riding hard. Come on, the white horse.
Who's this a-coming? He's wearing a mask. He's coming.
Sheriff, slap that horse. This guy's ready to hang. Slap him.
Just a minute, Sheriff.
Masked man. Drop that rope.
Don't let him draw a gun.
Take off that mask.
There's one man here who knows me. Arizona Pete.
Arizona Pete. Is he here?
I hope he'll draw his guns. He'll be too slow, though, because he knows his game is up. Say, look out, Sheriff. Make him watch that horse. He's letting our fireplace get smashed by that horse. Arizona Pete, go for your gun. Oh, my hand blast you. Your hand isn't hurt. I just shot your gun away. Sheriff, take a look in what's left of the fireplace. Come on, Silver.
He shot my partner.
So your partner's Arizona Pete, eh?
Yeah. No, he
Why,
ain't.
you double-crossing. Sheriff, I'm not Arizona.
Yes, you are. Boys, get him. Don't let him get away. I recognize him now.
Sheriff, that man was the Lone Ranger.
Blast him.
Yeah, that's it, boys. Tie him tight. Now, I reckon that changes matters some. This time, Pete, you're going to hang without waiting for no trial.
Sheriff, look at Logan. He's going for the fireplace.
Oh, no, you don't, Logan. Keep away from there. And just take a look there and see what the masked man was referring to.
Millie.
Ezra, you all right? They didn't hurt you?
Yeah, hold on. There's a tin can in the bottom of the fireplace.
That ain't nothing.
You'll be still, Logan. I reckon maybe with you having Arizona Pete for a partner, maybe Ezra was telling the truth after all.
What's that can,
I
Millie?
don't know, Ezra.
By tunget. Ezra, there's a claim notice in this here can. And it's yours.
Mine?
Yes, sir. And she's dated the 14th, the day before this crook's claim is dated.
But,
Ezra, why didn't you say you had that there? That's all the proof you need.
but I thought those crooks tore it up.
The heck they did, Ezra. I reckon this here mine is yours now. And I reckon Logan's the claim jumper.
No, I ain't.
Ezra, you and Millie get back and file your notice now. Me and the boys has a little job to do here. Now take that rope off your neck.
Ezra, that was the Lone Ranger that saved you.
Gosh, Millie. I'd like to know how that there claim notice came to be under the fireplace.
I bet that Lone Ranger could tell. What are you complaining about?
Tell me, Ezra, now that you're going to be so rich, what are you aiming to do with your money?
Golly, I reckon, Sheriff, first I'll buy me 2 mules and name one Arizona Pete and the other Logan, and then whale the tar out.
adventure on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
Thank you for visiting golden.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
There's a couple of chairs, Matt. Let's sit down and watch the plaza for a while.
Okay, Doc.
You'd look better sitting than standing anyway.
Well, I'd feel better, that's for sure.
Oh, well. An attack of the ague always leaves a man weak, Matt. You got over yours darn fast.
Well, I still feel kind of raveled out, Doc. Stupid and mad at the same time.
Oh, well, ague doesn't improve a man's temper.
Oh, I haven't had a good night's sleep in a week, Albert.
Marshal Dillon?
Yeah.
Marshal, you don't know me, but I've seen you around lots of times. My name's Jake Bewley. I've seen him, too. Hello, Doc.
You know.
No, what can I do for you, Bewley?
I heard you was in the market for a good horse, Marshal.
I'm always in the market for a good horse.
Well, that's what I do, Marshal. Ride around the country looking for extra good horses. I don't make much profit off them, but keeps me from working steady.
And I don't buy horses very often, Bewley, even good ones.
You like buckskins?
Sure. But I don't want to look at him tonight.
Tomorrow?
Well, yeah, if I'm feeling better.
So you know, Matt, what'd do you good?
Oh, what, Doc?
Go over to the Long Branch and take a couple of shots of whiskey.
No?
And then go to bed.
Okay, Doc. I'll just do that. You want to come along?
No, I got some work to do at my office. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Beauty.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Doc. How long you been around Dodge, Bewley?
Couple of months.
No? You make a pretty good living trading horses?
I done good so far. Without cheating nobody too bad either.
Marshal Dillon!
Oh, no, what does he want?
Who is it?
Sam Noonan.
Oh, yeah. Don't he work at the Long Branch?
He built it. Oh, what do you want, Sam?
Hurry up, Marshal.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Outbacked. Gonna be a fight.
A fight? Who?
You know that gambler, Charlie Pickard?
He's also kind of a gunman, isn't he?
He's roaring drunk, Marshal, and there's gonna be trouble, sure. Now, come on, we'll go up the alley.
That Pickard's always getting in trouble.
Who's he after, Sam?
Chester, that's who.
Chester?
Yeah. It started right inside at the bar, Marshal. Chester bought a drink for that little blonde girl.
Well, it doesn't matter now. You can tell me later. There they are.
Don't be a fool, Pickard. Shooting people ain't gonna help nothing.
I didn't bring you out here for talk, Chester.
Now, everybody get back.
You're drunk, Pickard.
I ain't so drunk I can't shoot you.
Pickard,
Marshal Dillon.
don't touch the gun, Pickard.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
I'm stopping a fight.
I ain't gonna fight you.
All right, then give me your gun.
Take it. I ain't that drunk.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
throw him in jail.
Now, wait, Marshal.
Shut up. Take him around the other way, Chester, out the next alley. I'm going inside for a minute. Then I'll be over.
There ain't gonna be no fight. I think I'll go to bed. I'll be around with that buckskin in the morning, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. Sure, Buick.
It ain't fair to put me in jail, Marshal. I ain't done nothing.
You're drunk and you were about to shoot a man, Pickard. I'm doing you a favor throwing you in jail.
That's true, Pickard.
All right. Put me in jail. But wait till I get sober, Chester. Wait till tomorrow. I'll get you. You'll see what I'll do.
You're not going to do anything, Pickard. All right, take him along, Chester.
I'll follow you, Pickard. Go ahead. Walk slow.
It won't be so easy next time. Marshals. What are they going to have marshals around for?
Oh, you'll forget it by morning.
No, I won't. You'll see, Chester.
All right, Sam, tell me now, what's this all about?
Well, I started to tell you, Marshal. Chester bought a drink for Nita Tucker at the bar in there. You know her.
Yeah, I've seen her around.
Well, she's really Pickard's girl. He kind of watches out for her, you know.
Yeah.
Well, she don't seem to like it much, but that don't stop him. And he's real jealous if anybody gets anywhere near her, especially if he's been drinking, like tonight.
So he was going to shoot Chester because he bought Nita a drink, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a great reason for killing a man.
Oh, that Pickard can be awful mean, Marshal. It wouldn't surprise me a bit if he makes more trouble tomorrow when he's sober.
And I'll keep him in jail till he forgets about it.
Can't keep him there forever.
No, but I can always run.
Come from that alley there.
Yeah, come on.
Must be Chester. Hey, looky, Marshal. That's Pickard. Chester shot him.
What's the matter with you, Chester? Did he knife you or something? Here, come on. Stand up. Come on.
Pickard's dead, Marshal.
Are you hurt, Chester? What happened? Come on, tell me, what happened?
I got hit. And here's Chester's gun, Marshal. Laying right at his feet.
Did he jump you? Is that what happened?
No. No, he didn't jump me.
Well, then why did you shoot him?
I didn't shoot him. Somebody hit me. Well, that don't make sense. Of course you shot him. This here's your gun. It's been fired. I didn't shoot him. Somebody jumped out from back of that rain barrel and hit me. Eh? You ain't bleeding nowhere. Well, he hit me back here, behind my ear. Didn't knock me out for long. I heard the gunshot, but I couldn't do nothing.
Who was it, Chester?
I didn't see him. I started to turn, and he hit me. You're going to have a hard time proving that, Chester. I didn't kill him, Sam. He swore he was going to get you tomorrow. And looks to me like you killed him for that. I got hit, I tell you. You believe me, don't you, Mr. Dillon?
Sure, Chester. But Sam's right. It's going to be hard to prove. You're not even marked up.
Well, let Doc look at it. He can tell I got hit. Well, I wouldn't kill nobody like that.
Sam, get somebody to take care of Pickard's body, will you? We're going over to Doc's.
This is it, L&M Filters.
It stands out from all the rest.
Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, flavor, flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste.
L&M stands out for effective filtration, filtration, filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip.
L&M's got everything.
It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
that lamp a little higher, Matt? I can't see.
Yeah, is that better, Doc?
That's fine. That's fine. Now then, show me where you were hit, Chester.
Right there, Doc. Right back of the ear.
Right here. Well, what did he hit you with?
Well, how do I know? I didn't see him.
Well, maybe he used the edge of his hand. It isn't swollen. The skin isn't broken anywhere.
Well, it's bruised, ain't it?
Well, not that I can see.
Well, it must have done something.
How hard were you hit, Chester?
Well, it knocked me off my feet. And I got kindly fainty for a few seconds. Long enough for him to take my gun and shoot Charlie Pickard. That's pretty hard, ain't it?
Yeah. You can put the lamp down on that.
Okay, Doc.
You're saying you can't testify I got hit, ain't you, Doc?
You want me to lie for you, Chester?
No, I wouldn't ask you to do that, Doc.
It's too bad Sam Noonan had to be there, isn't it, Matt?
Oh, Sam likes Chester, but he thinks he did it, and he'll testify against him.
Well, how can he, Mr. Dillon? He didn't see it.
No, nobody saw it.
Then they can't hang me, can they?
They can't hang you, Chester.
But prison, huh? Maybe for life.
We'll find out who did it.
No, there's no way in the world to find out.
Now, wait a minute, Chester. You're giving up too easy.
Tell me. You and Doc, you don't really think I done that, do you?
You're in a bad spot, Chester, real bad, but I believe you. What about you, Doc?
Oh, of course I believe you, Chester.
Thanks, Doc. And you too, Mr. Dillon. I'd feel awful if you didn't believe me.
Well, worrying about it won't help, Chester.
Well, I gotta worry about it. If we don't find out who done it, I'll have to stand trial. And I won't have a chance if I do. Are you going to put me in jail, Mr. Dillon?
No, of course not. You'd better stay around the office, though, huh? There's going to be enough talk about it as it is.
All right, sir.
What was the girl's name? Nita Tucker?
Yes, sir, that's right. But why?
Well, maybe she knows who wanted Charlie Pickard dead. I'll be back later. Hello, Sam.
Well, what did Doc find?
Nothing visible.
Did you put Chester in jail?
I'll have a shot of whiskey, Sam.
Look, you, Marshal. I'm as sorry about this as anybody. But just because Chester works for you, there's no reason he can murder a man and then go free.
I'll be responsible for Chester.
If he gets away, it'll make a lot of trouble, Marshal.
You think Chester did it, don't you?
Of course I do. And I don't like him not being in jail.
Sam, that's Nita Tucker sitting over there with Kitty, isn't it?
Yeah, that's her. But she didn't do it.
Oh?
Well, she hated Pickard, but you're not going to try to hang this on her, Marshal. No, sir. I'll stand up for her. She's a good girl.
I got the drink, Sam. I don't need it.
Hello, Matt.
Evening, Kitty.
You know Nita Tucker, Matt?
No. How do you do?
Marshal, sit down.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry about Charlie Pickard, Nita.
Sounds terrible, Marshal, but I'm not very sorry. I hated him. Charlie didn't treat women very good, Matt.
Well, that wouldn't excuse murdering him, though.
I'm not so sure. Marshal, you're not thinking I had anything to do with it, are you?
Now, Chester says he didn't do it, and I believe him.
I wouldn't kill anybody, even him.
Where were you when it happened?
I was in here. She was at the bar, Matt, and I was standing right next to her.
Okay. I guess that clears you, Nita. Tell me, who else hated Pickard?
A man like him has enemies, Marshal. There must be a lot of them.
Anybody in particular?
Not that I know of. Look, I'd like to help Marshal. If Chester didn't do it, it isn't right. He should be in jail.
No, it sure isn't.
It looks bad for Chester, don't it, Matt?
Yeah, Kitty, it does. Good night. Good night, Nita.
Good night, Matt.
Marshal Dillon?
Hello, Bewley.
I heard about Chester, Marshal. I'm awful sorry about it.
Oh?
He's always seemed like such a nice fella. Sure is too bad.
Yeah.
People are going to wonder why you don't lock him up.
No, they are.
Well, not me. I understand, but Sam Noonan was saying something about it inside there a minute ago.
I see.
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. He's going to make trouble about it. Told him not to be a fool.
Just a minute, Bewley. Well, what do you care? Is Chester a good friend of yours?
No, I don't know him very well, but I don't like to see no trouble start.
Well, if it does, I'll handle it.
I know you will, Marshal. I just wanted to tell you what the talk is. I'll bring that buckskin by in the morning, huh?
Okay. Good night, Bewley.
Good night, Marshal.
Jake Bewley's warning didn't bother me much. But still, I couldn't delay filing murder charges against Chester forever. And after 10 days of useless search for the real killer, I had to do it. And then having written him up, I really began to worry. Chester did too. He'd sit quietly in the office and look at me as though I'd just kicked him. So I stayed out of there as much as possible. Like today, I went into Mr. Jonas' general store for nothing but to kill a little time looking around.
Matt! Hey, Matt, come here.
Wow. Hello, Kitty. Nita.
Hello, Marshal.
Well, are you girls going to buy that whole pile of dresses you got stacked up there?
As soon as Mr. Jonas gets back here, we are, Marshal.
She means she is. I'm only watching, Matt.
Well, isn't that a lot of clothes for just one woman?
Not for me. Not this time.
Not this time?
Matt, when does a girl buy everything new? All she wants.
Well, I don't know, I'm sure.
When she gets married, of course.
Married? You getting married, Nita?
Next Saturday, Marshal.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Do I know the groom?
Jake Bewley.
Jake Bewley.
I guess everybody's surprised.
Yeah.
Would you come to the wedding, Marshal? I wish you would.
Well, sure.
Really?
Of course, I'd like to come, Nita.
Good. Look, Kitty, I didn't see those hats back there. Well, I'm not going to leave this store till I've looked at every single thing in it.
Kitty.
She's so excited.
Kitty, listen to me.
Huh?
How long has this been going on between her and Bewley?
A month or so, I guess. What?
I thought she was Charlie Pickard's girl.
Pickard thought she was, too. But she and Bewley used to meet on the sly. He never did find out. And he sure can't stop him now.
No, he can't.
As bad as it is for Chester, I'm glad Charlie Pickard got shot.
Well, there are other ways it could have been handled. Kitty, I'm going to tell you a secret.
A secret?
Well, that's what I want you to call it when you tell it to Nita.
Tell Nita what?
And I'm going to let Chester leave Dodge tonight.
What?
I'm going to ride out of town with him, and as soon as he's gone, I'm coming back and arrest Bewley.
Bewley? You think he did it, Matt?
Well, he could have. He had a good reason to. I'm going to find out for sure tonight. Anyway, tell Nita that I have a witness that nobody knows about but me.
But, Matt, if Bewley believes that, won't he wonder why you're letting Chester run away?
Well, not if he hears my witness won't be back in Dodge for a couple of days. And then I'm afraid Sam Noonan will form a lynch mob before then.
All right. But you're asking a lot, Matt. By telling Nita this could ruin her one chance to be happy.
Now, she wouldn't be happy with a murderer, Kitty. And if Bewley's innocent, I promise you that nothing will happen to her.
Okay, Matt. I'll do it.
All right, good. Now, Chester will be riding out of Moss Grimmick's stable about midnight tonight. with me.
L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Yes, L&M does have everything.
L&M stands out for flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy, lets you enjoy all the taste.
And L&M stands out for effective filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M stands out for highest quality tobaccos, low nicotine tobaccos, L&M tobaccos, light and mild.
Yes, L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Partner, 12:30, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Guess there ain't no use waiting here much longer.
No. And I was hoping he'd come into the stable, Chester. We'd have a better chance at him that way.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's me he's going to be after. I'll go out first.
I'll cover you the best I can, Mr. Dillon.
Now, look, he doesn't know which direction we're going to be taking, so I expect he'll be hiding pretty close to the stable.
Mr. Dillon, you're risking your life just to keep me out of jail.
I'm catching a murderer, Chester.
No, sir, that's only part true. You're catching a murderer.
I'm going to lead my horse out the main door now. You stay here in the shadows. And I'm going to turn back and call to you so that he'll know it's me that's out there.
Well, ain't there some other way we can catch him, Mr. Dillon? I swear I don't know what I'd do if anything happened.
I'm going to go now.
Yes, sir.
All right, hurry up, Chester. Let's get moving.
Stop it! He's in that alley, Mr. Dillon. I seen his gun flash.
Don't shoot, Chester. Wait a minute. Come on.
Look. Laying right there, Mr. Dillon. Why, it's a woman.
Yeah.
Don't kill me. Don't, please don't kill me.
It's Nita.
You hurt bad, Nita. Where did I hit you?
My arm. Here.
Let me take a look. Well, it's not broken. We'll get you up to the docks right away.
She tried to kill you, Mr. Dillon.
No, it wasn't me. I followed Jake here. And I tried to stop him.
Get on, Chester.
What?
Where is he, Nita?
I couldn't stop him. He's a murderer.
Where is he? Tell me.
That rain barrel at the end of the alley. He said he was going to hide in there and for me to shut up.
All right, you stay with her, Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm taking no chances, Bewley. I'm going to start blowing holes in that barrel.
No. Don't shoot. Look. My hand. Can't you see him?
All right, keep him up. High. All right, now stand up.
I ain't gonna try nothing, Marshal.
Now take your gun. Give it to me. All right, now climb out of there.
Sure. I wasn't gonna shoot nobody, Marshal. You made a big mistake. Especially shooting a woman like
Shut up. Start walking.
Sure.
Jake?
Shut up, Nita.
I told you not to do it. I told you.
Too bad you wasn't killed. She was the one tried to do it, Marshal, not me.
But
I only run and hid to protect her, sort of.
You're not making much sense, Bewley. Take him to jail, Chester.
Listen to me, Marshal.
No. Get going.
Come on. Move, Bewley. Go on. And you better walk straight.
Won't do no good. You can't keep me in jail.
Yeah, you'll be saying that a month from now, Bewley.
Can you walk all right, Nita?
let me rest a minute. When I can.
Yeah, sure.
I guess you won't be coming to the wedding after all, will you, Marshal?
No, Nita, I guess I won't. Here, I'll carry you up to Doc's.
Now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Today, there's one filter cigarette that stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor, for effective filtration, for highest quality tobacco. L&M's got everything. That's what makes it America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M's king size or regular. I know you'll go for 'em.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, James Nusser, and Joyce McCluskey. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking.
Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember this. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like Chesterfield.
Put a smile in your smoking.
Instantly, you'll smile your approval of Chesterfield's smoothness. You want them mild. We make them mild. Mild and mellow, with the smooth and refreshing taste of the right combination of the world's best tobaccos.
Put a smile in your smoking.
Try Chesterfield's today.
Listen to Chesterfield's two great radio shows every week. The Perry Como Show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Dragnet, Tuesday nights on another network. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more.
lost in Brazil and invite you on an unforgettable adventure of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian.
Remember this, Jim. Nobody has a right to a gun unless he knows how to think when he handles it.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Paladin? Oh, you get ready to go away again?
Yes, hey, boy, I have to make a trip out to Nebraska. What's on your mind?
Oh, Mr. Paladin, hey, boy, have exceptional good fortune.
Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Oh, yes, you know guest in hotel, Colonel Seymour Van Courtney?
That slick-looking gent who took the suite on the third floor?
Yes, sir. Well, Colonel Van Courtney think, hey, boy, very nice fella.
I'll go along with that.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you. So Colonel Van Courtney, with utmost generosity, permit hey, boy to buy mining stock.
Mining stock? Stock that con artist is floating?
Oh, yes, sir. And hey, boy, now have investment in Gold on West Consolidated Mine Company Limited.
Oh, hey, boy, won't you ever learn?
Too bad you must go away, Mr. Paladin. Maybe, hey, boy, could talk to Colonel Van Courtney when he come back. Hey, boy, I would say, you good friend. Maybe he permit you to buy stock, too.
Where's Colonel Van Courtney now?
He checked out a hotel this morning. Must look after vast business enterprise.
Yes, I see. Oh, hey, boy. You worked hard for your money, and it seems time you started thinking about your future. Well, when I get back, we're going to have a long talk.
Oh, yes, sir. Now, maybe by that time, he boy can fix so you can make splendid investment, too.
Never mind, hey, boy. I was following a rutted trail through the Nebraska plains, dry, desolate land, parched by drought. I was still a good many miles from the nearest town when my horse stepped into a prairie dog hole and went down, breaking his leg. It's a bad thing to have to shoot a horse. The sun was already low in the west when I shouldered my gear and started walking toward a wisp of chimney smoke in the distance, and it was dark by the time As I started through the yard, a dog let out a howl, and the chickens began to squawk. The farmhouse door opened, and a boy stepped out on the porch. He looked in my direction, then raised a rifle to his shoulder. Hello there.
It's a man.
What were you shooting at, boy?
Pa, come here. It's a man. I shot a man out here.
Jim? Mister? Thank the good Lord he ain't dead.
I thought it was them coyotes after our chickens again, Pa.
Don't try to say nothing there, stranger. That sleg's in a tickler spot. We got to take care of how we handle him. Jim, go tell your ma to get some water boiling, then come back here and give me a hand. Well, stranger, looking at you today, I'd say you're going to make it.
Well,
now, you just lie back there quiet. You still got a long way to go. I don't mind telling you now. It looked pretty touchy there for a while. But we can thank the good Lord you're alive.
Well, I guess we can thank you, too.
There ain't going to be a man's blood on my son's hands. Not if I can help it.
Mister, when I let go of that shot, I thought it was them coyotes out there. Figured to scare them off.
I've been trying to teach a boy to be dang sure when he sends a bullet off.
A gun is only as dangerous as the hand that holds it.
Guns, I hate 'em.
Pa, he's Got some strong notions.
I wasn't much older than Jim here when they took me off my farm back in Illinois, put a soldier suit on me, shoved a gun in my hand, and sent me out to kill. I wasn't a soldier, I was a farmer. But there's men might be living today, except I shot 'em with that gun they gave me.
Were you in the war, mister?
Yes, but I trained to be a soldier. That's different. I understand how your father feels.
I don't. I guess I ain't like Pa. Wish I could have been in the war.
You can say that, boy. Now it's over and done with. Stranger, you ain't gonna be able to travel for a while yet. And we want to make you comfortable.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, I'm James Buford, and this here is my son, Jim.
My name is Paladin.
You're Paladin?
Paladin.
The gunfighter?
Well, I don't consider myself a gunfighter.
Is that true? That you live by your gun?
Well, yes, I guess that's right.
He who lives by the sword shall perish by the sword. Paladin, it might cross your mind once in a while how you was nearly killed for a sneaking coyote.
Indeed it might.
Jim's going to bring up the wagon. He'll drive you into town. You'll be able to pick yourself up a horse. You're sure now you feel up to traveling?
I'm sure. I've got to be on my way. Thanks.
Well, Paladin, I don't approve of the way you make your living, but I got to admit it's been awful nice knowing you.
Well, I've enjoyed our talks, Buford. And I hope you get that rain soon.
Oh, sure, it'll come. But I can just forget this crap. Corn all stunted and shriveled on the stalks. Might still be time for some winter wheat, though. Oh, say, you can do something for me in town.
Sure.
This letter here. It goes to Mr. Kyle at the bank. It's about a loan we talked about.
You really have to put up a fight for this land, don't you, Buford?
Yeah. And it's been fighting me back. Every inch of the way. But I'll beat it yet.
You ever feel like giving up?
Lots of times. I'm hanging on for Jim there. When he's ready to take over, he's going to have a farm he can be mighty proud to own.
All set, Paladin?
Yeah. Oh, so long, Buford. Good luck.
So long.
Bye, Pa.
You'll be back before sundown, Jim.
Seems too bad.
What seems too bad?
Won't be a very good time when we get into town.
Oh? Good time for what?
Well, town will be kind of empty. I was hoping there'd be a lot of folks around. See me drive up with a gunfighter.
No, what kind of nonsense is that? And I'm not a gunfighter.
Well, however you call it. I've been sort of telling around how Paladin's been out at our place.
I see.
You know, Mr. Paladin, Pa, you don't understand. All he thinks about is farming. I never did have a chance to talk to you much. I've been practicing with a gun I got. Wish I could have showed you. I think I can do pretty good.
Don't you like farming, Jim?
No, I don't want to be a farmer. I want to do something that takes nerve, takes gizzard. I want to be like you.
Pull up here, Jim. I might as well deliver this letter to the bank for your father.
Oh! Oh, yeah! Oh! Hey, Mr. Paladin, look. Those men.
Quick, Jim. Out. Duck down the other side of the wagon. Come on.
They're hold-up men, Mr. Paladin. They've been holding up the bank.
Quiet.
You want to be smart? Don't nobody in there move. We got rifles.
Look, All those sacks they're carrying. That's the bank money.
Yeah.
Come on. Well, aren't you going to do something?
I'm going to stay right here behind this wagon.
But they'll get away. They're riding off. Paladin, go after them.
Nope.
You got your gun.
5 men with rifles? You don't go up against odds like that.
You're scared.
Sure. Well, let's go talk to the sheriff.
I never saw nothing like it, Sheriff Brady. Right there in broad daylight. Those men really got gizzard to do a thing like that.
I'm not sure that's what it took, Jim. It figured their odds pretty well.
What do you mean?
Wouldn't take much studying of this town to learn that there aren't many people on the street, and the bank's nearly always empty at that time of day. But now, we got to do a little figuring.
Well, they can't be planning to ride far during the daylight in this open country.
They can't be very far away now. You could spot them anywhere out there. Why don't you just go out after them?
They're desperate men. All criminals are if the law catches up with them. If we'd face them out there in the open, it'd mean just violent warfare. Somebody'd get hurt bad.
You're scared.
Sure. No, we'll have to figure to get them cornered someplace where we'll have the odds on our side.
And from the forks on, the roads are so dry and hard-packed it's impossible to pick up a trail.
It's my hunch they're headed toward Wheatville.
Wheatville?
Yeah, it's about 10 miles north of here. It's been a ghost town since the grasshopper invasion wiped out the crops in 74.
Oh, that sounds like a fair hunch.
I'll get a posse together. We'll ride up that way.
Well, I'd be happy to ride with you.
Glad to have you.
Could I go along?
Jim, your pa said you were to be home before sundown.
Oh.
Jim?
Yeah. Yeah, all right.
Have you ever been exasperated by a child who's reached the why stage? Why is the sky blue? Why do birds fly? Why do I have to go to bed? The questions are endless. But through questions like these, a young child learns. Encountering an inquisitive child, be grateful that here is a youngster whose mind has the capacity and the urge to grow. There are some without this capacity for mental growth. They are our mentally retarded children. 120,000 are born every year. That's 3 out of every 100 babies. Naturally, we want to help these retarded children to develop into normal, responsible members of the community. And we can. But the process is a long, slow one that requires many special services, expensive services, and continuing research into the causes and cures of mental retardation. Funds for education and research come from the National Association for Retarded Children. Won't you give now to your local unit in order that more children may be helped?
Sheriff, those tracks in that draw back there, your hunch was right. This is where they're headed.
Yeah, but as you can see, Wheatville was a pretty spread out little community. Where they're holed up's another thing. Hold it, fellas, hold it.
Oh. Yeah, this was quite a town. What's that tall tower up ahead there?
Grain elevator, built by some eastern outfit when wheat was booming.
Might be a likely hideout.
Not a very healthy one. It's loaded with grain dust.
Wouldn't take much to cause an explosion, huh?
The tiniest spark and that thing would go right up.
As dry as this country is, that could be bad.
I hate to think about it. A fire that could start from an explosion in that elevator could wipe out the country for miles around.
Well, if they are in there, it's a cinch we can't smoke them out.
Wherever they are, when we corner them, they'll give up when they see how they're outnumbered. Let's ride up the elevator and have a look-see.
Hey, wait a minute. Look. Look back there, that horse. Isn't that Jim Buford?
That sure is.
Oh, Paladin.
Jim, what are you doing here?
I went home, got my gun, and cut across.
Now, what's the idea?
I want to be in on the excitement.
You're acting like a fool, kid. But there's nothing to do about it now. You get back there and behave yourself.
Yes, sir.
All right, men, let's ride to the grain elevator.
Well, Sheriff?
It's their horses, all right. Hid away in that lean-to.
And they are in this grain elevator.
No question about it.
Well, how do we go about getting them out?
They got the men stationed all around the place. I don't think they'll give us any argument when they know they're surrounded.
None of your men are apt to go for their guns, are they?
They know better. They all know what a shot into that grain dust would do.
I guess the hold-up men do, too.
Why, sure. Being jailed for bank robbery is better than being blown to kingdom come. Come on.
Well, I'll be... Hey, look up there.
Huh?
On that ladder going up the side of the tower.
That's Jim Buford. What's that crazy kid up to now? What's he doing climbing up there?
He's heading for the cupola on the top of the elevator.
He's got that gun, Paladin. You suppose he's figuring to get in there from the top and face those hold-up men?
That's probably it.
I'll lay odds there's one ain't got sense enough not to fire that grain dust.
I think you're right. He's got to be stopped. Jim, come down here.
Paladin! I know a way to get in from the top here.
Jim, climb down here.
I know what I'm doing.
You're a fool. All right, Jim, stay where you are.
You coming with me? We'll take together, huh?
Just stay where you are. I know. Give me that gun.
No, Paladin. I know a way to get in from the top here. Come on, we'll face those guys. Smoke them out.
Give me that gun.
No, I'm going in there.
Jim, I said give me that gun.
Look out. Look out, we'll fall.
Give me that. Now, you little fool. Climb down from here. Go on, climb down.
Oh, all right. What's the matter with you, Paladin? You scared? Afraid to face up to those men in there? They got too much gizzard for you?
I'll show you how much gizzard they have. Come on.
What's the idea, boy?
You were right, Sheriff. He was going in there to smoke them out.
You want to set fire to the whole of Nebraska, boy?
No, I...
Come on, Paladin. Let's take him. All right. We know you're in there. You know we're out here. There's 5 of you. There's 20 of us. We got you surrounded. Let's have your rifles. Throw them out. Now come on out. Your hands behind your heads.
We don't aim to give you no trouble, Sheriff.
I didn't think so. Come on, let's move.
Why? Well, they just give up without any fight at all.
Sure. The odds were against them.
Well, I got them all locked up. Guess I'd better get back to the farm.
I guess you better. You'll never make it before sundown.
You gonna give me back my gun?
Well, I suppose I'll have to. It's yours. I've got no right to it. But you haven't either.
What do you mean?
Nobody. Nobody has got a right to a gun unless he knows how to think when he handles it. Jim, you nearly killed me because you took a wild shot at a sound in the dark. You didn't think. Back there in Wheatville, you might have caused a disaster like this country has never known by firing into that grain dust because you didn't think.
Well,
How old are you?
14.
Yeah. Well, it seems to me it's about time you started thinking. Like a man. Instead of a crazy kid.
Yes, sir. I guess so.
Jim, there's something else.
Yes?
You were disappointed in me when I wouldn't stand up to 5 men with rifles, weren't you now?
Well...
Sure you were. And you were let down when those hold-up men wouldn't fight it out with a posse of 20.
Yeah, I guess that's right.
Mm-hmm. Well, this past week, I have known a man who will stand up to any odds and fight.
Who?
Your father.
Pa?
Mm-hmm. When your father homesteaded his land, the government was betting that 160 acres, that he couldn't stick it out 6 months. But your pa won the bet. But that didn't end the struggle. There was the spring blizzard in 73. It wiped him out. But he came back fighting. There was the grasshopper invasion, 74. His crops just leveled to the ground, but he stood up to it. Now there's the drought. But he's not about to give up. He's negotiating alone right now so that he can keep up the fight. A fight against real odds. Do you understand what I'm saying, Jim?
Yes, sir. I guess so.
Your pa. Now, there's a man doing a job that takes gizzard.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Miss Wong.
Oh, Isa.
Just give the room a lick and a promise. I'm going to lie down and rest a while.
Oh, Isa. You have a hard trip, Mr. Paladin?
Yes. I'm tired.
Oh, my. Too bad.
What's too bad?
You work so hard for your money, Mr. Paladin. Too bad you can't make splendid investment like Hey Boy.
What's that?
Oh, Hey Boy buy mining stock. Then he sell mining stock and make lots of money.
What?
What?
You mean Hey Boy was able to sell that stock he bought in the Golden West, whatever it was?
Oh, Isa. Make lots of money. Now Hey Boy have investment in laundry business with his cousin leasing.
He has, huh?
Isa. Laundry business very good.
Wow.
Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
Excuse, please. But seems it's time you started thinking about your future. Maybe you and Hey Boy should have a long talk. He'd tell you how to invest the money.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Frank Paris and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hey Boy and Virginia Gregg as Miss Wong. Tonight's story was specially written for Have Gun, Will Travel by Ann Dowd. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, and Richard Beals. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hi, you folks, hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg Sugar Pops. Because here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill Hickok and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We've got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Sugar Pops!
Today, Kellogg's Sugar Pops brings you Wild Bill Hickok, transcribed in Hollywood and starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. In just 30 seconds, you'll hear the exciting story of the Queen of the Quantrells. You know, Wranglers, Kellogg's Sugar Pops are a real double-feature cereal. A cereal that you can enjoy out of the bowl for breakfast or out of the box as a snack. But anyway you have Sugar Pops, you never have to add sugar because the sweetening's already on them. Moms love Pops, kids love Pops, Pops love Pops. Everybody loves Kellogg's Sugar Pops. Enjoy them soon and often. Generally speaking, if there was any running to be done, United States Marshal Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles were running after the bad men of the West. The bandits, the bank robbers, rustlers, and swindlers who ravaged the newborn country. But on one occasion, an adventure started for Wild Bill and Jingles with them running away from a thunderstorm and into a clash with the Queen of the Quantrells.
You'll have to ride faster, Jingles, if you want to beat this storm to Osage Springs.
Well, Joker couldn't go any faster unless he had wings.
Right on top of us, partner. We're going to get wet. Hey, Jingles, you still with me?
Yeah, Bill, but I wish I wasn't.
What's the matter?
Bill, in that flash of lightning up there, I saw a cemetery ahead.
Well, whatever. That just means we're getting closer to town.
But, Bill, a graveyard. I don't want to go near that place on a night like this.
If we take time to ride around it, we'll be soaked before we get to town. Now, come on.
Bill, look. Rising up out of the ground. Get out of my way! Somewhere else! Here I come!
Wait, Jingles. Catch him, Buckshot. Hi, Buckshot, hi!
Who's that? Well, if it ain't Wild Bill Hickok and Jingles. Welcome, gents. Hey, Johnny, if you ain't the wettest pair of lawmen I ever laid eyes on.
Howdy, Sheriff Carter. Don't mind if we track up your office a little, do you?
Not a bit. Wait till I close the door here. Jingles, I see you haven't lost a pound.
Well, that's what you think. I doggone near lost 10 pounds at the edge of town. I got so scared.
Scared? You? Of what?
He thought he saw honks in your graveyard.
He might have at that, Bill.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
Well, I've been hearing all sorts of things about strange doings out in that graveyard. But I don't take much stock in it. Jokers, most likely.
Well, it ain't no joke to me.
And as long as they don't rustle any cattle or shoot any of my citizens, it's none of my business. I've got bigger things on my mind.
What's that, Sheriff?
We're having a celebration here tomorrow, Bill. We're going to found the town.
Found the town? Well, it's been here for a long time, ain't it? We found it all right.
Yeah. But tomorrow is the official founding day of Osage Springs. There'll be quite a celebration. You boys will have to stay and see it.
We sure will, Sheriff.
Hot diggity. Never missed a celebration in my life if I could help it. We'll be up bright and early. Huh, Bill?
And so, folks, with the firing of the cannon, Osage Springs is officially founded on this town site in Oklahoma Territory. All right, Ezra, let her rip.
Well,
I can't seem to get the fool thing going.
Oh, you're not doing it right. Here, now, let me help you.
No, now get back. Stand back, you big lummox.
Oh, now give me that torch. All you gotta do is to stand up close to it and not be scared.
No, now, don't get that close.
Oh, what are you afraid of? You see, now, all that I do is just touch this torch right here to the powder and away. Hey, help, I'm shot. Bill, help!
You see, I told you, you big dummy. That there's an old cannon half burned out. I knew she'd backfire. Yeah, he sure did blacken up your face, Bob.
What did you do, Jingles? Oh, I'm wounded, Bill. I'm wounded in the Battle of the Fountain of Osage Springs.
Looks to me like you're made up for a minstrel show with all that black powder burned on your face.
Well, it ain't funny.
No, it isn't funny. Now, you all quit making fun of this nice gentleman.
Well, you see, Bill, now you just leave me alone. Howdy, ma'am.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I reckon so, ma'am, but thank you for your fretting about me.
Here, let me wipe that black powder off your face.
Oh, no, not on your pretty handkerchief, ma'am.
Nonsense, it's just a handkerchief.
Yeah, well, it sure smells pretty.
You like my perfume?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
There, yeah, I got most of it off.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Jingle.
Yeah, I know, and I believe this is the famous Wild Bill Hickok, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am, it sure is.
Howdy, ma'am. I didn't get your name.
I didn't say it. Well, toodaloo, Jingles. Be more careful from now on.
Yes, ma'am. I hope you're coming to the dance tonight, ma'am.
I'll be there. Just look for me.
Oh, Bill, ain't she the prettiest little thing you ever saw?
Yeah, partner, right pretty. And she sure had you spinning like a 10-cent merry-go-round.
Yeah, just be sure she don't spin you too far, Jingles.
Why not, Sheriff? Who is she?
That's Belle Farr, the Lady Undertaker of Osage Springs.
Oh.
I had me quite an experience the other day, Wranglers. A couple of the boys down at the ranch were having themselves a little squabble about whether Kellogg's Sugar Pops was a cereal or a snack. Well, it didn't take much talking to get everything all squared away with the boys. All it did was tell them they were both right. Kellogg's Sugar Pops is a cereal that you can enjoy in the morning with a little milk or cream. And Sugar Pops is also a snack that you can eat out of the box just any old time you feel like it. You never have to add sugar to Sugar Pops because the sweetening's already on them. Yes, sir, moms love Pops, kids love Pops, Pops love Pops. Come on and join in our song.
Yippee! Sugar Pops.
They're sugar-coated, taste so sweet. Just pour on some milk.
Boy, they're neat.
Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops. Now Sugar Pops, you know, are sweet.
But cowboys know there's an extra treat.
Right out of the box, take a handful out. Pop 'em into your mouth as you run about. Kellogg's Sugar Corn Pops. Sugar Pops are tops.
Later on in the show, I'm going to tell you how you can get a Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and secret treasure guide. So be sure to be listening.
Well, it looks like Jingles has had his share of adventure for one trip. First haunts in the graveyard, then a rainstorm, a celebration at Osage Springs, and meeting Belle Farr, the Lady Undertaker. But by late afternoon, he was all excited as he and Bill dressed for the dance that night.
Oh, chase the rabbit, chase the squirrel, chase that pretty girl round the world. Hey, Bill, you reckon she's really an undertaker?
That's what the sheriff said, Jingles, but I've seen that girl someplace before, or her picture.
Yeah, she's pretty as a picture, all right.
That's not what I mean. I've seen her face before.
Well, I sure hope I can see it again. And, Bill, speaking of faces, mine don't look so bad in this mirror, does it? Huh, Bill?
No, not for a cracked mirror, Jingles.
Oh, now, Bill. Bill, my face is gone. Bill, help. Help, my face is gone, Bill.
Jingles, get down, partner.
But, Bill, my face.
Somebody shot the mirror. Feel your face. It's still there.
Huh? Oh, gee whiz. What a relief that is. Hey, Bill says somebody was shooting at us.
That's right, partner. Guess my hunch was right.
What hunch, Bill?
My hunch that something was wrong around here. So I guess we'd better investigate. Come on.
Jack, you featherhead. I told you I didn't want you to miss.
Well, I didn't miss on purpose. I just couldn't see inside that room.
Oh, why didn't you climb up on the balcony?
And get caught? Are you crazy? What do you want to go bumping somebody off tonight for, Bill? Right when we got the world in a basket.
You mean in a strong box, don't you?
Yeah, in a strong box. Who are those Jaspers anyway?
I figured you'd get around to asking that. That's Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy, Jingles.
Hickok?
Yeah.
And you were trying to get me to bump him off?
Sure, I don't want him to get in my way.
Oh, but he doesn't know anything.
Not so sure about that. I heard that big dumb deputy of his talking to the sheriff. They were the ones that rode by the cemetery last night when we were digging up that strongbox.
Oh, so that's who it was.
Yeah. Hadn't it been for them, we'd have been away from there last night.
Well, we'll make it tonight, all right. Everybody's at the dance.
Unless Hickok's already wise. And if he is, we're going to have to be careful.
Yeah, but what are we going to do?
Never mind. I'm ready for him. If he comes around here, he'll be sorry he ever crossed trails with the Queen of the Quantrells.
Now, Bill, listen up the street. Everybody's dancing, and what are we doing? Sneaking around in the night, looking for an undertaking parlor. Doggone it, Bill, I never have any fun.
Quiet, Jingles. Here it is.
Well, I don't want it. You can go in by yourself.
Come on, round the side. Here's the window. Help me open it up.
Oh, sneaking around like a couple of bank robbers while everybody else is dancing. There, doggone it, there's your old window.
Well, you didn't have to break it.
Well, I don't care. I want to go dancing.
After a bit. Now, give me a boost through.
All right.
Come on, Jingles. Climb in.
Doggone it, Bill, this ain't no fun at all. What are we going to do in here?
Quiet, I said.
But what are we looking for?
Strike a match, I'll show you.
Well, let's find it and get out of here. There it is. Hey, we're in some kind of an office.
That's right, Bill Farr's office. Now, let's see if I can find any clues as to who she is.
Oh, but she's Belle Farr.
Yeah, that's what she wants everybody to believe, but I've seen that face before.
Oh, you keep saying that, and I don't see that it makes any difference. Maybe you saw her in St. Louis, or maybe in Abilene.
Maybe. Yeah. Here it is, Jingles.
Oh, ow, burned my finger.
Strike another one. I want to see this.
Oh, all right. Now, look to your heart's content.
That's it. Hey, Jingles, look at this picture.
It's just a man.
Yeah, just a man. Do you know who that is?
No, and I don't care. I want to go dance.
That's Jack Robb. He used to run with Quantrell.
Quantrell? You mean that hombre who raised so much cane in Missouri during the Civil War?
That's right. They're still looking for strong boxes full of gold he stole.
Well, I wish I'd find one of them, and then I could go out dancing. Huh?
Well, come on and look around. Maybe we'll find one right here. Hey, let's go in this room.
Oh, now, Bill, you found your picture. You know who he is. Well, what does that prove? Let's get out of here.
If Jack Robb is around, I want to know what he's doing here, and I want to know what connection Belle Farr has with him.
Oh, well, who knows? Maybe he's her brother or something.
Jingles. Huh? Jingles, that's it. You've hit it. He is her brother. Twin. Her name isn't Belle Farr, it's Belle Robb. She is the one who is known as the Queen of the Quantrells.
That's right, Hickok. Oh. Drop those guns.
Bill, it's her, and she's got a derringer pointed right at my wishbone.
You heard me, Hickok. I said drop those guns if you don't want to be looking for a new deputy.
Drop them, huh, Bill? You don't want a new deputy, do you, huh, Bill? Huh? Do you?
Nothing else we can do, partner. Oh. Drop your holsters.
Oh, that's better. So, it took Belle Robb to get the famous Wild Bill Hickok.
You haven't got me yet.
Oh, haven't I? You'll never get out of here alive, Hickok. One move and I'll drill you and your deputy, too. All right, Jack.
Jack? Bill, it's Jack Robb.
That doesn't surprise me much, partner.
Yeah, Bill?
Stay where you are, Hickok. You too, Jingles.
Yes, ma'am.
It's your play, Bill.
Quick, Jack. Here, take this rope. Now, you two, Turn around, face the wall, and put your hands behind you. Quick, do as I say.
Bill?
Do as she says, partner.
All right, Jack. Tie him up.
Sure, I'll tie him up so they'll never get loose.
Yeah, and the feet, too.
Bill, you reckon she had anything to do with those haunts out in the graveyard?
I reckon she did, partner.
You know, you're real smart, Hickok. Sure I did. Won't hurt to tell you now. I had plenty to do with them. And if you hadn't gone riding by just about that time, I'd be a long gone from here by now, and rich as a queen.
So you found the money, huh, Bill?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's mine now. Mine and Jack's.
All right, Bill. We're tied up.
That's fine. Now, push that keg in the middle of the floor. Here, wait a minute. I'll put my lamp down. I'll help you.
Yeah, I can get it.
Bill, do you see what that keg is? It's blasting powder.
That's good. Now break it open at the top.
Yeah. Stand back.
Here's a candle.
Bill, what's she doing?
She's got it figured out all right, partner.
Here's a match.
Yeah. Fine. Now spread some of that powder around the candle. That's good. Now, Hickok, when the candle burns down, it lights the powder. The place blows up and burns you with it. And all the time, Jack and me will be getting farther and farther away. Well, so long, Hickok. I'm sorry I won't be around to see you go up in smoke.
Yippee, partners. I got powerful good news for you. News about hidden treasure right in your own state. Maybe even in your own town. Yep, and I got two things. A Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and a secret treasure guide that show you approximately where these treasures have been reported. That goes for hidden treasure in other states, too. Now, partners, this is no small hip pocket type map, but a real big one. All of 2 feet high and 3 feet wide, with all sorts of exciting and colorful pictures. Yes, sir. And with this map comes a secret treasure guide listing and describing where over 300 treasures are supposed to be hidden. This Wild Bill Hickok treasure map and secret treasure guide is just like sitting around a campfire with a bunch of prospectors listening to all the places that they know of where there's buried treasure. Now, here's all you do to get this wonderful map and guide. Send 25 cents in coin, along with your name, address, and 1 Kellogg's Sugar Pops box top to Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. But the supply of these maps and guides is limited, so get your order in fast like. That address again is Kellogg's, Box 320, Battle Creek, Michigan. This offer is good only in those areas permitting such offers. Now back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Wild Bill and Jingles were caught by Belle just after they'd discovered she was actually Belle Robb, the infamous Queen of the Quantrells. Holding a gun on Jingles, knowing Bill will do anything to save his partner, Belle and Jack set up a death trap with a keg of blasting powder and a candle to give them time to get away. After they'd gone, Jingles watched the candle burn down closer and closer to the powder.
Bill, that candle's burning awful fast. What are we going to do? Bill, what are you doing? I can't see you.
I'm going to try burning these ropes off my wrist.
Oh, but you'll burn your hands.
It's the only way, Jingles. There, I've got them in the flame.
Oh, Bill, does it hurt much?
No, not much.
Is the rope burning, Bill?
I think so, partner.
I smell something burning. You're not knocking the candle over, are you?
No, partner. I can't get down that close to it.
Bill, the fringe on your shirt's on fire. Get away from that powder.
I can't. I've got to burn these ropes.
But, Bill, your shirt's on fire.
It's all right, Jingles. My hands are free. If I can get this shirt off. There.
Grab the candle before it hits the powder.
Yeah. I got it.
Ooh-wee. That was a close one. Come on, Bill. Now let me out.
In a minute, partner. Let me get my feet free.
Hurry, Bill. Every minute means she's getting further away.
Yeah, now I'm loose. All right, partner. Now we'll get you. Can you roll over?
Roll over? I can't even move.
Well, here, maybe I can help you. Now, sit up. Yeah, just a minute now.
That Jasper sure tied me up tight.
Yeah. Now your hands are free.
Yeah.
Go ahead and untie your feet while I move this blasting powder out of here. There.
I've got it, Bill. There, now I'm loose.
Fine. Now, come on, give me a hand with this keg of powder.
Where are you taking it?
To the shed out back of here.
What for?
Wait till we get there and I'll show you.
You mean this little shed, Bill?
Yeah. All right, put it right inside. Now let's set it down. Let me get this candle out of my pocket.
What are you going to do, set that up again?
Yeah, we'll turn Belle's little surprise back on her. Yeah, now light a match.
I wish I knew what you were doing. Here, now you want the candle in?
Yeah.
All right, there it is. But, Bill, that'll blow up.
That's the idea, partner. Now, come on, hurry it up or we'll be late for the rest of our little surprise for Belle.
Come on, dig faster, Jack.
What's the hurry?
I want to get out of here. Well, I can't be much farther down.
Well, I'm getting tired. I hope it's not much deeper.
There it is. Now clear it out.
Oh, take it easy. Take it easy. There's no hurry.
I waited a long time for this. Now I want to get up. I want to get going.
Yeah, it's a strong box, all right.
I told you it was. Well, open it up. We got to be sure. Knock the lock off with the shovel.
All right, here goes. Now stand back. There it goes.
Raise the lid, quick. I'll put the lantern down so we can see.
Yeah. There it is, Belle. We're rich.
Yeah, rich as a queen. Oh, wouldn't Hickok like to see this?
Yeah, the candle ought to be just about burned down by now.
Yeah, that won't be long. And we'll hear the end of Wild Bill Hickok. Oh, just look at those gold pieces shine.
Yeah, just feel them.
Oh, yeah, it's all ours. All we gotta do is put that strong box in the wagon and leave. And no Hickok to stop us. Yeah, there it is.
That's the end of Wild Bill Hickok and his deputy.
Goodbye, Bill.
Not quite so soon, Bill.
Hell, it's him. It's Hickok.
I'll kill him this time. I'll kill him.
Bill, she's got a derringer.
Yeah, and I'll use it.
You're nervous, Bill. You missed both times. And a derringer only shoots twice. All right, catch her, Jingles.
Well, I ain't missing, Hickok.
Well, you should never have done that, mister. Bill may let a pretty gal get away with it, but no man ever drawed on him without paying for it.
Let me go, you big ox.
Now, ma'am, it ain't gonna do you no good to struggle.
Jingles is right, Bill. You let greed take you too far. Now you're going to pay some of the debt the Quantrells have been owing for a long time. All right, Jack, you lead the way.
Yeah. Miss Belle, you and me can sashay along behind with this strong box full of gold from this phony grave. Holy smoke, Bill. What do you know about that?
What is it, partner?
Well, doggone it, we've been in the cemetery all this time, and I've been so excited I forgot to be one little teeny-weensy bit scared.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison and Andy Devine.
Thanks for being with us, folks. We'll be back on Friday with another story.
Oh, you bet we will, Guy. And kids, you won't want to miss this one called The Mayor of Mule Mesa.
Meanwhile, Andy and I hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Sugar Pops. It's in the bright yellow packages.
Right, with pictures of Guy and me right on the front. It's a great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
Andy and I think Sugar Pops are great. Hey, Andy?
You bet we do.
So long, kids.
See you Friday.
Yes, sir. Kellogg's, the greatest name in cereals, has brought you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gigi Pearson, Leo Curley, and Jess Kirkpatrick. Our director is Paul Pierce. Story by Larry Hayes. Music by Dick Orange. This is a David Heyer production, transcribed in Hollywood. Don't forget to listen Friday, same time, same station, when Wild Bill Hickok meets the mayor of Mule Mesa. Now, this is Charles Lyon speaking for Kellogg's Sugar Pops, the cereal with the sweetening already on it. Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the world's only talking cereal, and Kellogg's Corn Flakes, America's favorite ready-to-eat cereal.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Case for tonight, Bad Blood.
It is 7 p.m., September 14th, 1950. In an isolated house trailer in the fields on the outskirts of Cheney, Texas, Joe Prager, an aircraft worker, is packing a suitcase. There is a knock on the trailer door.
Just a second.
Howdy, Joe.
Oh, howdy, Russ.
Ain't you going to ask me in?
Yeah, sure. Come on in.
See you packing already.
That's right. What's on your mind, Russ?
Well, Joe, I figured 2 weeks is long enough for old friends to be mad at each other. I come to ask you to shake hands.
You know, now that you're here, I can't figure out just what we've been mad about. Ain't anybody I'd rather shake hands with than you, Russ.
You're my boy. But we ain't never going to talk politics again.
Oh, that's a deal.
I didn't want you to leave feeling sore at me. Why you going, anyhow? Why you pulling out? Your job solid. You're needed here.
Well, I didn't want anybody to know about it yet, but looks like I'm needed someplace else, too.
Huh?
Here, read this.
Well, going back in the Army, huh? I didn't know you stayed on the reserve list.
I'm on it, all right.
You talked to him about this out at the plant. After all, you're married now, you got a kid, you're in essential work. Maybe you could get out of it.
I thought about it, Russ, but, well, I don't want to get out of it. I got kind of a funny feeling about it, a feeling I've had ever since the kid was born. Like, well, maybe if I go again now, maybe I can help so he'll never have to go when he grows up.
Yeah, I can't argue against that. Not with 2 boys of my own, one of them pushing 17. Ella and me are plenty worried about him with this Korea thing.
Oh, don't let it get you down, Russ. Boy'll be all right. Say, I was just about to fix me some grub. How about joining me?
Oh, thanks, but Ella's expecting me home. Say, where's Marge and the baby, anyhow?
Oh, she drove the kid up to her mother's today. I got a week more before I report, and well, we sort of figured we'd go away someplace together, just the 2 of us, you know, till I have to leave.
Yeah, well, when you pulling out of here?
Tomorrow, when Marge comes back.
Ella'd like to see you and Marge before you go. She's been beefing at me ever since you and me fell out.
Yeah, Marge's been bulldogging me about it,
well,
too.
Can't you come and have supper with us tomorrow before you go? How about that?
That's the deal.
Swell. Ella'd be tickled. Well, guess I better be getting home the old pay envelope. You need any help with anything? I mean, we got a few dollars for...
No, thanks, Russ. We'll get by.
Well, good luck to you, fella. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sure thing, Russ.
Say, if they had to draft somebody, why couldn't they take that brother-in-law of yours?
Orville? That'd be giving aid and comfort to the enemy.
Yeah. I know Orville ain't giving any aid and comfort to his department out the plant. If we wasn't short-handed, he wouldn't last 10 minutes. Well, good night, Joe.
Good night, Russ. Just a second. Did you forget something? Oh, it's you, Orville.
Yeah, it's me.
Russ was just here. I thought it was him coming back.
I know he was here. Been waiting out back long enough, waiting for him to leave.
You could have come in. Russ don't bite.
He doesn't like me.
Reckon that's your fault, Orville.
Oh, sure. Everything's my fault. How come you sticking up for him? Thought you and him wasn't talking.
We are now, and I don't think it's any of your business. What do you want, Orville?
Joe, I need some help. I got my check cashed, and I guess I didn't notice it till I was almost home. I got a hole in my pocket. I lost my pay.
Do I look like a half-wit to you?
Well, I only want...
The last time you came to me with that story, you said your pocket was picked. And the time before that, you said you got stuck with a loan you signed for somebody.
That's right, Joe, honest.
Stop using the word honest, Orville. Doesn't sound right coming from you. Your money's gone. You lost it in the pay-night crap game at Holland.
I haven't been near Holland's in weeks. Oh, Joe, you gotta help me. My wife will buck like a maverick under a branding iron if I don't bring some money home. You and Sis got some side money. I know you have.
I ain't denying that, but this is one time you ain't dipping your hand into it. Yeah, take a look at this paper. Go ahead, read it.
Drafted, huh? Going to play soldier again and leave my sister with a kid to take care of.
She and the kid will be taken care of, Orvie. I'll see to that. You never had to give us anything, and you never will.
Joe, I need money. And I ain't leaving here without it.
There's nothing here for you, Orvin. Better try someplace else.
I said I wasn't leaving without that money.
Well, reckon you'll be here a long time then, Orvin. You have to excuse me. I'm going to fix my supper.
I ain't going to ask you again, Joe.
Glad to hear.
Just going to keep ignoring me, huh? Like I wasn't even here.
That's right.
Maybe I can make you pay a little attention with this. Frying pan! Orvin, put that down. No, I'm going to help you dish out your supper like this. I wasn't. I told you, Joe. I told you.
The body of Joe Prager was discovered when his wife returned to their trailer home early the following day. Sheriff Vern Lamont immediately called for the help of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned. He joined the sheriff at the scene of the crime shortly after noon.
I've kept the whole field blocked off, Jace. Nobody's been near the place except Prager's wife and me and the deputies.
Good. Where's the wife?
Sitting over there in her car. Tried to get her to go into town to the hotel, but she won't. She's in kind of a daze.
Shock. That's natural.
You want to talk to her?
It wouldn't help when she's like that. Maybe by the time we've had a look around, she'll break down and cry it out, and then we may be able to get something. Let's have a look inside the trailer.
Right. There's the body. And there's a murder weapon. Wrought iron frying pan.
We'll be able to pull any prints off that. Metal's too coarse.
That's why I just let it lay there.
Medical examiner estimate the time of death?
He figured it was between 6 and 8 o'clock last night.
Suitcase on the bed, half packed. Prager trying to run away from something?
No, I don't think so. Letter on the table here explains it. It was in the Army Reserve. Called back to duty.
I see. Where was he working here?
Out to the aircraft plant, other side of town. Spot welder.
How come his wife didn't report this until this morning?
Well, she was away for the night.
They got a baby? Baby oil and nipple jar on the dresser there.
Yeah, that's why the wife was away. She took the kid to her mother's up in Abilene. Come back this morning.
You check on that?
First thing. Got a list of eating places she stopped at both ways, and she gassed up at a mobile station in Abilene last night after she got there.
It spots her away from here, all right. Let's check around outside.
Right. Will it be okay for the medical examiner to move the body now?
Yeah, I think so. How come they parked their trailer out here instead of using one of the parks near town?
Save money, I guess. Rents are high with the plant working full blast.
Gasoline lamp in the trailer for light, but what'd they do for water?
Well, there's a well out back. Used to be a house here some time ago, but it was moved. They had everything they needed to get by.
I see.
Want to walk out to the road where our cars are? I can send one of the boys into the funeral home to arrange a pickup.
All right. Wait a minute, Sheriff. Watch your feet.
What's the matter?
These car tracks up the road to the trailer.
Prager's own car, I reckon. Same tracks all over the road from coming and going.
Different tire pattern in a couple of the soft spots, though. Look here.
Yeah.
Overlaps most of the older tracks, but Prager's car tracks go over the strange tread once. Right here.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Another car must have driven in here after Miss Prager left yesterday. And that spot is where she drove over the tracks when she came back this morning.
It's the way I measure it. And we can pull a cast off that tread. May help us run down the car. Hey, one of your deputies coming up the road now.
Well, that isn't one of my boys.
Why'd they let him in?
I don't know. Hey, you!
Yeah?
How'd you get in here?
I come to help my sister.
Who is your sister?
Marge, Prager's wife. He was my brother-in-law. That's why the deputies let me through.
All right. Your sister's sitting in the car back there. Reckon she does need somebody with her at that.
Thanks.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Ranger?
Walk along the edge of the road. Stay out of the tire tracks.
Why?
Because we're asking you to. Isn't that good enough?
Well, I only asked you for a reason, that's all.
What's your name?
Orville James.
You work with your brother-in-law?
Well, yeah, sure. Out at the plant. Not in the same department, though.
How'd you know your brother-in-law had been killed?
I didn't know. Until I saw your deputies down by the road, and they told me.
Isn't the aircraft plant working today?
Yeah, sure it is.
It's on the other side of town. What brought you out here now?
I got a lift out during lunch to see my sister.
That'd just about take your whole lunch hour, and more if you didn't catch a ride back right away.
You make a habit of hitchhiking out here on your lunch hour?
No, of course I don't.
Then why'd you do it today?
What are you asking me all this for? You trying to pin something on me?
Reckon that's going to depend on how you answer. Come on, talk up.
Well, I wanted to ask her about my mother. I knew that she'd been up home, see, and I wanted to find out how my mother was.
I see. Your mother been sick?
Yeah. No, she's been all right, I reckon.
And why the rush to get out here this afternoon? Why not tonight, after work?
Because I wanted to come, that's all. Anything else you want to know?
Yes, when did you see your brother-in-law last?
I don't know, 3, maybe 4 days ago.
Not yesterday?
No.
Not even at work?
It's a big plant, Ranger. Joe and me didn't even work in the same building.
What time did you quit yesterday?
5 o'clock.
Then you weren't working between, say, 6 and 8 o'clock last night?
No.
Then where were you at that time?
And who was with you?
Well, I cashed my check at Holland's and then...
And then what? Did you come out here?
Yeah.
What?
I said yes, I come out here. I'd have told you before if you hadn't started to question me so funny.
Why'd you say you hadn't seen Prager in 3 or 4 days if you saw him last night?
I didn't see him last night.
Listen, you just told us you came out here.
I told you come out here, but I didn't see Joe. I changed my mind about going in because there was a car parked here. Joe had company.
Well, that fits in, Jace. Those car tracks.
Yeah, but it still doesn't tell us why Orville didn't go in.
I'll tell you why, if you let me. I recognized the car. It belongs to Russ Newcomb. And I didn't want to go in while he was there because I didn't want to get mixed up in any argument.
Who's Russ Newcomb? And why should there be an argument?
Russ works out at the plant, too. Him and Joe had been friends, but they fell out a couple of weeks ago. Hadn't been talking.
Then why would Newcomb be visiting here?
Why don't you ask Newcomb that?
It took a long time for you to suggest that, Orville, considering that Prager's dead and you knew that there'd been bad blood between him and the man you say was here last night.
I don't like to throw suspicion on a man for murder, Ranger. But you're mighty quick suspecting me. A man ain't likely to kill his brother-in-law. Newcomb had the reason, not me. Now, you're going to let me go to my sister, ain't you?
Jace?
All right, Orville. Go ahead.
Yeah. Looks like this thing is cracking easy, Jace.
It sure does. You better get out to the aircraft plant.
Yeah. We got enough to pick up Newcomb, all right?
We got more than that. That tire track on the road matches Newcomb's car. We got enough on Newcomb to send him to Huntsville.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, Bad Blood, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
We drove out to the aircraft plant. News of Prager's death hadn't reached the place yet. We were directed to Russ Newcomb's section leader, and he pointed Newcomb out to us. He was on a welding job.
Hey, you up there! Newcomb!
Yeah. Knock off a minute and come down from that wing, will ya?
Be right there! What can I do for you?
Go into the office where we can talk.
Sure, I'll be glad to. Sheriff, what's up? You find the woman who owned that purse?
Purse? What purse? What are you talking about?
The purse I turned in the office about 2 months ago. Money in it, don't you remember? Oh, that was on a Sunday. Guess I look different in a work outfit.
Oh, yeah.
What's this about, Sheriff?
I thought he looked familiar. Turned in a woman's purse he found in the streets a couple of months back. No identification in it, and the owners never claimed it.
Oh?
The way you're talking, Sheriff, I reckon it isn't a purse you want to see me about.
No, it isn't.
You know Joe Prager?
Know him? What? Joe's one of my best friends.
When'd you see him last?
Only last night out to his place. Why, what's the matter? Joe in some kind of trouble?
You say he was a good friend. Other people say you weren't on speaking terms for the last couple of weeks.
We weren't until last night. We got in a dumb political argument one day during lunch here. Both got hotter than we should have.
But you patched it up last night.
Yeah, when word got around that Joe was quitting, going away, well, I went out and buried the hatchet.
You sure you mean a hatchet, not a frying pan?
Look, you fellas asking me something, but you ain't telling me nothing.
You talked politics again with Prager last night?
No, we just shook hands, and I asked him to bring his wife over for supper tonight, and then I left, that's all.
Prager still alive when you left?
Well, what do you mean he was still alive? You telling me Joe Prager's dead?
He was beaten to death last night with an iron frying pan.
Beaten to death? Joe?
You see anybody else at the trailer?
No. We were alone, just the two of us.
Newcomb, the law requires me to warn you that anything you say from here on can be used against you.
Used against me for what? You're talking like I'm under arrest.
You are under arrest for the murder of Joe Prager.
We took Newcomb back to Cheney and locked him up. Meanwhile, Prager's body had been brought into the funeral home. I went over to see Mrs. Prager to see if she could give further verification of a quarrel between her husband and the man under arrest.
Yeah. Joe told me that had some kind of an argument, but I didn't think it'd ever be as bad as this. I didn't think Russ would kill him.
Why don't you leave her alone, Ranger? I'd already told you there was bad blood. Now maybe you'll believe me.
Other witnesses aren't going to hurt anything, Orville.
I'm all right, Orville. He's got to find out everything he wants to know.
What else do they need to know? If you ask me, they got enough of a case right now.
If we ask you. But so far, nobody has. And until somebody does, how about keeping quiet?
All right. You're the law. Go ahead and make them miserable. I'm going over to Holland, sis. I'll be there if you want me.
I'm sorry to keep after you like this, Mrs. Prager. Did your husband ever have any trouble with anybody besides Newcomb?
No.
Was he in fear of anybody, worried about anything?
No. Well, he was worried at first when the Army letter came. But when we decided it was right for him to go, he didn't worry anymore. Just figured out things so me and the baby could get along. We even had a little money saved. We were going away together for a week, just Joe and me, to the place we went on our honeymoon. We were going to have so much fun. Now I'll have to use that money to bury him.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Why did Russ do a thing like this to Joe? Why?
I don't know, ma'am. I've never been able to figure out why men do a lot of things they do to each other. I went back to the sheriff's office. It looked like the case against Newcomb was just about closed, but it opened again. Opened wide when the sheriff showed me the personal effects that had been removed from Prager's body.
Look at this, Jace.
Bank book, isn't it?
Yep, Prager's. It was in his shirt pocket. Take a look at that last line. Drew out every dime he had yesterday afternoon.
Mrs. Prager told me they had some savings. They were going to use it to go away. Reckon that's why he drew it out.
Yesterday was payday at the plant, too, Jace, so Prager should have had this amount he withdrew, $312 plus his pay.
Wasn't there any money on him?
Less than $1 in change. I had my deputies go out and comb that trailer. Cupboards, dishes. They didn't find a dime.
Newcomb turn any money over to the jailer when you booked him?
About $5, that's all. But he had time to hide that money. All we got to do is find out where he hid it.
If he did hide it.
What do you mean?
That purse Newcomb found a couple of months ago, the one he turned into you. He mentioned that there was some money in it.
That's right. A little over $100. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking about motives. We've been figuring Newcomb killed Prager because he was nursing a grudge. Robbery angle changes that picture.
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does. Fella who finds money and turns it in when he could keep it isn't likely to kill somebody and steal from him. Unless, of course, he was trying to cover up.
He said he'd invited the Pragers to supper tonight, and they were going to come.
That's right.
You check on Orville's movements last night, see if he was telling the truth?
Had my deputy do it. Only place to check was Holland's, and he was there all right after work. Cashed his check there, like you said, then got in a crap game with some of the boys in the washroom.
He couldn't have played very long, or he wouldn't have gotten to Prager's by 7 o'clock when Newcomb was there.
I don't get what you're driving at.
Orville must have lost in that crap game. Game like that between fellows who work together, the winners usually stick to the end.
Yeah, they get sore at a winner who quits until they've had a chance to get even.
Your deputies find any sign of bloody clothing when they check Newcomb's place?
Nope, but they're checking the cleaning shops now.
You know where Newcomb lives?
Sure. You want to go over there?
Just into the neighborhood. I want to talk to Newcomb's butcher. Come on.
Newcomb's butcher? What can he tell you?
What Mrs. Newcomb ordered for tonight's dinner? I saw the butcher, and his answer to my question pulled Newcomb back a step away from the electric chair. I got in my car and started to drive toward the field and Prager's trailer.
You look like you learned something, Jace.
I did. Mrs. Newcomb ordered stew meat yesterday for tonight's supper. She called up this morning and changed the order to lamb chops. 12 lamb chops.
That mean anything to you?
And changing from stew meat to lamb chops sounds like she was expecting company. When she orders lamb chops for her own family, she usually gets 8.
I see. The other 4 chops could have been for Prager and his wife, then.
I think so. And Prager was dead when she ordered them.
Well, Newcomb could have told her to order them for a cover-up.
Could have, but it's a little too smart. He didn't strike me as being that clever.
Yeah, I'm going to go along with that. I think you're right. But what do you expect to find at the trailer?
I don't know, but I want to look around a lot more than we did before. I shouldn't have waited this long.
Didn't seem to be any reason for it with the case we had against Newcomb.
Well, there's a reason now. We need a new case, and I got a hunch which way it's going to point.
I don't know, Jace. We've fine-combed that trailer, and there's nothing we didn't see before. And the only strange car track you found on the road was Newcomb's.
Hey, wait a minute, Sheriff. Somebody was sitting down here by the well. Leaned back against it and had his feet stretched out. You can see where the edges of his heels were resting on the ground.
Yeah.
Circle out around the back here. Let's do a little trail cutting.
You figure the killer took off away from the road?
If he was on foot, it'd be his best bet. If he went to the highway and walked, somebody might have seen him. If he had blood on his clothes, he'd steer clear of town until it was late and everybody was sleeping.
All right, Jace. Which way do you want me to go?
Circle out that way. I'll work from this side.
Okay. Hey, Jace.
Yeah, Sheriff?
Orville was on foot.
I know he was. That's why we're looking. We found the trail just as it was getting dark. It led into open country. I got my horse charcoal from the trailer behind my car while the sheriff went to a nearby farm to borrow a mount. It was dark when he caught up to me.
You still on the trail, or you cutting to pick it up?
I lost it a couple of times further back, but I'm on it now. You know this country back here?
Oh, I've ridden it before. We'll be coming to the Horner River soon, about a half-mile farther.
River angles toward town, doesn't it?
Sure does. Cuts under that bridge just outside Cheney.
That may be the way the killer followed to get back to town. Let's ride for the riverbank and see if we can pick up tracks there. May save us time.
Good idea. Dig, boy.
Come on, Sharky. We found tracks on the bank, all right. Just a few that led to the edge of the water, and that was all. We cut back and forth on both banks for hours before we picked up a sign. He'd come out of the river on rock, and we barely spotted the place where he'd marked the ground again.
That's it, all right, Jace. Same heel impression.
He had us fooled for a while, all right. Now let's go. Come on, Sharky.
Yeah, come on, boy.
What's that up there ahead? Looks like a shack of some kind.
I don't know, Jace. Quite a few shacks in here along the river. A lot of deer around. Some folks keep places for fishing and hunting.
His tracks lead right to it.
Yeah. Get on, boy.
Come on, Sharky.
Yeah, he stopped here, all right.
Oh. Flash your light on that door.
Yeah. Yeah. Lock's been sprung. It's open.
Yeah, he was here, all right. Left his marks in the dust on the floor. I guess nobody's been using the place for quite a spell.
Yeah. There's something else, too. Footlocker here. Lock on it's busted, too.
Shirts and jeans in there.
I'd like to bet there's one set missing. Orville, or whoever it was, stopped here to change clothes. He must have known the setup.
There's a funny smell in here, Sheriff, like the place been smoked up not long ago. Something burning.
Pot-bellied stove there.
Yeah.
Anything in it?
Plenty. Clothes that didn't quite burn. Smells from kerosene he poured on him, but he came through the river, so his pants were wet. Fire must have smoldered out after he left.
Better pull those things out and see if we can save enough of them for identification.
It's enough, all right. Look at this. Bloodstain didn't even wash off when he came through the water.
We prove who owns these things, and we've got our man.
We'll be able to prove it. Look. Shirt was bundled up with the wet pants, just enough to save most of the collar, and this.
Mm-hmm. Laundry mark.
Let's get back to town. It was daybreak when we got back to Cheney. We got what we were after on our third laundry stop. A half-burned shirt belonged to Orville James. We went to his home. His wife was at the funeral parlor with Mrs. Prager, so he was there alone.
What you want from me now?
Sheriff's got a few things rolled up in that poncho. I thought maybe you might be able to identify them.
Who they belong to? Joe or Newcomb?
We want you to tell us. All right, Sheriff, unroll them.
Recognize these?
What's the matter, Orville? You look kind of sick.
I'm just upset about Joe, that's all. I was at the funeral home with my sister almost all night.
Well, you ever seen these things before?
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen them.
Whose are they?
I could be wrong, I guess, but they look like Newcomb's.
That's funny.
Well, what's funny about it? Looks like they were burned quite a bit.
Yeah, but they were too wet to burn all the way.
Guess that gives you a real tight case against Newcomb now, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it?
A perfect case, except for the laundry mark on the shirt.
Laundry mark?
That's right, Orville. You're a laundry mark.
But there can't be a laundry mark. There can't be a laundry...
Keep your hands off those things. You hurt him, Orville.
Let me go. Let me go. Oh, my arm.
You better hold still. Come on. Let's go.
My wife. My wife always hounding me for money. Always screaming about how hard she worked. Always yelling about how she was ruining her hands scrubbing greasy work shirts. But she wasn't. She was sending them out. Laundry boxes. A lazy pig. I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
You're not going to kill anybody, Orville. Your killing days are over. Open the door, will you, Sheriff?
Sure.
All right, Orville. In the car. Let's go.
Orville James broke down at his trial and confessed the robbery slaying of his brother-in-law. He was found guilty in less than 20 minutes and sentenced to Huntsville for the rest of his natural life.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of the case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Frenchie. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Paul Frees, Whitfield Connor, Sam Edwards, Parley Bear, and Barbara Luddy. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keats. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow, the voice of Firestone presents Metropolitan Opera basso Cesare Siepi in a melodic variety of operatic selections. Your Monday evening of music also includes the telephone hour, and tomorrow's guest artist is the renowned coloratura soprano Lily Pons. Among Miss Pons' selections tomorrow is the beautiful aria from Rigoletto, Cara Nome. Bill Baker asks the $64 question next on NBC.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size, brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. You've just rounded up a vicious gang of thieves. The heavy man is still at large. Your job? Get him. Hello, this is George Fenneman. I want to talk to you about the cigarette that's really on the move. The one everyone's talking about and trying. Chesterfield. First cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Chesterfield King Size is exactly the same quality and exactly the same blend of tobacco as Chesterfield regular size. There's absolutely no difference, except that King Size Chesterfield is larger, contains considerably more of the same tobaccos. So much more it gives you a 21% longer smoke, yet costs very little more. And Chesterfield King Size contains better tobaccos and is of higher quality than any other king-size cigarette. So sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king-size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, March 6th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Didion. My name's Friday. It was 2:46 p.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery. Frank?
Yeah, Joe.
How about those subpoenas?
Took them down to the Warrant Office. They're going to serve them.
Oh, fine. All the follow-ups made, packages in order. That about wraps it up, doesn't it?
Yeah, all but Bentley.
Yeah, nothing from Mac yet.
No. He said he'd call as soon as he heard anything.
Yeah, be happy when we get him, won't you? He's probably the worst of the lot.
Yeah. Well, according to what Mac said, he's in real trouble now. Broke. None of his friends will have anything to do with him. We'll turn him.
I don't think I'll ever understand a guy like Bentley. What makes a man want to beat somebody just for the sake of beating him?
Figure that we'll have it made.
32 robberies, and just about every one, Bentley's got to work over at least one of the victims. He's pretty vicious.
Now we get him this time, he's through. Probably knows it, too. See, when Mac blows the whistle, probably going to be rough to take, though.
Yeah.
Joe, I don't know how you feel about it, but I'm happy it's over. And let's face it, we were lucky on this one. The guys were gun happy. Taking any longer to get him, they'd have killed somebody, sure.
Maybe so.
Boy, my next day off, I'm going to do nothing but sit, not make a move. My feet are killing me.
Yeah, we have a lot of legwork on this one.
Not just this one, Joe, all of them. I was reading in the magazine the other day about a new kind of art support. I got to get me a pair of them.
Yeah?
According to the ad, these are going to be just a ticket. Some new kind of rubber, soft when they mold it to your feet. Place back in Wisconsin.
How'd they do it? They got a place here in L.A.?
No, just a home office. Just a small place, I guess. According to the ad, the whole process pretty new.
Yeah, well, how do you get this? What is it, a mold?
Yeah, you stand on a piece of paper, hold a bucket of water in each hand, you know, you put all your weight on your feet.
Yeah.
And you draw the outline of your foot on the paper. They make the arch thing up from that.
Well, if you're holding a bucket of water in each hand, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, how do you use the pencil?
What?
Well, a bucket of water in each hand, how are you going to draw?
Yeah.
I get it. Robbery Friday. Oh, hi, F.A. Yeah, he's here. Oh, how are the kids? Oh, yeah, sure, I'll put him right on. Frank, for you. Your wife seems upset.
Thanks, Joe. Hello, honey. Yeah? I can, but what's up? Well, can't you tell me now? Well, why not? All right, honey, I'll be right there. Don't worry now. Goodbye.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
I don't know. Faye wants me to come right home. Says something's going on.
Couldn't she tell you about it on the phone?
No, said something about the phone being tapped. We
went down to the carpool and started over for Frank's house. For the past 3 months, we'd been working on a case involving a gang that had been operating in the city. During that time, they'd committed 32 armed robberies, and in most instances, they'd beaten their victims for no apparent reason. Their ruthless attitude was the most outstanding single point of their M.O. We'd successfully rounded up all members of the gang with one exception, Leroy Bentley, alias the Bull. Bentley was the known heavy man of the gang. In order to successfully prosecute and apprehend any criminal or criminals, the police officer requires the fullest measure of cooperation and assistance that he can obtain from many people, the private citizen and his own associates as well. From the ranks of the private citizen comes one important aid, the informant. The working detective knows that in many cases his most valuable assistance can often come from his informant. In this particular case, we'd received information that would lead us to Bull Bentley within a matter of days. 3:22 p.m. We arrived at Frank's home.
I'm glad you're home, honey. I'm awfully worried. Oh, Joe.
How are you?
What's the trouble now? What's this all about this phone being tapped?
Well, that's what he said.
Who?
The man who called.
All right, now, honey, can you tell me what this is all about?
I got a phone call just before I called you. It was a man. Said his name was Bull Bensler or Bentley. I didn't get it. He said that you thought you were a smart cop, but if you didn't lay off him, he was going to take care of you where it had hurt the most. He threatened the children and me, too. Well, Frank, I don't know what to do.
Go on.
Said the phone was tapped and we were being watched. Said to tell you he wasn't kidding. He didn't have anything to lose. He sounded real mean. I'm frightened. Do you know this man, Frank?
Oh, he is? Yeah, we have a warrant for his arrest.
Say, where are the kids?
Well, Stacy's in her room playing. I called the school for Mike. The teacher said she dismissed the class. He should be home by now. Frank, I don't know. I'm worried about him.
All right, lock the doors. Don't open for anybody. Joe and I'll go out and see if we can find Mike.
All right, I'm worried sick about him. He should have been home 20 minutes ago.
I'll go and call the captain, Frank. Ask him to send a couple of men out, huh?
Thanks, Joe.
Don't worry about it, Trey. 2511, please. Yeah, robbery. Hello, Glenn. Captain there? That's Friday. I'd like to talk to him. Skipper, this is Friday. I'm out at Frank's house. Frank Smith, yeah. Bull Bentley called his wife, threatened her and the kids if he didn't lay off. No, said if he didn't lay off. Well, could you send a couple of men out to stand by? Fine. Mike isn't home from school yet, and Frank's his little boy. Frank and I are going out to look for him. Yeah, I said he'd be watching the house. Who? Yeah, swell. All right, we'll be in as soon as we find the boy. Right, Skipper. O'Donnell and Stewart from the office will be out, Faye. They'll park the car down the street. Watch for him and let him in, won't you?
All right, Joe. What about it, Frank? You going to lay off this guy?
You want me to?
Please find little Mike.
All right, honey. We'll find him. Lock the door and don't open it for anyone but O'Donnell and Stewart when they get here.
All right, dear.
Now, don't worry, huh, honey? We'll find him.
Yeah.
Let's go. Joe, what do you think?
I don't know.
Tell you one thing.
Yeah?
I'm scared.
There are two types of criminals that can be counted on to be dangerous. The youngster who becomes easily panicked at the scene of a crime, and the older criminal who will do anything rather than go back to the penitentiary. Bull Bentley was one of these. We knew that he was more than capable of carrying out his threat. His record was one of armed robbery, vicious beatings, and kidnapping. At this particular time, he was wanted for murder in the state of Colorado. The average criminal will blame anyone but himself for his predicament, usually the police officer, and this was so in Bentley's case. He apparently thought that by getting us off his trail, he could go free. Frank and I searched the area around the house. We found his little boy in a vacant lot 2 blocks from school playing with a group of youngsters. We put him in the car and returned him to his home. Stewart and O'Donnell were at Frank's house and said they'd stay there until they were relieved. 4:36 p.m. Frank and I checked back into the office.
Smith, Friday, in here.
Right.
Come on in. Find the boy?
Yeah, Skipper, out playing with some of the kids in the neighborhood.
All right. Now, what's this all about?
Well, this bunch we just cleaned up?
Yeah.
Bull Bentley called Frank's wife and told her that if Frank didn't lay off of him, he was going to get to him through his family.
What do you plan to do?
Oh, no choice. Get him before he can do anything, I guess.
Frank? Yes, Skipper. You like to be taken off this assignment? No, it's a personal matter. It's up to you. We'll see that your house is covered when you're not home. You keeping the boy away from school? Yeah, Captain, until this thing's over. You got any ideas where you can pick Bentley up?
Well, we've covered all the places he's known to hang out.
Want any help? No, not right now. Just find him fast. Well, you know he's in town. Figure he's going to stay here? Well, we don't think he's got much choice. We figure he's broke, he's hot. None of his friends will take a chance on putting him up. He's going to need money. Better cover the bus depots, train depots, alert the airport detail. Get a couple of hundred mugs printed up on him. Distribute them to the beat men and radio cars. Contact Captain Hamilton, the intelligence. He might be able to come up with something.
Our informant said he could turn Bentley for us in a week.
A week's a long time, Joe.
I know.
You covered all his hangouts.
All of them. Nobody's seen him in a couple of days. Just seemed to drop out of sight.
Big town, a lot of people. Sometimes you don't realize how big till you start looking for one man.
Yeah.
Want to get in touch with the boys in the press room, give them the story, see if they'll carry Bull's picture. See Jack Ricketts, he'll put the picture on Suspects Wanted.
We'll get started on it right now.
You got a silent number, haven't you, Frank?
Yeah, it's unlisted.
How'd Bentley get it? It had to come from somewhere.
Joe and I were talking about that. You know pretty much who we can give the numbers out to. About the only one we can figure that'd be in a position to give it to Bentley is Harry McLeod.
Your informant?
Yeah.
How long since you've heard from this McLeod?
A couple of days.
Figure maybe he'd cross you, throw in with Bentley?
Well, it's possible. I don't think so, though. He's leveled with us so far.
The number had to come from someplace.
Yeah, well, that sure makes it look like McLeod, doesn't it?
I don't think Mac would give the number away on his own.
Bull could get it. We got 32 people to prove it.
Well, we better get on this thing. Come on, Frank.
Right. Check you later, Skipper. Joe, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Well, don't worry. We'll get to him.
No, I mean, this two-bit thief calling Faye, threatening her.
Try to take it easy. I know how you feel.
Why me, Joe? Bull Bentley's brushed up against 100 different cops in his day. Why me?
Law of averages, I guess. You were handy.
I knew just what to do.
Well, Skipper gave you a choice. If you'd like to go home, nobody'd blame you.
You don't know what it is, Joe. You don't have a family. Something like this can split you in two. Half of you wants to be on the job. The other half is pulling you toward home. Joe, if that cheap punk steps to my front porch, I'm going to lean on him hard.
Now, look, Frank, this isn't going to get us anyplace. Let's get over to the photo lab and get this thing moving, huh?
I could just figure it. 4,000 guys in the department, and Bentley has to pick me. Joe, why me?
All right, look, Frank. I could try to spell it for you 100 ways, and we still wouldn't come out with any kind of a total. I know what you must be going through, and I'm sorry it's got to be you. I'm sorry it has to be any cop. You're right about me not having a family, but it's squeezing me just as hard as it is you. You and I both knew when we filled out those application blanks what we were taking on. The job, Frank. Maybe I never told you before, or maybe you've been through this too, I don't know. There isn't a day goes by that I'm on the job here that I don't run into something that breaks my heart. Why did Ed Wilson have to get shot down when he and his partner tried to take that guy out of that rooming house over on 8th Street? Why did Olson and his partner have to end up in the P&F ward last week? Why do you have to run the gamut of every human emotion class of people on Earth? Poor to rich, it's all the same. Somebody picks up a gun to knock over the corner gas station, everything hangs in the balance. The minute that thief slips a cartridge into his gun, the gas station attendant, his family, his kids, and every relative he's got slides right onto the short end. Everybody seems to think that wherever crime is concerned, they never get any closer to it than the front page of the morning paper. I know you know this, Frank. For every attempted crime, God only knows how many innocent people are thrown into the balance even before the crime's been committed. That's the way it is, Frank. I'm not trying to tell you anything you don't know, but the minute you passed that exam, you had to make book that something like this could contaminate you just as surely as if you weren't a cop. I guess it's almost a legacy. Nobody's found a vaccine for crime. Nobody's immune. And it's worse with you and me because we know better than to think we can't be touched. We know we can. We invite it every time we roll on a call, every time we pick somebody up, every time a guy gets out of line. It's a job, Frank. I didn't mean to give you an academy lecture, but if it's any comfort, I'm with you. I know just how you feel, and so do 4,000 other guys right down here.
Yeah. I guess maybe we better get moving, huh?
Yeah, come on. We took the mugshot of Bentley to the photo lab and asked them to run off 200 copies. We checked with the reporters in the press room, and they promised us full cooperation. Jack Ricketts told us that he'd put the picture on the air the next day. Frank called home and found that there'd been no further calls from Bentley. 6:17 p.m. We started to look for Harry McLeod, our informant. We checked his hotel, but the clerk told us he hadn't been in all afternoon. We started checking his known hangout. In fear of burning McLeod, we were unable to ask for him by name, which made it necessary for us to canvass each individual place. 9:28 p.m. We located McLeod in a small bar that was known to be frequented by thieves. We walked over to the bar and sat down next to him. We ordered a drink. At the first opportunity, without arousing suspicion, we told McLeod we wanted to talk to him and that we'd meet him down the street, 2 blocks west. We left the bar, got in the car, and drove to the meeting place. 20 minutes later, McLeod arrived, got in the back seat, and we drove away.
Want to get the radio, Joe?
Yeah.
What's the matter with you guys? I told you I'd get in touch with you and I had something for you. You trying to get me burned?
Take it easy, Mac. There's a couple of things we want to know.
I'm on your side. You guys know that. I've always leveled with you, haven't I?
Yeah.
Well, then what's this bit? You walk into that joint, you know what goes on in there, and you pull me out. Good chance somebody could have seen you, you know.
Yeah, we know, Mac. Have you seen Bentley?
No, I told you I'd let you know when I turned him.
Now, don't snow us, Mac. This is important. Have you seen him?
If I saw him, I'd have called you. You know that, don't you? I'd have called you guys. I told you once I'd finger him for you. I haven't called. I haven't seen him. It's that simple. What's the big rush about getting Bentley, anyway? He ain't going nowhere.
Now, look, Mac, we got a personal interest in this thing. This isn't just robbery. Bull's been calling Frank's wife, saying he was going to kill her and the kid. You know he'd do it. Now, how about it?
I didn't know it was like that. Bull's mean enough to do it,
Well, that's how it is. Now, I'll ask you once more. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
When?
Day before yesterday, Sunday morning. Saw him down Marty's.
How come you didn't call us?
I couldn't, honest, I couldn't. He came in and asked me for some dough. I told him I didn't have any. I tried to stall him till I could get to a phone.
Yeah?
Didn't work. He wouldn't wait. Got mad when I couldn't help him out.
You say anything about a meet?
Just said he'd get in touch with me.
Yeah.
He was real sore when I couldn't let him have any dough, but I told him, I said, look, Bull, you know I want to help, but I just haven't got it. That's what I said.
Yeah?
Wasn't kidding either. Things been pretty rough. Say, you guys couldn't see your way clear, could you? Sawbuck that tied me over, huh?
No, you got me at the wrong time, Mac. I'm tapped.
How about you, Smith, huh?
Well, if you gotta have it, I got $10 I've been saving for a pair of shoes.
Yeah, I sure appreciate it. You guys know that.
Yeah, we know. You got any idea how Bull might have gotten Frank's home phone?
No, not the slightest.
You sure you didn't give it to him?
Joe, you've known me for a lot of years. Would I do a thing like that after the way you guys treated me?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out, Mac.
I should get a little insulted at that. You guys figuring out about
now
me.
come off it, Mac. Did you give him the number?
No, I swear to you I didn't.
All right. You got any ideas where Bull might be hiding?
Not in particular. Check usual places?
Yeah, we looked through them all.
And you know as much as I do. He did say he looked me up in a couple of days.
You see where he was going when he left you?
No, just walked out of Marty's. I saw a friend of his yesterday, though.
Yeah?
Guy said he'd seen Bull Sunday night.
Say what he wanted?
Money. Said he'd try to tap him for some dough to get out of town.
His friend help him?
He didn't give him any money. He gave him something else, though.
Yeah.
He gave him a gun.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette in America to give you premium quality in both regular and king size. Just as Chesterfield is the first and only cigarette to tell you what it's made of. Yes, Chesterfield names all its ingredients, so you'll know what gives you the best possible smoke. The world's best tobaccos, pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities. Pure, costly moistening agents, costly glycerol and pure sugars which are natural to tobacco, and cigarette paper of the highest purity, the best that money can buy. That's what's in your Chesterfield. Ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste, and, as confirmed by a well-known research organization, no unpleasant aftertaste. So sound off for Chesterfield. Either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Before we left Mac, he furnished us with the name of the man who'd given the gun to Bull Bentley. We recognized the name Dave Slater as a small-time hoodlum who'd do anything to make a dollar as long as he himself was reasonably safe in doing it. Mac told us of several places where we might find him. The most likely place was a pool room on North Main Street. Slater had numerous arrests, most of them for being drunk and for acting as a lookout for gambling games. He was a type of thief that can be found in every large city, always on the fringe of criminal operations but never directly involved in the crime itself. We checked several of the places Mac told us about, but we couldn't come up with Slater. We checked the pool room. The manager was evasive and at first appeared reluctant to talk. We informed him that we knew Slater would be back and that we'd wait for him. The manager asked us to come to the back room with him. He told us that Slater had said that he was going down to the all-night hamburger stand on the corner to get something to eat. We found Slater sitting at the counter.
Call it a string of hamburger, all I can see is a bun. I'd be ashamed to sell a thing like this lousy deal, 35 cents for nothing.
Slater?
Yeah, well, something you want?
Police officer, Slater. We want to talk to you.
What about?
Bull Bentley.
Bentley? Never heard of him.
We got information you do know him pretty well.
Yeah? You tell your pigeon he's lying. I never heard of the guy. Now, let me finish eating.
We want to talk to you, Slater. You want to make it here, or would you rather go downtown?
Can't you see I'm eating? Now, let me finish. I got nothing to tell you. I don't know any Bull Bentley. Now, lay off, huh?
Come on, you can think better than an empty stomach, Slater. Let's go.
Frank and I took Slater out of the restaurant and put him in the car. Once he was in custody, his attitude changed completely. He said he wanted to help us, but that he didn't know Bull Bentley. 10:44. We got back to the city hall.
I want to stop by the office, Joe. Call home.
All right, I'll be in the interrogation room. You tell us, Skipper.
Yeah.
In here, Slater.
Yeah.
Sit down.
Sure. Look, I told you I want to help you guys out, but I don't know anything. If I did, I'd let you know.
All right, come off it, Slater. Where's Bentley?
Look, I keep telling you, I don't know any Bentley.
Where are you living now?
Solly Hotel, West Fifth.
How long you been there?
A couple of days.
You working now?
Yeah, a little. Odd job now and then. You know, nothing steady.
What do you call an odd job, Slater?
Oh, you know, sweep out the pool room, rack the balls for him.
Yeah, sure. Now, look, we've known you for 8 years. You never worked a day in that time. Now, how about Bentley? We got a personal interest in him. We want him. We want him bad.
Look, I tell you, I don't know any Bentley.
Anything new?
Yeah, Joe, he called a couple more times tonight. Last time at 10:30, scared Fay half to death. Said he knew Mike was home. He knew we were looking for him. Said if we don't stop, it'll get to the kids. Said it didn't matter how many cops we had around the house, he'd get to him. Fay's almost hysterical. O'Donnell called the doctor.
Yeah.
How about Slater? He come up with anything?
No, still says he doesn't know him.
Doesn't know him, huh? Listen, Punk, let's you and me get straightened out. What happens to me is one thing. What happens to my family's another. They don't pay me enough money to jeopardize my family. Now, you get this straight. When punks like you and your trigger-happy friends can threaten my family, then something's got to give, and it's not going to be me.
Yeah, but I told you.
Look, wipe that silly grin off your face, Slater. You feel nice and safe there, don't you? You know, as long as you're in custody, we got to take care of you. Well, maybe you'd like to know that if I have to, I'll take this badge off and walk up one side of you and down the other. Now, I want to know where Bentley is, and I want to know now. We're not stumbling around in the dark. We know you gave him a gun. Let me tell you this, mister. Mark it down. If anything happens to my wife or my kids, you can't run fast enough to get away, because I'll nail you hard.
All right, Frank.
He's getting pretty tough, isn't he?
Just telling you how you stand. Now, come on. Where's Bentley?
I told you, I don't know Bentley.
All right. Let's get everything out of your pockets. Get it on the table.
Well, there's nothing much. Here, change, keys, and a nail file, address book, my handkerchief, comb, wallet, here's cigarettes, and matches. That's all.
You want to shake him down, Frank?
Yeah.
I told you that's all. Now, what are you looking for?
Don't push your luck, Slater. It's clean, Joe.
How much money you got in your wallet?
I don't know, double sawbuck, maybe?
The funny thing, you guys never work, but you always got money. All right, take the money out and count it, Slater.
Why? What's that going to prove?
Take it out and count it.
All right. 10, 20, 25, 26, 27, 37, another 5. $42. I didn't know I had that much.
All right. Put the money in your pocket.
That all the money in your wallet?
Yeah, that's it.
Let's see the wallet.
Here. Nothing in it. A couple of cards, that's all.
Yeah. Let's see here. A couple of pawn tickets. Picture. Who's the girl?
Babe, I met in Dago. You don't know her. She's not in the rackets. Married now. I haven't seen her in a year.
Then why are you carrying her picture?
Always kind of liked her. She had class. Real nice broad.
You said you didn't know Bull Bentley?
That's what I said.
How about Leroy Bentley?
Nah.
You know anybody at all named Bentley?
Look, I told you I don't know any Bentley. How many times do I have to tell you?
You know anybody by the name of Bull?
I don't know anybody named Bull. I don't know anybody named Bentley.
Yeah. Take a look, Joe.
Now, maybe you can explain this then.
Yeah, what's that?
Bar tab in your wallet. Name Bull written on it. How about it, Slater? Who's Bull?
I don't remember that. Probably something I picked up a long time ago. I don't remember it.
Tab's dated March 4th. Day before yesterday. Your memory must be getting pretty bad, huh?
I got nothing to say.
Well, Frank, you want to check the business office and see who this number is listed to?
Yeah, Joe, right away.
All right, fine. I'm going to tell you something, boy. This is a rotten deal. The law protects people like you. You're lying. We know it, and you know it, too. You know Bentley. You know where he is. What's more, we know you gave him a gun Sunday night, the same date on that tab. I'll tell you what we're going to do, Slater. You're a real wise guy. You talk fast. We're going to get Bull. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but we'll get him. And when we do, we're going to tell him that you blew the whistle on him. We're going to put him in the same cell with you. I'd like to hear you talk your way out of that.
Well, you wouldn't do that.
Don't make book on it.
Look, he's a mean guy. He'll kill me.
Thought you didn't know him.
All right, so I know. But you wouldn't do that. Would you put me in with him?
Where is he, Slater?
You going to tell him I turned him in?
We're making no deals. Where is he?
I don't know where he is now.
You know where he'll be?
Yeah, I was supposed to meet him there tonight at the bar down on West 7th. He's got a friend works there, feeds him.
He'll be there tonight, huh?
Yeah, I said if I'd meet him, he'd pay me for the gun, $75.
What kind of gun is it?
A 38. A good one, too. Worth more than $75, but I needed the money.
Why'd you get the gun?
Well, you'll find out anyway. I might as well tell you. Found the car, found under the seat. I found out later it belonged to a guy in the Vice Squad. Probably real sore about it.
Could be, Joe. Bar on West 7th, place called the Hamilton Inn.
Yeah, that's it. He'll be there.
All right, Slater, let's go.
Well, where are you taking me?
You're going to jail.
You can't win. Should have known you. Hey, do me a favor, huh?
What's that?
Talk to the jailer, make him give me a cell by myself.
We handcuffed Slater to a chair in the robbery office until we got back to book him. 12:32 a.m. Frank and I left the city hall for the Hamilton Inn on West 7th Street. Slater had told us that he was to meet Bull Bentley between 1 and 1:30. When we got there were a half a dozen people in the place. We checked the bar and the men's restroom, but Bentley wasn't around. We went back to the car, drove down the street to a closed service station, and parked where we could keep both doors of the restaurant under surveillance. 12:50, 1 a.m., 1:15. We waited. 1:35.
Joe, that him?
I don't know. It might be. Let's take a look. All right, you want to take the side door? I'll try the front.
Right.
All right.
I don't see him, Joe.
Wait a minute. That him? Going in the phone booth back there?
Yeah.
Come on. I'll get him.
Bentley.
Yeah?
Watch it, Joe! Yeah. Watch it, Frank.
All right, Frank.
I'll shake him down.
Who told you? Who blew the whistle? That bum McLeod, it was him. He was the only one who knew.
He give you my telephone number?
Yeah, he did. And he runs to you and cops out. Should have known better. I give him $20 for it.
Well, that figures.
What do you mean?
We gave him 10 not to.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 12th, the hearing was held in the district attorney's office. In a moment, the results of that hearing.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I'd like to talk to you about something that's important to every one of you. Now, for the first time, you can get a premium quality cigarette in either regular or king size. Of course, that's Chesterfield. Both regular and king size Chesterfields are made of the proven ingredients that give you the best possible smoke. Both are much milder, with an extraordinarily good taste and no unpleasant aftertaste. Yes, there's no difference between the two, except king-size Chesterfield is larger, contains so much more of the same tobaccos, it gives you a 21% longer smoke, yet it costs very little more. So remember, either way you like them, regular or king-size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Leroy W. Bentley was released to the Colorado authorities for prosecution on a charge of murder. A hold was placed on him for the state of California in the event he is paroled. He was convicted and is now serving a life sentence in the Colorado State Penitentiary without possibility of parole. Although David R. Slater was guilty of aiding and abetting a felony, a complaint could not be issued due to the fact it could not be proved that Slater knew Bentley was an ex-convict when he gave him the gun. He was filed on for petty theft in Division 7. He pled guilty and was sentenced to 90 days in the county jail. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Herb Ellis, June Whitley, Jack Crucian. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
These great programs sound off for Chesterfield. Radio, Dragnet, the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, and every weekday Arthur Godfrey time. On television, Dragnet, Gangbusters, Arthur Godfrey and his friends, and the Perry Como Show.
Tomorrow, you'll want to sound off for Chesterfield, because either way you like them, regular or king size, Chesterfield gives you the best possible smoke.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Attention all cars, broadcast 146 regarding a missing person. Be on the lookout for Dale Slater, an American, age 20, has brown hair, light eyes. Occupation, carpenter's helper. This man has not been heard from since June 18th. That's all. Rosenquist.
As police trail the killer on tonight's true crime story, clues lead them through California, Arizona, and Nevada. In these states, Rio Grande cracked gasoline speeds officers in their search, for throughout this area, more police, sheriffs, and emergency cars use this gasoline exclusively than any other brand. Manhunting is a serious business, and the high-powered cars operated by law enforcement officers must operate at peak efficiency. Rio Grande cracked gasoline has proved for years past that it develops more speed, more power, for greater all-around performance, and that's why so many cities and counties select this one brand year after year for their finest, fastest cars. Experience with all brands of gasoline has taught these big buyers that Rio Grande has advantages over all others. The patented cracking process by which Rio Grande cracked is made is so different from other gasolines that it can be imitated but not duplicated. Today, as for years past, Rio Grande cracked wins all tests to discover a faster starting, a speedier, and a more powerful gasoline. When you get gasoline tomorrow, get more for your money. Get police car performance from the Rio Grande cracked gasoline dealer in your neighborhood. Now it is our pleasure to present Captain W.C. Allen of the Los Angeles Missing Persons Detail. Captain Allen.
Good evening, friends. The case about which you will hear tonight is an amazing example of the investigation work of an untrained private individual and indicates what really fine work can be accomplished by a citizen when he or she is sufficiently aroused to action. In this case, it was a mother's love that prompted the discovery of clues leading to the apprehension of the murderer. And if every citizen felt a love for his fellow man, a love so great that he would seek to aid the police in solving crimes, not only would the crime rate diminish, but the result of the practical application of such an emotion would be the disappearance of crime altogether.
On a little farm in the great Central Valley of Oregon a few years ago, a fond mother is busily preparing her son for a journey.
There, now there's socks, shirt, toothbrush. I guess that's about everything.
Yeah. Gee, Mother. It sure is nice of you to get me those things brand new.
Well, you'll want good, durable clothes when you get to Los Angeles.
It's getting late. I've got to get started.
Oh, wait a minute. I almost forgot. Now, these have to go in the bag.
Blankets? Oh, Mother, what the devil do I need with blankets in Los Angeles?
Well, you never can tell what the weather'll be, Dale, and I don't want you to catch
Mother,
cold.
down in Los Angeles.
Oh, don't you believe all you read about the warm sun, the palm trees. I hear the nights down there can be downright chilly. There. There. Now you're all packed.
All right. I've got to get going.
Well, goodbye, son.
Goodbye, Mother. I'll send for you just as soon as I can get a job.
And don't you forget to write to me every day, will you?
Don't worry, darling. I won't. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son.
So Dale Slater, carpenter's helper, sets out for a new life in the Southland. True to his promise, he writes his mother every day. But the opportunities in Los Angeles at that time were not all the young man had expected. On June 15th, 1931, he writes his mother.
Employment is scarce here. I'm going to Boulder City on June 16th. A man who knows several of the foremen over there is going along with me. He says he can get jobs for both of us.
After that, silence. Day follows letterless day. Frantic with fear, Mrs. Slater asks Cecil Dell, her son-in-law, who lives in Los Angeles, to try to find Dale. Inquiries to the Boulder City and Las Vegas police are fruitless. No one has seen or heard of young Slater. At last, Mrs. Slater writes the Motor Vehicle Bureau in Sacramento for information regarding her son's car. Back comes the answer.
In reply to your request for information regarding a 1929 Ford Coupe, Oregon license number 725649, we beg to inform you that the registration of this automobile was transferred to one Gilbert F. Colley of Los Angeles on June 27th. The records are incomplete, and at this time we are unable to give you Mr. Colley's address. Hoping this serves your purpose, we beg.
Convinced that her son has met with harm, Mrs. Slater travels to Los Angeles determined to find the mysterious Mr. Colley. Her son-in-law has little encouragement for her.
I've tracked down every angle I can think of, Mother, and I just can't get a line on this Colley man.
Well, Dale told me he was going to Boulder City with some man. I'm sure that man was Colley.
Well, the Boulder City and Las Vegas police haven't seen either of them. I wrote you that.
Yes, I know. Well, how about the Los Angeles police?
I've been to see Captain Allen of the missing persons detail. He's keeping a lookout for Dale. But he told me not to worry. Most missing persons are just people who get tired of writing home.
Oh, but Dale always wrote every day.
Still, I wouldn't be too worried, Mother. After all, he's young and he's never been away from home before. Maybe he's tied up with some girl who's taking up all his time.
Oh, Dale isn't that kind of a boy.
You'd be surprised how many boys are, Mother.
Oh, well, I know my son better than you do, and I'm sure something's happened to him, or he would have written to me. Now, I want you to go to Las Vegas and Boulder City and inquire for him yourself.
But, Mother, I haven't any money.
Well, I have. I drew every penny of my savings out of the bank before I left.
Very well. If you want to pay the freight, I'll go.
But Dell's trip to Nevada is fruitless. No one has seen or heard of Slater or Colley. However, on the way back, Dell does run into a clue at the border checking station at Yuma.
Yes, I remember that car with the Oregon license. I had some trouble about it.
What kind of trouble?
Oh, there was a question about the identity of the driver. Wait a minute till I look at the book. Oh, yeah, here it is. 1929 Ford Coupe, Oregon license number 725-649, owned by Dale Slater.
That's it.
Well, it crossed the line June 19th.
The day after Dale and this fellow Colley left for the dam. What did the driver look like?
Well, as I remember it, he was, heavy middle-aged fellow, about 50, had heavy cheeks. Kind of a tough guy.
Was there a younger man in the car?
No, he was all alone.
So that's all I could find out, Mother. It isn't much of a lead.
Dale left here with someone on the 18th of June. On the 19th of June, somebody drove his car out of the state. And on the 27th of June, a man named Colley registered the car in his own name. Oh, I know something's happened to him.
Well, I don't know how you're going to find out.
Well, couldn't we get some more help from the Motor Vehicles Bureau in Sacramento?
I don't know. Maybe they might be able to give you a line on this Colley's address.
Well, I won't be satisfied until I'm sure that Dale sold that car. It just wouldn't be like him to do that without telling me.
Well, they could send you a photostatic copy of the transfer card. If you'll pay for it, I got one
Well,
once.
I'll pay for it. I'll pay for anything for word for my boy.
Within a few days, the reply comes from Sacramento.
Well, they found an address for this Mr. Colley.
Where?
Well, they think he can be located in Las Vegas.
Well, they're crazy. I tell you, nobody up there ever heard of him. Did you send a copy of the transfer card?
Yes, here it is. Why, look.
What?
This isn't Dale's handwriting, this signature.
No, by golly, you're right.
Oh, what do you suppose has happened to him?
Now, Mother, get a hold of yourself. This is no time to break up.
Why?
We've got to figure out what to do next.
Well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to write a letter to this Mr. Colley in Las Vegas.
But, Mother, that's useless.
Well...
Contrary to her son-in-law's hopeless attitude, Mrs. Slater's letter does bring a reply from Colley. A reply which sends her with something concrete into the office of Captain Allen of the Missing Persons Bureau.
And then today I got this letter from the man. He says here that Dale went broke in Boulder City and sold him the car. He says Dale couldn't get a job because he drank too much. Oh, that isn't true, Captain. My son never drank. This man's lying.
Now, Mrs. Slater, take it easy.
Well, I can't help it. I haven't drawn a peaceful breath for a month. I just know something awful's happened to him. You got to find this man, Nick and Tail.
Have you any idea where we can find him?
Well, I sent the letter to Las Vegas, but the reply was mailed in Los Angeles, and it had a Los Angeles return address on it. Here it is on the envelope.
I see. Well, Mrs. Slater, we'll send a couple of men around there to see if we can locate Mr. Colley.
Yes, and I'm going with them. I want to talk to that man. He's done anything to my boy.
Captain Allen assigns Detective Lieutenants Eddie Romero and W.J. Clark to accompany Mrs. Slater. Arriving at the address on East 3rd Street, a cheap rooming house, they are informed by the landlady that Mr. Colley no longer lives there. However, they insist upon examining his room.
Didn't leave much behind him.
Some stuff here in the closet, Eddie.
What is it?
Oh, some shirts stuffed up here on the shelf.
Let me see them.
Here you are, ma'am.
Recognize him, ma'am?
Why, I think that that was...
here's a suitcase back here.
A suitcase?
Yeah, look.
That's it. That Dale suitcase. I packed it for him. Open it up. Hurry. Open it up. There's the socks I got him and the blankets. Oh, this is terrible.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am. Nothing's terrible
Oh,
yet.
I'm sure something's happened to Dale.
Oh, never be sure about anything,
Oh,
ma'am. I'll bet any dough he's okay.
Oh, no, something awful's happened to him.
We gotta find this guy, Colley, first. All we know is he's got your son's car and his clothes, but that doesn't prove your son's in any trouble.
No, I'm positive. I'm positive.
While Detective Clark seeks to calm the hysterical Mrs. Slater, Romero interviews the landlady.
You have any idea where Mr. Colley's gone?
No, I haven't.
It's very important that we get in touch with him.
What do you want him for?
We think he can give us some information. Did you ever hear him mention a young fellow by the name of Slater?
No, I haven't.
Well, this boy's missing, and we're trying to locate him. He was last seen with Colley.
Oh, then you aren't trying to pin anything on him.
Oh, I should say not. We just want to talk to him. To ease that poor woman's mind about her son. Now, tell me where he is, huh?
I really don't know. He doesn't always stay here when he comes to town. But he does phone me whenever he's here.
He does?
Yes. You see, we're good friends.
Will you let us know when he comes in town again?
Why, certainly. I'm sure he'll be glad to help you, if he can.
Thanks. Here's my card. You just call me at Michigan 5211 the first thing you hear from, huh?
But the two officers do not sit idly by waiting for Colley to return to Los Angeles. Equipped with a photograph of the missing boy, they set out on the highway between Los Angeles and Las Vegas to interview every gasoline station and hamburger stand attendant in an effort to discover a trace of him. It is a grueling, hopeless work, but finally at a station in the desert between Victorville and Barstow.
Oh, sure, I remember that lad. I stopped by here to fix some wiring in his car.
What kind of a car was it?
It seems like it was a Ford coupe.
Was he alone?
No, there's another guy with him. An old sour he was. He never opened his trap. Never got out of the car. Let the kid do the work.
And what does this other man look like?
Well, about 50, I guess. Heavy-set fella.
Well, thanks a lot, partner. Come on, Clark.
Sure thing. Drop in again when you need more gas.
Hey, what's the idea of heading back?
We're going to San Bernardino.
Why?
Well, look. Slater and this heavy-set guy were together at that service station. When the car got to Yuma, the heavy fellow was alone. Something happened to Slater between that gas station and Yuma.
Yeah, that checks all right, but why go back? Why not go on and search the country between here and Yuma?
Because that whole stretch of highway lies in San Bernardino County. I want the cooperation of Sheriff Shea down at San Bernardino before we get started on that job.
Sheriff Emmett Shea of San Bernardino County gives the Los Angeles officers full cooperation. From the sheriff's office goes a statewide bulletin carrying Slater's picture and asking for information regarding his whereabouts and for the arrest of Gilbert Colley in connection with the disappearance. Within a couple of days, the replies begin coming in. Orange County reports
Gilbert Colley wanted in Orange County for jumping bond on a theft charge.
From Northern California comes the information that Colley has previously been arrested for theft there. And from the State Bureau of Identification at Sacramento comes the greatest assistance.
In reply to your bulletin, Gilbert Francis Colley has a long criminal record. He is known under 7 aliases and is a very tough subject. Fingerprints and photographs are enclosed.
And while Clark and Romero are still jubilant over the information they now have on their man...
Detective Bureau, Clark speaking.
May I speak with Lieutenant Romero, please?
Just a moment. For you, Eddie.
Okay, thanks. Romero speaking.
Lieutenant Romero, This is Mrs. Stein.
Mrs. Stein?
Yeah, that's the landlady over at Colley's place.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Stein. What is it?
He's back.
Who, Collie?
Yes, he phoned me this morning.
He isn't staying at your place.
No, he's down at a Japanese rooming house on North Main Street, 729.
Well, thanks a lot, Mrs. Stein. We'll go down and have a little talk with him.
Oh, so very sorry. Mr. Cully, not living here anymore.
When did he leave?
Oh, he leaving this morning.
Where'd he go?
Oh, he not, he say he go with Mr. Walker to Imperial Valley for looking for work. Yes.
Who's Walker?
Oh, he being other rumor. Not knowing how I living with the rumors are moving all the time and owing me money, what is furthermore...
Owed you money, Walker?
Oh, no, not the Walker, but Mr. Cully. He owing money. He's saying he paid back, but I don't know, maybe so...
Okay. You know who we are?
Oh, I thinking you're a policeman.
Well, that's right. We want to talk to Collie. Now, you let us know when he comes back. See?
Oh, yes, sir. I sing very well, thank you.
And don't tell him that we were here. Get it?
Oh, I getting it, not a telling, but seeing. Yes, sir?
But in spite of the Japanese proprietor's voluble promises, Romero and Clark place a stakeout on the rooming house. For 3 days, officers watch the spot day and night. And finally, at midnight of November 20th, Collie returns to the place. A few moments later, Romero and Clark interview the landlord.
Yes, Mr. Cully, he coming back. And, oh, joy, he paying me $5 he owe. He having much of money this time.
Flashed a roll, did he?
Oh, yes, sir. But too bad. Mr. Walker, he not coming back. He gone for keeps, Mr. Cully saying.
Let's have the key to his room.
Oh, rooms in my place are not having keys. More better no monkey business in the rooms if door cannot be locked.
So much the better. What room's he in?
Number 112. That is 3 doors down hall to right.
Come on, Clark.
Well, here we are.
Boy, is he sawing wood.
We'll just ease in on him. You all set?
Let's go. Flash your light around. Ought to be a switch by the door. Yeah, here it is.
The light didn't even wake him.
Okay. Okay, Collie, snap out of it.
Come on, wake up.
What the heck? Who are you guys?
Police officers.
Where's your friend, Walker?
Walker? What do you want him for?
Lenny, where is he?
I left him down the Imperial Valley, El Centro.
How did you get back?
In a bus?
You're lying, Collie. You drove a car.
How do you know?
We saw you drive in. We checked the car you were driving. It's Walker's car. Now shag into your clothes. We're taking you in.
Still letting Collie believe they're after Walker, the officers take him into Central Police Station for questioning.
Look here, boys. I don't know what the big excitement is, but I'll do everything I can for you.
Well, that's right. Accommodating of you, Collie.
You can begin by telling us the truth about Walker.
I've been telling you the truth. I left him down at El Centro.
And how come you drove his car back here?
Can't think up a comeback for that one, eh? How about Slater?
Slater?
Sure, Slater, your good pal, the kid you were going to find work for in Las Vegas.
I don't know what you...
Now, stop this fooling around, Collie. You know Dale Slater?
Well, yeah.
Well, where is he?
Well, I left him in Boulder City.
Oh, you left him in Boulder City. And you drove his car to Yuma. You seem to be in the habit of parking your friends all over the Southwest and then driving over their car.
Want to transfer Walker's car to your name like you did Slater's?
I bought that car from Slater for $100.
And what did you do with it?
Sold it.
Yeah, for $150 probably.
Where's Slater?
In Boulder City when I saw him last.
Where's Walker?
In El Centro.
We got a bond jump charge against you in Orange County, Collie. You might as well come clean.
I'm telling the truth.
Take him to his cell, Clark. I'm going to ring Sheriff Jackson in Orange County and tell him we got his man.
But Romero is unable to get in touch with Sheriff Jackson, for at that moment he is investigating the charred remains of a burned barn at the town of Olinda and listening to the report of 2 men who fought the fire.
We were coming out from work in the oil fields, Bowman and I, and we saw this barn burning, so we tried to put it out, but we couldn't. It was burning too old.
Well, what'd you call me for?
Look what we found in the ashes. Throw your light down there, Bowman. There, Sheriff.
A burned human body.
Well, that's what we thought, so we called you.
Did you find any identification on him?
We didn't look very carefully, but you can see one arm isn't burned, and there's a spread eagle tattoo on it.
Do either of you know anybody with such a tattoo?
No, sir.
Well, it's probably some tramp crawled into the barn for sleep and set fire to it with a match. I'll have the coroner's ambulance pick him up.
The following morning, Sheriff Jackson telephones the Los Angeles police, apologizing for being out, and explains the circumstances of the tramp who was burned. Inspector Davidson, to whom he is speaking, is thinking fast along another line.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. Maybe that was a tramp, and maybe it wasn't.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, this fellow Colley that you want on bond jumping come in last night about midnight from Imperial Valley. He drove in by way of Riverside. He could have come through Orange County. Could have come through Olinda.
Yes, he could have, but it would have been out of his way.
Worth it if he wanted to bump somebody off.
What do you mean?
Colley went to the Imperial Valley with a fellow by the name of George Walker. He came back alone with Walker's car. Pulled the same thing with a boy from Oregon by the name of Del Slater.
You mean this might be murder?
I do, and I'd appreciate it if you'd start investigating it as such. We have a strong suspicion against this man and no case. Maybe you could provide us with the necessary evidence to convict him.
I'll certainly do everything I can, Inspector.
Sheriff Jackson's revived investigation results in the discovery that the caretaker of the ranch on which the fire occurred is a brother-in-law of Colley. The sheriff questions the man closely.
I tell you, I ain't seen Gil for months.
But he is your brother-in-law.
Sure, he's my brother-in-law. I told you that.
Where were you last night?
I was home in bed.
You're a caretaker of this ranch. How come you didn't come down to the fire?
My place is over the hill from that barn. I didn't know anything about the fire until this morning.
Does your brother-in-law ever come down here?
Sure, sometimes.
Pretty well acquainted with the ranch, is he?
He knows his way around.
Do you know anybody that has a blue spread eagle tattooed on his arm?
No, don't.
Do you know a fella named Dale Slater?
No, don't. Who's he?
Friend of Colley. You know George Walker.
No, and I ain't got all day to play do you know with you. I got a fence to mend.
Equipped with the important information that Colley was well acquainted with the ranch on which the burned body was found, the officers renew their grilling of the suspect. For hours, they question him, demanding to know how he came in possession of Walker's car, assuring him that they know every detail of the fire in Olinda. Finally...
All right. Let up, will you? Put away the saps. I killed him. He's dead. And I killed him. It was him or me. He was coming for me, and I let him have it first. I carried his body to that barn down on the ranch where my brother-in-law's caretaker. I piled straw and stuff around it and poured on gasoline. Lit a match. So what?
No, so self-defense is going to be your argument.
The truth.
Not robbery?
What do you mean?
Oh, the car, the bankroll you flashed at the hotel last night.
Oh, you dicks make me sick with your suspicions.
How about Slater? Where did you murder him?
What?
You heard the question. What part of the highway between Phelps and Davidson's gas station and Yuma did you kill Dale Slater?
Wait a minute. You birds can't tie every bump off in the past 10 years on me. I killed Walker in self-defense, but I ain't confessing to anything else, and I'll see you guys roast before I do.
But the police are relentless. Working in relays, they continue to question the surly suspect. Midnight comes and goes. The small hours of morning are very thin and long, and day begins to open his gray eye, and still Colley is defiant. Suddenly, though...
Oh, criminy, you guys are gluttons for punishment. You must be almost as tired as I am.
Yeah, just about.
Well, let's all get some sleep, huh?
As soon as you break.
I ain't breaking, but I'll talk.
Well, that's swell. We'll start right now.
Okay. I killed the Slater kid. I cracked him a couple with a tent pole while he was sleeping.
Where was this?
You know where. Between Victorville and Yuma. We was camping out. He thought I was taking him to Boulder Dam to find a job. Dumb lug.
What did you do with the body?
I burned it, like I did Walker's. Only parts of Slater didn't burn so good. So I buried him.
What did you do it for?
I needed a car, and the kid had one.
You think you could find that spot where you killed him?
Yeah, I know where it is.
Okay, let's go.
Not me.
What do you mean, not you?
Hey, listen. I don't want to see no more dead men. Now, I told you all about it. I confessed everything, so just count me out of this picnic. I'll draw you a map, but I don't want to go near the place. I'm sick of dead bodies.
The officers, following the self-confessed murderer's map, easily discover the charred remains of Dale Slater. And after further investigation of his effects, they talked to Collie once more.
So you found the kid, huh? That's good. When I get around to it, I'll give you a line on some more bodies. I'll keep you digging for a long time.
What do you mean?
Don't you wish you knew?
You're not referring to these, are you, Collie?
Where'd you get them keys?
Out of a suitcase of yours. The keys to 20 ignition locks on 20 automobiles. Where did you get them?
Try and find out.
Who else did you bump off for his automobile, Collie?
Don't you wish you knew?
No amount of questioning can elicit further information from Collie regarding his murder career. But officers uncover strange tales. From the landlady on 3rd Street, they learn...
Mr. Collie left for Sequoia on August 10th, 1931, with a boarder of mine by the name of J.F. Halligan. Mr. Halligan never returned.
A young man reports.
My father was supposed to join Collie at Boulder Dam on June 22nd. He left for the dam, but I haven't seen him since.
Riverside County authorities report.
Collie lived next door to a Barney Woods in Riverside several years ago. Woods disappeared in 1923. 6 years later, they dug up his skeleton in his own backyard.
But nothing more was proven, nor did it have to be proven. Collie was tried for the killing of Slater and found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to hang. In condemned row, Collie went insane and was removed to the state hospital at Mendocino, where he quickly regained his sanity. Upon his return to San Quentin to be hanged, Governor Rolfe commuted his sentence to life imprisonment.
Thank you, Captain Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, these true crime stories are just as interesting to read as to hear. So we invite you to call at any Rio Grande station for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News, which contains these dramatic stories, illustrated descriptions of forthcoming broadcasts, and latest movie and radio news. We offer the news free, and we also offer 14 free gifts for boys and girls at service stations where Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold. Sooner or later, we know you'll try Rio Grande cracked in your car, and we know that once you have experienced the thrill of police car performance in your own car, you'll never be content with any other gasoline. We also hope to win you over to Sinclair Motor Oils, which are featured by all Rio Grande stations because they are motor oils we can guarantee. We know that you can't break the lubrication seal of Sinclair Motor Oil no matter how fast you travel or how hot your engine gets. We know that other oils do break down under the strain of today's fast driving, allowing metal to scrape against metal and run up repair bills for you. Because the users of Rio Grande cracked gasoline want greater speed and power, we urge them all to protect their engines with Sinclair Motor Oils so they can enjoy greater speed with safety.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, a cancellation broadcast 146 regarding a missing person. The subject has been found, murdered. That's all. Rose and Quest.
Your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Thank you for visiting Golden Age Radio, rumble.com/C/GAR. Please support our veterans by visiting veteransradioministry.com. Together we can honor their great sacrifice. Thank you.
There are no major developments in the war news to report. Any new developments will be brought to you immediately. Keep tuned to your Blue Network station.
This is your FBI. This is your FBI, an official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. To your FBI, you look for national security, and to the Equitable Society for financial security. These two great institutions are dedicated to the protection of you, your home, and your country. Tonight, the story of a crime against society, the confidence game.
There are some people who seem to wait for laws to be made so that they can break them. Break them and make money doing so. To those people, a curfew means a speakeasy. A price ceiling means a black market. A war means a high-pitched, gullible nation. They like war, those people, because they can make money out of it in 100 different ways. Sooner or later, they all get caught, but they try. They try every angle that a nation at war provides, and they try it in the most innocent places. Places like, well, take the sunny boardwalk overlooking the ocean at a resort near New York.
Tilt your face up, Abby. Let the sun get at it.
It only brings out my freckles, Lily, or else I start peeling.
Oh, it's good for the bones.
Oh, I wish we were really on vacation from school. But I can't help feeling a little guilty about spending money in wartime. I think of poor Mrs. Greenway and...
She hasn't heard from her son yet?
No. She's hoping he's a prisoner of war in Germany, but...
Beg your pardon, ladies. I couldn't help overhearing you mention the name Greenway. Do you by any chance know the lad's first name?
Well,
Forgive my rudeness, but I've just come back from overseas myself, and I thought perhaps...
Oh, his name is Herbert. Isn't that it, Abby?
Yes.
Herbert Greenway?
Do you know him?
Yes, quite well.
Oh, Abby. Is he all right, do you know?
Madam, you can tell the lad's mother to rest easy. Exactly 8 days ago, the Russians freed him from a German prison camp.
Oh, then he was a prisoner.
Oh, so
Lily.
nice of you to tell us. Major?
Major. Major William Evans Roscoe, at your service, miss. That is, I hope it's miss.
Oh, yes. I'm Miss Tompkins, and this is Miss Bergen.
How do you do?
Most charming pleasure. You see, I happen to know about the Greenway boy because... May I sit down?
Oh, please do.
Of course. Move over, Lily.
Thank you. Now, as I said, I've only just returned from some very secret work overseas in connection with prisoners. I leave for Washington shortly to make my report.
When?
Well, not for a day or so. I've been granted a short leave, but frankly, I don't know anyone in the city, and would you ladies think it very presumptuous if I asked you to join me for dinner tonight?
Oh, it would be a pleasure, Major.
Miss Bergen?
Well, Lily, you know I promised the Perkins.
Oh, yes.
I'm very sorry. Some other time, perhaps?
I'd like to.
But I will have the pleasure of your company, Miss Tompkins.
Well...
Please, take pity on a lonely serviceman. You know, I haven't had a real meal or charming company for, well, let's not say how long.
Oh. Major.
Yes?
Wouldn't you prefer a good home-cooked meal?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Oh, I'd be so honored.
I
Oh, please. It would make me very happy. And it's the least a civilian could do.
Well, in that case, I'm at your service, ma'am.
know, Lily, there are two things about you that I find very hard to believe.
Major.
One is that you cooked that most excellent dinner all by yourself.
Well, I did.
And the other is that you're really not married or engaged.
Oh, Bill.
I look at you and I...
What's the matter?
I think I better go.
Why?
Because I can't do this anymore. Lily, forgive me for what I'm going to say.
Bill, I don't understand.
Can you understand the feeling of, lost time that war gives a man? Can you forgive it? Can you forgive me for saying, Lily, that I love you?
Bill.
I know we've only just met, but I want to run out and buy you flowers, buy you champagne, buy you... Lily, I want to buy you a ring, an engagement ring.
An engagement?
You don't have to say yes this minute. You don't have to answer at all. I know it's sudden for you, but I want to...
What, Bill?
Funny. Here I am talking of buying a ring and thinking of running out and getting one first thing in the morning and have exactly $47 in my wallet.
But, Bill, that's...
No, it's not enough, my dearest. Not for a ring for you.
Oh, now, Bill, listen.
No. Let me think. My bank's in Philadelphia. Do you suppose they'd honor a check here in New York?
Bill, I refuse to
Lily,
let you...
Lily, what's money for but something like this, something with someone like you? Well, now, my Army credentials... Oh, darn it, they're secret. Lily, if you endorse the check, not for much, say $50... Oh, no. I couldn't ask you.
Well, why not?
Why couldn't, that's all. You...
Well, we're going to be engaged.
Oh, Lily.
So, what I have is yours.
And what I have is yours. Oh, Lily, I really do love you.
The world is filled with people looking for love. And people in love forget to ask questions. They don't care. Lily Tompkins didn't ask, didn't care, didn't know. Didn't know that when Major William Roscoe left her house that night with a check for $50 in his pocket, he walked quickly to the nearest subway station. Not because he was in a hurry to catch that train, but because he had an appointment. An appointment he had made that very afternoon.
Miss Bergen! Miss Bergen!
Major! Oh, Major, I hope I haven't kept you waiting long.
I've been waiting all evening.
Oh.
It sounds like a pretty speech, but it's true.
Did Lily say anything?
Oh, no. I knew she didn't hear us on the boardwalk, and if she had, I wouldn't have cared. I really never should have done this.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no. No. You don't understand. I mean... Abby, forgive me for what I'm going to say.
I don't understand.
Well, can you understand the feeling of... lost time that war gives a man? Can you forgive it? Can you forgive me for standing here on a lonely subway platform and saying, Abby, I love you?
The confidence game requires only two players. A gullible, rather lonely woman, for example, and a man with a great deal of charm and absolutely no scruples. It's an old game, but it becomes a particularly nasty one when a new twist is added. The twist of taking advantage of a war. Still, it's a game, and like all games, it can't last, particularly when checks are involved. Sooner or later, those checks turn up at the FBI.
Are these the checks, Robbie?
Yes.
Both for $50 and both returned marked no account. Didn't those women ask the Major for any credentials?
They felt the uniform was enough. And the Army never even heard of William Evans Roscoe.
Probably an alias.
Yeah. Well, it's a low trick, all right, to use the uniform of a... Well, he won't be wearing it long.
Has the laboratory reported on his handwriting yet?
We're waiting for a teletype from Washington now.
$50 from 2 school teachers. 2 checks.
And one within 10 hours of the other. Which makes me think he's an old hand. I'm looking forward to that report from Washington on Major Roscoe.
When a handwriting specimen sent to the FBI laboratory in Washington is identified, the work does not stop there. In a sense, it just begins, because agents immediately begin investigating the man concerned. In this case, while the FBI was checking, the criminal who called himself Major Roscoe decided to leave the city and go to a mountain resort. It would be cooler in the mountains. It would be relaxing. And besides, there would be lots of women. Lots of unattached, lonely women.
Plane caught fire. Naturally, there was nothing for me to do but bail out.
And that was when the Japanese fired at you.
Yes. Of course, I got the Purple Heart, but...
But what, Major?
Well, I'd rather not talk about it, Miss Hudson.
Of course. Oh, I wish I were a man.
Why?
Well, I could have the kind of life you have now.
Personally, I prefer the life I led before I fulfilled my obligation to my country and joined up.
What did you do before the Army, Major?
Exactly what I wanted to do at the moment.
Oh.
If I felt the urge to go to China, the South Seas, I'd take, $25,000, $30,000 out of the bank and go.
It always takes money to do things like that. I could probably go as far as Chicago, I guess.
Oh, now. You must have more than $100 in the bank.
Well, I do, but...
How much?
Just a little. Barely 7,000.
Well, where's your spirit of adventure? Take that and just pick up and go.
Oh, yes, I've always wanted to. I've always felt that I don't know why I talk like this to you.
I do. You do it because you know that I understand.
I think you do.
Martha, can you forgive me for what I'm about to say to you?
Say to me?
From the first moment I saw you, I knew
don't.
that...
Please, Major, don't say that.
Oh, Martha.
No, please. Don't you see how much it would mean to a woman like me? Don't you see how seriously I would take it?
Martha, I know. And I know how I feel.
You mean...
Yes, Martha.
You want to marry me?
Yes, Martha, I do.
Oh, William.
Well, what's the matter, my dear?
I just never thought I'd be happy. And I am. I am now for the first time in my life.
2 days later, another check marked no account turned up at FBI headquarters in New York. Another check signed by Major William Evans Roscoe. A check that Major Roscoe had cashed at a resort in the mountains. Now the trail, the path, the road that led to Major Roscoe was getting shorter. Much shorter. For the agents went at once to the resort to see the manager and then the major.
Well, really, gentlemen, if you can't accept a check from a major in the United States Army and a major who's been decorated and wounded, Lord knows what else...
Did you ask to see his credentials?
Well, no, but after all, his uniform is enough.
Unfortunately, the uniform is not enough of a credential. Not with people like Major Roscoe around.
By the way, has the major been very friendly with any particular woman?
Yes, with Miss Hudson. Very nice lady.
Miss Hudson, huh?
Miss Martha Hudson.
We'd better see her right away, Leo.
Oh, you can't. She's gone, too.
Two?
Oh, yes. They both checked out yesterday, and he paid for both.
By check?
Yes. By check.
You have Miss Hudson's home address?
Yes, I'll get it for you. Check.
A day too late.
Yes. Laboratory report on his handwriting certainly indicted him.
The major has quite a record. He's been operating for almost 5 years under about 20 different names.
I think we'll catch him this time.
That isn't what worries me.
What then?
I was thinking of a Miss Martha Hudson of the report from Washington that the Major's been married twice. And both wives died almost immediately after the wedding.
We momentarily close the Federal Bureau of Investigation file on the fraudulent Major. We will return to this case in just a moment. Since the dawn of history, men have been fighting to win security. First, security against marauding enemies. Then security against the despotic power of kings and nobles. Freedom of speech and religion, trial by jury, protection against arbitrary arrest and imprisonment. These are some of the great securities which our ancestors bought for us with their blood and their lives. In the last century, men set out to win still another security for themselves. It was freedom from money worries, protection against the financial uncertainties of the future. To this end, in the year 1859, a group of Americans founded the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Their idea was that by joining forces, by combining their dollars into a common protective fund, maximum security for each individual member would be achieved. Self-help and self-reliance, voluntary cooperation by men willing to work together in ways that benefit the entire community. That's the American way. That's the equitable way. By serving its members, the Equitable serves America. And now, back to the file on William Roscoe, Confidence Man.
A man signs an assumed name to a check and defrauds a woman of $15. He's done it before many times. He's never been caught, and he sees no reason why he should be now. But the FBI has his record. They know his method of operation. And now, on a train returning to New York, they are finally on his trail.
The description we got at the hotel fits the one of the report, all right. 5'11", 174 pounds, scars on his forehead.
The manager said the Major claimed he got those scars in the Pacific, fighting Japs.
Well, it shouldn't take long to get to the Hudson woman's house from the station. She lives with her brother and sister-in-law.
What? Oh, yes.
What are you thinking about?
Same thing you are?
What that chambermaid told us?
Yes.
Well, just because the Major carries a gun, it doesn't mean...
I know.
I wish this train would move a little faster.
So do I.
That train was due in New York at 3:45 p.m., but it was 10 minutes late. And at 3:50 p.m., Major Roscoe was waiting in the railroad station, waiting to board a train. Waiting to board a train with his bride-to-be, Martha Hudson.
You sure you got everything, Martha?
Of course, Edna. Now, don't worry so.
I just wish I could be with you in Boston for the wedding.
I wish you could be with your sister, too, Mrs. Hudson, but Army orders, you know. There's nothing I can do.
Of course not. Stop getting so upset, Edna.
Well, I can't help it if I care more about your own sister than you. Oh, Martha.
Edna, now don't cry.
I'm just so happy for you.
There, my dear. Don't you think Martha's safe in my hands?
Oh, yes, that's just it. It's all so wonderful.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Let me have your handkerchief, Harry.
Martha, my dear, I think we better...
Yes, William. Harry?
Sis, well, all the luck in the world to you.
Thanks. I think I've got it now. Goodbye, Edna.
Goodbye, honey. Goodbye, Major. Take care of her.
I'll do my best. Harry, old man.
Goodbye, sir.
Thanks for everything. I can't tell you how... Oh, the tickets.
Holy mackerel. Here they are.
Thanks for picking them up.
Oh, forget it.
You've got my check.
Sure.
Well, goodbye, then.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, you did enough weeping for a dozen weddings.
I know, but I'm so happy for her, Harry.
Yes, so am I. She always pretended that she didn't care about not being married, but...
Sure.
And you know, when it's your own sister, you feel kind of lousy, honey.
Well, it's all right now, Harry. The Major's a wonderful man.
He sure is.
That was a beautiful ring he gave her. Must have cost a fortune.
It did. $500.
How do you know?
His bank's in Philadelphia, so I endorsed the check for it.
Oh. Say, Harry, who's that man waiting on our front steps?
I don't know.
Gee, I hope...
What?
Nothing.
Pardon me.
Yes?
I'm looking for a Miss Martha Hudson.
I'm afraid you'll have to go to Boston to find her, mister.
Boston?
Yes, she just left to be married there.
To a Major Roscoe?
Yeah. Say, who are you, anyway?
Special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Gee, Martha hasn't done anything, has she?
No. The person we're looking for is the man who calls himself Major Roscoe.
I knew it, Edna. I knew it was too good to be true.
There is not a section of this country that is not covered by the FBI. Before a train carrying Major Roscoe and Martha Hudson could have arrived in Boston, special agents in that city were notified by teletype to be on the watch. When the train arrived, they were at the station. There was no sign of the Major or Martha Hudson. The agents checked all the hotels, the rooming houses, the churches, but there was no trace of the missing couple. A report was teletyped back to New York, and the special agents there immediately paid another call on Martha Hudson's brother and sister-in-law.
Mr. Hudson, are you certain that your sister and the Major left for Boston?
I can't be certain of anything anymore.
Harry.
I'm sorry, honey.
We know this has been a pretty bad shock, Mr. Hudson, but we're trying to find your sister. Did you put them on the Boston train?
No, we said goodbye to them in the station.
Maybe they got off before Boston.
We're checking on that. But there's also the possibility they never started for Boston.
I picked up the tickets myself.
Did you see them?
No. I just picked up the envelope, paid for it, and never looked inside.
You say you paid for the tickets?
Yes.
Do you remember how much they cost?
Sure. The Major gave me his personal check for them. Here.
Thank you. This check's for $20.38.
That's the price.
Yes, but that's not the price of 2 tickets to Boston. That's the price of 2 tickets to Washington.
William, why did you tell Harry and Edna we were going to Boston instead of Washington?
Oh, just the incurable romanticist in me, I guess. This way we seem like 2 carefree youngsters running off to this hotel secretly.
Oh, William, we're going to have such a wonderful life.
Oh, dear.
What's the trouble?
In all the confusion of getting away, I didn't have time to get to the bank. I stripped myself of cash.
That's all right. I have some.
It's a fine way to begin our life together.
What do you mean?
Borrowing from you.
Oh, it's not borrowing. Whatever I have is yours anyway.
I wish you didn't have a single penny.
Why?
I suppose it's because at heart I'm old-fashioned, my dear. But I wish you were completely dependent on me. I wish you had to come to me for every penny.
William, may I have your pen?
What are you going to do?
The pen, please.
Here.
Thank you. I'm going to make myself completely dependent on you because I'm old-fashioned, too.
Well, but what's that check for?
All I have.
Oh, my dear. I knew from the very beginning that you were the woman I always...
Who's that?
It's a bellboy, I guess. I ordered some champagne for us.
Oh, William.
Yes?
Major Roscoe?
At your service, gentlemen.
Would you step out into the hall for a moment?
Who are you?
Special agents of the FBI.
William?
Just some military matters, my dear. Nothing to be alarmed about. I'll be back in a moment. Now then, gentlemen.
I think you know what we're here for.
My dear man, I really haven't the slightest idea.
You mind if we search you?
For weapons?
Yes.
Well, the only weapon I carry is right here in my pocket. My checkbook.
What we'd like to talk with you about concerns checks and impersonation.
Oh?
We have quite a few of your checks. One endorsed by a Miss Lily Tompkins, another by a...
No, you don't.
My checkbook.
I know. I'll take that checkbook, Major.
What is it, 38 automatic?
Yes.
Handy little gun you had there, Major.
Not quite handy enough, it seems. But you know, gentlemen, I should have known from personal experience that as a weapon, the checkbook is much better than the gun. Shall we go?
Very often, people will believe things because they want very badly to believe them. But too often, other people, criminals, confidence men, will take advantage of this desire, even to the extent of impersonating an officer of the United States Army. Every representative of this country, every government employee carries credentials that you should examine carefully. This is a duty you owe not only to yourself, but to your country, and to the protectors of our internal security, the FBI. These criminals can be among the most difficult to catch, but with the full cooperation of the decent citizens of our nation, they can be the easiest.
You will hear about the file on next week's case in just a minute. Yesterday, somewhere on the island of Okinawa, a young American infantryman stepped on a landmine. It blew up in his face. Today, both of that boy's legs are going to be amputated. Compared with his sacrifice, anything that any of us does here at home seems trifling. Nevertheless, while we can't do as much as the men and women at the front, we can do our best. And that best is vitally important to victory. So it'll be a source of satisfaction to equitable members to learn that 44% of this society's assets are now invested in war bonds and government securities. Recently, Thomas I. Parkinson, president of the Equitable, pointed out what this means. He said, quote, "For every one of its 3,200,000 members, the Equitable now owns government bonds amounting to $490. For each member, an additional $220 is invested in industries and utilities which manufacture weapons of war, plus $115 per member invested in railroads engaged in war transportation. That's another reason why we say that in wartime, Equitable dollars are fighting dollars, and at all times, they are security dollars. For you, your home, and your country. Next week, a crime against our fighting men, war fraud. The incidents used in tonight's broadcast are taken from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious. Any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. In tonight's cast, William Roscoe was played by Arnold Moss and Martha by Charlotte Holland. The music was composed and directed by Van Cleve. The author was Lawrence MacArthur, and your narrator was Frank Lovejoy. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. Now, this is Carl Frank, speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time, for This is Your FBI.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland. I'm going to tell you another true crime story. Listen. The general just fell out of bed. His name? William Scott Ketchum, Major General, United States Army, retired. So that there'll be no mistake, this is the same William Scott Ketchum who led the famed Ketchum's Raiders against the Seminoles in 1842, who was acting Inspector General of the Department of the Missouri, and the one who did such a bang-up job of recruiting in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania during the Civil War. The general is in agony. In protest against the quick ebb of his life, he's kicking the floor. The general is dead. And tonight, my transcribed report to you on the final day of General Ketchum and how he died.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories taken from the records and newspapers of every land from every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The year is 1871. The place is Baltimore, Maryland. The month, June. No poet in the world, to my knowledge, has ever written a poem about this month in Baltimore. It is hot, it is humid, and the oysters are not in season. And any almanac will show you that in June 1871, had oysters been in season, with eggs and breadcrumbs, they could have been fried on the sidewalks. For most Baltimoreans, it was the season for dipping hands into tepid scrub water to wash the marble stoops. It was the season for sleeping on back porches and Druid Hill Park, the time of sweat and the hand fan, and the usual quota of elderly stout folk dropping dead from the heat. In short, it was a time to get out of there. In a certain house near Charles Street, a lady was preparing to do just that. Her name, Mrs. Wharton, and she was packing to go to Europe.
Coming. General.
Mrs. Wharton,
How nice. How very pleasant. Do come in, do.
may I present Mrs. Chubb?
Delighted. Oh, do come in, you and the General. I've been cooling myself with iced dandelion wine. Do join me.
I do not imbibe. I work for the United States Department of the Treasury.
Mrs. Chubb needs to keep a clear head at all times.
I used to work for the United States Post Office Department, but now I'm with the Treasury.
My, that's interesting. And you came all the way from Washington with the General. Perhaps your next position will be with the Army.
My dear Mrs. Wharton, I must talk to you.
Of course.
Will you pardon us, Mrs. Chubb?
Is this where you talk to her about the money she owes you?
Mrs. Chubb.
$2,600. Isn't that what you told me, General? Why don't you pay the General his money, Mrs. Wharton?
Mrs. Wharton,
Yes?
as long as the cat is out of the bag, I thought to bring along the note you signed. I understand you're going to Europe.
Get the money, dearie.
Why, I have a distinct recollection, General, of having reimbursed.
She's going to tell you she's paid you the money.
Let's not embarrass each other.
But there's really no hurry, is there? There's no train back to Washington for hours. Wouldn't you like some wine?
I do not imbibe.
Just a small glass?
You just sit down and relax. I'll bring you the wine, and we'll chat.
You might stop at the cookie jar, too, dearie, for the $2,600.
The heat in Baltimore wasn't bad enough, but what the only breeze was an ill wind that blew in from Washington. From the point of view of Mrs. Wharton, that is. It should be remarked that Mrs. Wharton was no chicken. She was 50 years old and at an age when petty tribulations could easily bring on an attack of the vapors. Now consider. Here she was packing to go to Europe, and if you remember just a moment ago, she was happily singing. Now descends upon her people who ask her for money. Certainly conducive to vapors, if anything was. But Mrs. Wharton, true to the noble tradition of Baltimore women, of whom I might mention the fabulous Eulalie Bracken, the belle of the Rappahannock, did not permit herself the vapors under duress. Instead, she went directly to her wine cabinet. Right here, and for the next 10 minutes, history only serves up to us a vacuum. We do know, however, that when Mrs. Wharton returned to her guests, carrying a goblet of wine for the general, this remark was made.
What took you so long, Mrs. Wharton?
Did you stop at the cookie jar, dearie?
General?
Your health, ladies.
And yours, General.
Oh, my, yes.
General!
What are you doing on the floor, General?
I can't get up, Mrs. Chubb. Please.
What is it, General?
Call a physician. I'm ill.
And how's my patient now? Feeling better?
Dr. Chu?
Yes?
You must do something for me.
Anything, General.
Convey to Mrs. Wharton my apologies. Tell her I'm so ashamed of myself for falling down on her rug. And tell Mrs. Chubbs to find a room in town. And Dr. Chu.
Anything, General.
Tell Mrs. Chubb to stay there.
Of course. General.
Yes?
You know what's wrong with you?
What?
I don't know. I thought perhaps you did. I thought perhaps you had a previous diagnosis. I thought perhaps this was a recurring ailment.
I haven't ailed a day in my life, except...
Out with it.
Except when I was in the swamp chasing the Seminoles. Then I was sick most of the time.
Ah.
Yes?
In the swamps. Cholera morbus, and your present symptoms. Sweating, purplishness, weakness, and debility. Cholera morbus recurrent type.
Is that very serious?
Rest easy. I have the very thing in my bag. You're going to feel like a new man as soon as you take this.
Vile-looking stuff.
Why is it that all you army men quail at the sight of medicine? Here. Drink this, General.
Oh, I'm not going to drink it.
General, come on, open.
I don't want to.
General. Here's some water. Drink it.
What kind of medicine was that?
Creosote and lime water. How do you feel?
It seems...
Yes?
Suddenly the foreignness is gone.
Good, very good.
May I get up now?
Oh, no. You'll be abed until tomorrow at least. I'll have Mrs. Wharton fetch your prescription, which will work wonders. Goodbye, General. Mrs. Wharton.
Coming.
I have a message for Mrs. Chubb. Where is she?
Must I reveal?
Well, I do have a message for her.
She imbibed. She can't stop. She's in the rose garden now. I can't get her out of there. But then...
Tell her to take a room and stay there. General's orders.
And how is the general?
He says his furriness is gone.
Splendid.
I gave him a palliative, a temporary relief.
Is he seriously ill?
He isn't young anymore, you know. There are no small sicknesses when one gets to be his age. And I'm afraid he can't be moved. He'll have to stay here at your house.
But of course, he can stay in my room. I'll use the guest room.
And an errand for you, Mrs. Wharton, to the druggist's. Get some tincture of yellow jasmine and give him a tablespoonful every 2 hours.
Tincture of yellow jasmine every 2 hours.
Goodbye, Mrs. Wharton.
Goodbye, Dr. Chu.
So Mrs. Wharton, dressed prettily, took parasol to hand and strolled down Charles Street. She walked slowly because of the heat and because Charles Street is a fashionable street, and one is apt to meet many of one's friends, and one is apt to stop and pass the time of day.
Why, yes, Mrs. Becker. General Ketchum just fell right over, right there in my parlor.
And she strolled some more. And to Miss Celia Bradshaw, an old friend of hers from picnic days, who she saw waiting on a corner.
You'll never guess, Celia, who's dying in my house. At least I think he's dying. Dr. Chu wouldn't confess it, but I have a premonition. The General's dying. General Ketchum.
And at the druggist's, she took time to down a sherbet. Seltzer water was all the rage in Baltimore in this era, so she had a little of it with a squeeze of lemon. Then she walked over to the druggist and ordered...
Tincture of yellow jasmine, sir. And while you're at it, I'd like some tartar emetic.
I'm in pain. I hurt. Mrs. Wharton, please, hurry. Mrs. Wharton!
Coming. And here we are.
Oh, my stomach.
The doctor said as soon as you drink this, you'll feel no pain.
Please, hurry.
Now here, drink this.
All of it?
Every drop. Come on. Now, General, just a moment ago you were begging for it. Now, every drop, all the way down, the whole glass. General, watch out. You'll fall out of bed. You'll... Oh, General, what's the matter? General, you look... Oh, General.
The general was dead. Frontiersman, recruiter, quartermaster, dead on the floor. Fini to a military career. And it was then and only then that Mrs. Wharton had the vapors. A few words about Baltimore, Maryland, of the era which concerns us. Even in the 1870s, it was one of the medical centers of the world. It is known as the home of the crab cake. Sidney Lanier, Edgar Allan Poe, Henri de Rochefort, alias the French butcher. And, as is well known, has given its name to a bird, the oriole. It is a city of row houses and marble stoops and beautiful women. If from Baltimore, all the more, one of the rapier wits of the time had it of the beauty of the city's demoiselles. It is known that in her earlier days, Mrs. Wharton met neatly the qualifications of the adage, and at 50 she was not to be sneezed at. However, at this precise instant, we may safely assume that the lady presented an appearance somewhat less than comely. For a general had just tumbled out of her bed and died. Fright, horror, dismay. But a few of the things this gentle lady must have experienced, and how nice could a gentle lady look under such circumstances? She was leaning against a bedpost, pressing her temples. From the front door.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Wharton.
Oh, Mr. Van Ness, quickly, come in.
You look so pale.
Look in my bedroom.
What?
Look in my bedroom.
Did you lose something or what?
Please, do as I tell you.
All right. Oh. He looks terrible, Mrs. Wharton.
He's dead.
He can't be.
Please don't be stupid, Mr. Van Ness. He's dead. He was ill, and he died.
But when I saw the general this morning, he looked so robust.
You saw him this morning? Why?
He came to check your accounts with me.
Oh?
As your solicitor, I was only too happy to discuss them with him. Why didn't you tell me
Tell you what, Mr. Van Ness?
that you were in the general's debt to the tune of $2,600?
I paid him back immediately.
Do you have the note you signed? Did he return it to you when you paid him?
Why do you ask?
He showed me a note this morning. He said he wanted his money. I knew nothing about it, so he said he would see you.
He saw me. He tore up the note.
Tore it up? Why? Did you pay him?
No. He tore it up as a sailing gift to me, to see me happily on my way to Europe.
Do you have any witnesses of the transaction?
No.
That is not good. Mrs. Wharton,
Yes?
there was a lady with the general this morning.
Come to the window, Mr. Van Ness. See? There.
Where?
There. Under the Empress Eugenie rose bush.
Why, it's Mrs. Chubb.
She imbibed.
Well, she told me she never did. She said she was employed by the United States.
As my solicitor, you must tell me. What shall be done now?
I must tell you that I will have to report this of the $2,600.
Of course you do. And you must be very distressed, Mr. Van Ness.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Do sit down. I'll fetch you something to drink.
All right.
I'll only be a moment. Oh, here, drink this, Mr. Van Ness. Your favorite.
Thank you.
I am happy to report to you that Mr. Van Ness regained consciousness an hour later. He rose to his feet and looked about him. He was quite alone. Through a window, he could see the setting sun. He could also see Mrs. Wharton's rose garden, and in it, Mrs. Wharton, her arms about the waist of Mrs. Chubb, of the United States Department of the Treasury. And the two ladies were walking about the rose bushes. Whenever Mrs. Chubb would stumble, Mrs. Wharton would dab at her face with a handkerchief and assist her to her feet. Mr. Van Ness let his gaze drift from the bucolic scene and went immediately into the boudoir, where was the corpse of General Ketchum. Mr. Van Ness determined that promissory note which he had seen earlier that day was not upon the general's person, so he took himself to the police, and to them made charges, and the charges, murder.
But I murdered no one. The general took ill at my house. Ask Dr. Chu.
The general was sick, all right. I diagnosed it as cholera morbus recurrent type. The general having been sickly in the Everglades.
So you see, I didn't murder the general. Why should I?
Because you owed him $2,600.
He tore up the note as a gift.
You were with him alone when he was dead. You could have destroyed the note yourself.
And you call yourself a gentleman.
And you call yourself a lady.
I am a lady. I work for the United
Of course.
She drank of the same wine that did the general. And you too, Mr. Van Ness. You got tipsy, and all that happened to her was a few scratches, thorns, Empress Eugenie rosebush thorns.
Well, I don't know what came over me.
Oh, there, dear, there.
You're so sweet, Mrs. Wharton.
When you're in Baltimore, my house is your house.
Murderess.
However, Mrs. Wharton was charged with suspicion of murder, and immediately a more detailed statement was taken from Dr. Chu.
Cholera morbus recurrent type. More? Oh, when I was first called to attend General Ketchum, I found the sick man in a semi-comatose state. The pupils of the eye were of a natural size, but almost wholly insensible to light. When I prepared the dose of medicine, I found the general's teeth so clenched that it was a matter of considerable difficulty and adroit convincing to put it in his mouth. His furriness, gentlemen, the haziness of manner vanished almost immediately. I gave then Mrs. Wharton a prescription calling for tincture of yellow jasmine.
And the druggist was questioned.
Oh, yes, I remember vividly the occasion. Mrs. Wharton entered my store, had a sherbet, some seltzer water over a dash of lemon for heat, tincture of yellow jasmine, and tartar emetic.
A word about tartar emetic. It is a deadly poison.
I use it externally for wrinkles.
As did many ladies of the time. Next came the autopsy. The general's stomach was removed and examined. Two of the greatest internalists of the day, Dr. Williams and Dr. Aiken of the Maryland University, could not agree as to the causes of death by superficial examination, so it was sent to a chemical laboratory at the Johns Hopkins University. And upon the analysis depended the fate of a lady who just wanted to go to Europe.
Of course, the flagellation wasn't complete, but that's the way it happened. All right, hand it to me. I'll put it through the filter.
Filtrate. Thank you. I'll wager Dr. Imhoff was astounded, wasn't he?
He thought he'd discovered something. He was prepared to call it the Imhoff effect.
Attach this to the hydrogen sulfide, will you? You know what?
What?
This is the closest I've ever been to a general. His stomach in an Erlenmeyer flask.
I did a prima donna once, poisoned by a jealous mother. Arsenic she used. You should have seen the titration on that one.
Precipitated. I'll get it. Here. You separate.
I say no poison.
I say poison for $1. How do we stand now?
You owe me 3 from the last 2 analyses. Hand me the muriatic acid. Thank you. Ammonium sulfide?
Oh, my.
Orange red, Joe.
Tartar emetic in the stomach, wouldn't you say?
Tartar emetic? Chalk gives the same reaction. Plain, everyday chalk. That's the way my report is going to read. Chalk in the general's stomach.
So they gave their report to the city solicitor's office, each different. One tartar emetic, the other chalk, which confused the city solicitor no end, for not 1 hour before he had read a report from another chemist, Professor R.S. McCullough. Professor McCullough, having examined a like portion of the general's stomach, averred that not a trace of tartar emetic was to be found, nor chalk, but a bit of chicken Maryland. Confusion. The while, Mrs. Wharton, detained in prison, had a visitor.
I baked these myself, dear Mrs. Wharton.
Dear Mrs. Chubb.
They're wrong about you, what they're saying.
What are they saying?
That you poisoned him. And others are saying that you would not, that you're too much of a gentle lady.
Do you remember, dear Mrs. Chubb, when you came to my house, you drank from the same bottle as did the general?
Did I?
Of course you did. Remember?
Wasn't it from another bottle I drank? And at a different time?
You are a tease, Mrs. Chubb.
Did I tell you there was no Mr. Chubb?
I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry.
3 years ago, he ate a bad crab.
And you are alone, as I am.
Oh, I dislike Washington.
When we return from Europe, you'll come to live with me.
Dear Mrs. Wharton, and I have something else to tell you. Professor McCullough examined the general's stomach. The professor said the general had not been poisoned.
La 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 la
What transpired next, I have in a journal of the day. It is headlined with Doctors Disagree, Learned Men of Science at Variance, Several Schools of Thought. I quote, Dr. Reese, when interviewed, stated that General Ketchum died from cerebral spinal meningitis. On the other hand, Dr. Edward Warren stated that the general had not died from cerebral spinal meningitis. Dr. John R. McClurg attested that the general died of apoplexy from congestion. Dr. Abram Claude clings to the school of tartaremetic poisoning. And Dr. Josiah Simpson, Dean of Baltimore Physicians, has made this statement. I believe the general died from natural causes. On December 4, 1871, the case went to trial. And possibly because of the conflicting testimony, Mrs. Wharton was acquitted. And thus it is that the true cause of the general's death is not known. Nor does history record whether Mrs. Wharton and her dear friend Mrs. Chubb ever got to Europe. But Mrs. Wharton's home, her abode wherein the general died, still stands. I expect you think I'll tell you that today the house is haunted. Well, it is, but not by the general. By Claude Forrester, who was the victim of an unsolved axe murder some 20 years later. The general has been forgotten. Until, I hope, tonight.
General Ketchum, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program was transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, Paula Winslow was heard as Mrs. Wharton and Russell Simpson as the General. Featured in the cast were Herb Butterfield, Bill Bissell, Sarah Selby, Hy Averback, and David Young. George Walsh speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Lost in Brazil invites you on an unforgettable journey, where every moment is an adventure waiting to be discovered. Join us as we uncover the soul of Brazil, one incredible experience at a time. Click on the link in the description and embark on the ultimate Brazilian odyssey.
Gangbusters, brought to you by the makers of Sloan's Liniment.
Calling the police, calling the G-men, calling all Americans to war on the underworld. Tonight, the case of the Black Bottom Bandit, the gay young Southern killer who used two weapons, a machine gun and a clarinet.
But before we begin tonight's case, let's consider the cases of all you folks who find that March dampness almost always plagues you with muscular aches and pains. Well, there's no need for you to endure the discomfort of a stiff neck or a sore shoulder. Just reach for your bottle of Sloan's liniment and enjoy the same quick and comforting relief that Sloan's has brought to thousands during the past 50 years. You'll find Sloan's the easiest of liniments to apply. All you have to do is pat on Sloan's liniment, that's all. Pat Sloan's on the sore place and relax. In practically no time at all, you'll feel a gentle and beneficial warmth. The sign that Sloan's liniment is going to work just like a heat treatment to loosen your tight and aching muscles. Because Sloan's liniment brings you this relief, the relief you want. You should have a bottle of this reliable friend in need on your medicine shelf at all times. For muscular distress often strikes without warning. And the faster you apply Sloan's liniment, the sooner you'll be your old self once again. So tonight, after our thrilling gangbuster dramatization, take a look at your medicine shelf. If you see that your bottle of Sloan's is almost empty, be sure to stop in at your druggist's for Sloan's liniment first thing tomorrow. Now picture our setting as a special office turned over to gangbusters by Commissioner Louis J. Valentine of the New York City Police. Colonel H. Norman Schwarzkopf, now serving with the United States Army, interviews by proxy Superintendent George Rayer of the New Orleans Police Department. Colonel Schwarzkopf.
Superintendent Rayer, you say that music and dancing played an important part in tonight's case?
A very important part, Colonel Schwarzkopf.
That's what I want out of life. Music, dancing. To have 100 girls falling on my neck. Hear 'em call me the big shot. All I need is the money, and I'll get that with this.
Yes, Colonel, in an effort to be considered a big shot, Earl Joyner turned gunman, but was captured. Then on May 13th, 1932, he shot one of the prison guards and escaped with 2 other convicts. They fled to Texas, where Earl Joyner set up headquarters in a house on the outskirts of Houston.
Got it, will you, Joyner? Playing that same thing over and over again.
Yeah, lay off, Joyner. Give me the willies. You guys don't appreciate hot music.
I'd appreciate some of that money you said we was going to make.
Me too. Well, what do you think I've been doing the past 3 weeks? I got plans all drawn up and plotted out. I got the blueprints of the inside of every bank within 100 miles.
How about going into action? Cut the kidding, Joyner. Lay off the clarinet and talk with us, will you?
Okay. To lead the kind of life I want, boys, nightclubs, baby dolls, expensive clothes, you gotta have money. But we're not going after chicken feed, we're going after the stuff. Now, pull your chairs up the table and I'll lay the plans out and show you stuff. I got every detail worked out. Now, take a look at these drawings.
Say, this is something. Yeah, I knew you had brains, Joyner, but I didn't know you had this many.
I'm going to explain those plans to you in just a minute. But first, here's the basis of my planning. We're going to have machine guns, and we're going to use them. We're going to mow people down. We aren't going to stop and tell people to get out of the way. We're going to shoot them out of the way. All right, now look at these plans. Bank after bank we're going to take. And we're going to take them over with machine gun bullets. We'll shoot up the banks so they won't even know what we look like.
Emergency. Bank robbery at First National Bank, Springs, Texas. 3 gunmen armed with machine guns shot up bank as they fled. Urgent. Holla, Louisiana bank robbed of over $6,000. Warning, criminals have machine guns. All police, Merchants and Farmers Bank, Grapeland, Texas, raided by machine gun bandits.
Okay, boys, give the people in this bank another blast. One they'll never forget.
Yeah, you're right, Joyner, you're right. This sure is a life. Plenty of dough and one nightclub after another.
Yeah, boy. Look at Blondie over there, Joyner. Look at Blondie. Yeah, boy, she's swinging out. The crest of the waves, boys. We're riding the crest of the waves. Hey, what's the matter? No music? Oh, we gotta have music. Hey, leader, band leader, come here.
Yes, sir. You want me?
Yeah. I want you to play Black Bottom. It's my favorite song.
But we just played that a few minutes ago.
It's all right. I'm paying, ain't it? Here's $100.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Now, just a second. Here's another 100.
Oh, thanks.
You're talking to a big shot now. Go on, play the Black Bottom and play it hot.
Yes, sir. I'll play that number right away, sir. All right, boys. The Black Bottom, and give it everything you got.
You know, Joyner, I think we've shot up more banks in a shorter time than any gang that ever operated.
We ought to get a good haul from this bank in Ponchatoula. How's it feel to have a rope tied around your neck, Mr. Bank President?
He doesn't look much like a bank president now, does he?
Oh, it's the biggest stunt you ever pulled, Joyner. Kidnapping this guy from his house to make him open the bank vault.
But you better loosen that rope a bit. You don't want the guy to croak on us before we get to the bank.
Hey, which road do I take, Joyner?
On to the left. The bank's up the street to the left there.
Okay. Well, for Pete's sake.
Hey, what is this?
All these wagons and stuff.
Pull up, pull up.
Oh, girl, howdy, dear. How's the crop coming? Back up, girl. Back up, there's girl.
Must be market day.
Yeah, and the sap farmer's got the whole road blocked for the horses and wagons.
They're all around the bank, too. They'd spot us in a second if we try to go in.
It looks like the job's off.
A couple of those farmers are looking this way. They may spot this bank president in the car and know something's wrong.
We better get out of here. Turn up the side road fast.
That's what I call a rotten break.
Yeah, now we can't use this bank president. What are we going to do with him?
Chuck him out.
He may go to the cops.
He's got a wife and kids. If he puts the cops on our trail, we'll come back and kill him. You hear that, mister?
Yes.
Okay, get out.
I can't. If you slow down...
Slow down nothing. Jump.
I'll be killed.
You don't want to jump. Well, I'll kick you out.
To slow down first, please. We're going 60.
The more you get hurt, the better I like it. Come on, fellas, kick him out. See him go flying?
Yeah, bounce for 20 yards.
Well, where to now, Joyner?
I don't know. Hey, wait. There's one town I haven't seen yet. New Orleans.
That's right. They say they got some swell dance halls down there.
Yeah, and Creole babes. That's where we'll head, Davis. New Orleans, the land of dreams. We'll bust it wide open.
Look out! Open fire, men. Fast! Imagine they sideswiped our car without crashing. Into your cars and after them. Come on. Step on it. They're getting away. Turn on that searchlight. They got around that bend in the road. Look. Looks like a trail of gasoline in the center of the road. They must have plugged their gas tank. Can't get far. They can't get off this road. Swamps on both sides. Faster, faster. Hold it. Car up ahead. It's stopped. Pull up to it. But we set to shoot. It's the bandit car. There are the bullet holes. Car's empty. Flash that searchlight around. Right, Sheriff. Don't see anything. Wait. Turn the light back to the left a bit. Yeah? Those cypress trees, the other side of the canal. By George, there they are, climbing up the other side of the canal.
There they are.
Get them. Too late. They got away through the trees. Pete. Yes, Sheriff. Race to the nearest phone. Have men approach that area from the other side of the swamp. Yes, sir. The rest of you come with me. We're going to swim this canal after. Right, Sheriff. Yes,
Certainly exciting action, Superintendent Rayer. But before you tell us the outcome of this chase, Frank Gallup has a word from our sponsor.
Day and night, freight trains and motor trucks are crisscrossing this country, freighting the materials of war to the men of the services. The men who handle these tough jobs deserve the thanks of the nation. With all the rest of you who are in important jobs, they've taken a pledge that now work comes first. That means staying in good health so that you can do a good job. I guess that's why so many thousands on thousands of you now keep a bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment in your locker at the plant, as well as another bottle on your medicine shelf at home. For you've learned from bitter experience that muscular aches and pains often strike suddenly, especially when you're on a strenuous and tiring job. Sloan's, you'll learn, takes hardly any time at all to apply. During your lunchtime or after work, all you have to do is pat on some Sloan's liniment, then relax for a short while. Sloan's does the rest, working like a heat treatment to help you find the quick and comforting relief you want so much. In many jobs, you're liable to suffer muscular distress from all three of the main causes: overexertion, accident, or overexposure to chilling weather. Sloan's, a real friend in need, will help loosen and relax your sore and aching muscles, whatever the cause. Remember that when you use Sloan's liniment, you needn't endure hard and painful rubbing or massage. All you do is pat on this world-famous liniment. Just pat Sloan's on the sore place and relax. If you've never used Sloan's liniment, you'd do well to stop in at your favorite druggist on your way home from work tomorrow and get a bottle. If you're one of the millions of Sloan's regular users, always be sure you have a fairly full bottle. An empty bottle of Sloan's is no help at all when you want relief in a hurry. Now back to our interview at headquarters.
Now, Superintendent Ryer, did Earl Joyner and his gang escape the posse that waylaid them in the swamps?
Yes, Colonel Schwarzkopf, they did escape. And they seemed to disappear off the face of the map. 3 weeks later, Chief Grosh of the New Orleans Police and his Lieutenant Schwem were covering the nightclubs of New Orleans.
It's after 2 in the morning, Chief Grosh. Don't you think we ought to call it a night?
Oh, I guess so, Lieutenant Schwem. Perhaps we are on a wild goose chase.
Yeah.
But I want to get that killer, Joyner.
We've been covering every New Orleans nightclub for weeks now. Joyner was here. We'd run into him before this.
Yeah, but nightclubs and girls and hot music are his weakness. Wait, Schwem. There's the Kit Kat Club up the street. We haven't covered that for a couple of hours.
I've never seen anybody so persistent as you are, Chief Grosh. You got on a trail of someone.
Joyner is a maniac with a gun. His whole gang is. Oh, well. We can give the place the once-over from this door.
Quite a crowd inside.
Yeah, but no sign. Lieutenant.
Yes, Chief?
That table in the far corner. Those men sitting at it.
Travis.
And Morgan. But I don't see Joyner.
No, I don't either.
Problem is, how are we going to approach that table without them spotting us?
They'll have guns. If they ever start shooting at all these people inside...
Yeah, it'll be a wholesale murder. But look, I got an idea.
What, Chief?
Here's a couple of waiters' aprons. We'll put these on.
Say, that's a swell idea.
Yeah. Come on, tie this string in back of me.
Yeah, but think we ought to carry a tray or something?
No, these aprons should do the trick.
No. I'm all set.
Now remember, Schwem, we've got to grab them before they can pull a gun.
Yeah.
If they spot us before we grab them, jump for the table.
Right.
Knock it over on top of them. And pull the tablecloth over the head.
Right.
All right. Through this door. Now, not too fast, Schwem. Not too fast.
Right.
If they spot us, dive for the table.
Morgan's looking this way.
Yeah. Keep walking. A few more steps and...
He sees us.
Dive for them fast. Drop it. Drop that gun.
Okay, don't shoot. I give up.
Put cuffs on him, Lieutenant.
All right. Gosh, that fellow dancing toward that exit.
It's Joyner. Hold these fellas. I'll go get him.
All right.
Joyner, look out! Cops!
No, you don't, Joyner. Come here.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
Want to put up a fight, eh?
No, I give up. I give up.
You bet your life you do. Come on, Joyner. Start walking. Your dancing days are over.
Colonel Schwarzkopf, Joyner and his gang was sentenced from 27 to 46 years in Angola prison. But less than a year later, September 10th, 1933.
Away for life. But they're wrong. They've built up a new gang right here inside the prison. Some of the worst killers in the country. Wouldn't want to meet us up a dark alley, would you? Well, you will. We're getting out today during the ball game. We got guns and we're getting out during the ball game. Okay, boys, now's the time. Shoot in the crowd. Kill him, kill him.
Make for the front gate, come on.
There's a guard. Shoot him.
Back of this building. Visitor running this way.
Plug him, don't wait, plug him. Okay, hold it. Yeah? What is it, Joyner? The captain of the guard should be at the front gate. He'll have the keys. There he is. He don't see us. Kill him. That got him. We'll grab the keys and get out of here. Come on, fast.
Statewide alarm. Emergency. 13 convicts, led by Earl Joyner, have shot way out of prison. 3 men killed, including captain of guards. Killers are heading north. Block all roads and form posses. Special bulletin to all posses. 8 of escaped convicts were surrounded and captured after gun battle near Rolling Creek. 1 convict killed. This accounts for 8 of the 13 who escaped.
Sheriff's posse reporting. 4 more convicts have just been recaptured when they wrecked car near White's Gully. They are now on their way back to jail.
To all posses in the field, Earl Joyner, only convict at large, has escaped into wooded swamp on outskirts of Houston. All posses close in.
Cops, after me. It only stopped raining so I can see something. It's so dark. Gotta find some place to hide till morning. Oh, my face. Barbed wire fence. Oh, I'm all cut. I'm bloody.
Keep going, man. You went this way. Keep going.
Right after me. Which way to turn? Gotta find some place to hide. What's that? Pigs. A pig pen. Maybe I can hide in there. Out of my way, you rotten pigs. If I can bury myself in the muck in this pig pen. Ooh, my face.
Come on, man. Try to get this far away.
Flash your lights around. Listen to the pigs. Wonder what they're so excited about.
Probably the storm. Turn your light on.
Yeah, guess so.
It looks like a barn over there. Might be in that barn. Come on.
Right.
Get your snoot out of my face, you dumb pig. Oh, my face hurts. But I fooled the cops. Yeah, I'll hide here all night and then I'll get away. I gotta get away.
Who are you? What do you mean bursting into my house this way?
Shut up, farmer. Open your mouth and I'll kill you.
Yeah, all right.
You're gonna hide me, see? I need clothes and food, and I need medicine for my face. It's all cut and swollen. Those cops got me crazy, running and hiding and running. I can't stand no more. I'll kill you. I'll kill everyone. What's that? Coppers outside my car.
Yeah.
You want to die? You want to die right now?
No.
And don't tell them about me. I gotta hide. I can... Oh, those rafters up by the ceiling. I can climb up there. All right. Keep facing me while I climb up.
Yes.
One bullet will kill you, and I got plenty.
No, don't shoot.
There. I'm all set now, farmer. The gun's pointing right down at you through these cracks in the lumber.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Sheriff.
Jim, we're looking for an escaped convict. You seen anything of a stranger around these parts?
No, Sheriff.
He's here somewhere. We've been trailing him 2 days now. We won't stop till we get him.
Yes.
Hey, what's that?
What?
That noise. Hey, from the rafters up there.
Rafters? I didn't hear anything. Probably some chipmunks got in up there.
Jim, you feeling all right?
Yes.
Your face is pale.
I'm all right.
You say you haven't seen anything of a stranger at all?
Oh, no, Sheriff, no.
Well, then I won't take up any more of your time. All right, boys. Outside.
Yes, Sheriff. All right, let's go.
I'll be going, Jim.
Hey.
But I'm taking you with me. All right, Jim. We can talk now. He's in there, isn't he?
Yes, Sheriff. Up on the rafters. He's got a gun.
I knew something was wrong the way you acted. You'll get him. Keep your guns on that door, men. Right. Join us in there. If he tries to come out, shoot. Right. Bill, you come with me. Right. We'll go around back and climb in through the window. Come on. Here we are. I'll go in first. Careful, Sheriff. He's got a gun. Give me a hand. I'll pull you in. Steady now. Okay, Joyner. We have you surrounded. Come down from those rafters or I'll shoot up through the floor. I'll give you just 5 seconds, Joyner. Look. His hand falling over the side of the plank. Dropping his gun. Wait a minute. Maybe a trick. Oh. See his body. Slipping off the rafters. He's falling down. Look out. He's unconscious. What's wrong with him? Roll him over. Look at his face. It's fallen twice its right size. You can't even see his eyes. He's burning up with fever. It's all infected. Blood poisoning? Most likely. What a sight he is. Yes. Looks like Joyner outsmarted himself for good this time. All right. Help me lift him. Yep. We'll get him to the prison hospital.
And Earl Joyner had outsmarted himself, Colonel Schwarzkopf. Though he always claimed he'd never die in a prison, he died in the prison hospital 2 days later, and from infection on his face caused by his hiding in the pig pen, and the pigs sloshing the filth all over him.
This has been a powerful case, Superintendent Ryer. Here was a young man who deliberately turned to crime at the age of 22. How old was he when he died?
Just 23. He thought he was too smart for the law, and he really met his death from the pigs.
Thank you, Superintendent Ryer. And now, before we broadcast our nationwide clues, here is Frank Gallup with a suggestion.
These days, the youngsters practically live in their roller skates, even clumping up and down the stairs despite all your warnings. And, of course, they fall occasionally. So that means reaching for your bottle of reliable Sloan's liniment. Yes, for the past 2 generations, mothers all over the world have helped their children find relief from muscular aches and pains with Sloan's, the family friend in need. All you need do is pat on Sloan's, that's all. Just pat Sloan's on that black and blue mark. Or Charlie horse, and tell Sister Sue or young Bobby to stay quiet for a while. In a very few minutes, they'll feel that gentle and beneficial warmth begin to chase the ache right out of their sore and hurting muscles. For Sloan's, like a heat treatment, brings you quick and comforting relief without any painful rubbing or massage. That's why millions count on Sloan's liniment whenever any member of the family is suffering from muscular distress. Many of you I know always make sure there's a bottle of Sloan's on your medicine shelf at all times. Just the same, before you go to bed tonight, just check your supply. The past few weeks have been pretty wet and blustery. The kind of weather that so frequently brings stiff necks and sore backs with it. Perhaps your bottle of Sloan's liniment is practically empty. If it is, make a note to get Sloan's liniment from your druggist tomorrow. It's wise to be prepared. And now, the clues. If you have any information concerning these clues, notify your local police, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or gangbusters at once. For Sloan's liniment next week, the amazing narrative of Fantasy Farms, a mysterious mansion guarded by an electric eye, dungeons sunk deep into the earth, ammunition hidden in the walls, trick furniture that held enough guns to blow up a battalion of invaders. And still the law enforcement authorities were able to cope with this secret gang, smoke them out of their lair, and break up this vicious mob for all time. Don't miss this gripping Phillips H. Lord public service dramatization of Gangbusters. Give to the Red Cross War Relief Fund and give generously today through your local chapter.
It's Hopalong Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hopalong Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, The Phantom Bandido. Hoppy's spurs at the moment are jingling down the boardwalk of Council City, the railhead where hundreds of cowmen come from every direction once a year to sell and ship their cattle. And Council City does everything in its power to accommodate them. The honky-tonks, the hotels, the gambling joints abuzz with activity. The marshal and his deputies on double duty. And the cowmen, too many of them, looking for a handy place to squander a year's wages.
Concern it, Hoppy, I'm reaching the end of my tie rope.
Now, take it easy, California.
Ain't we partners?
Right.
Ain't I sighted you clean from Pawnee Junction to Pecos since you was the greenest hand in the bar 20?
Sure.
And every time some outlaw run us up a tree, who was right there hanging to the next branch?
California Carlson.
Correct. Then why internationally are you keeping secrets from me?
Secrets?
Oh, now, don't give me them innocent blue eyes, and don't tell me we're here in Council City just to sell them cattle. Now, you know as well as I do that Baker's Crossing's a darn sight nearer the bar 20. You've been selling cows there for 10 years. Now,
here we are. The Arcade Saloon.
Now, what's that got to do with it?
It's run by Mr. Sanderson, California, the man who wants to buy our cattle. Come on, let's go inside. I better check with the bartender.
What'll it be, gents?
We're looking for Mr. Sanderson.
Well, he ain't here right now. He's out looking over some steers. I'll be back any minute. You want to wait?
No, guess we'll take a look at the town and come back when...
Why, what's the matter, Hoppy?
Say, who's that fellow?
Huh?
The bar down there.
Oh, him. That's young Byers. Owns a ranch south of here.
I changed my mind. I guess we will wait. Bring us a couple of sarsaparillas, will you?
Huh?
Without the snake juice.
You boys sure you want them straight? Might fix you up a little chaser.
Hoppy, look at that Byers fellow. Well, what's wrong?
Don't stare at him.
Looks like he's lost his last friend.
Worse than that if I saw what I think I saw.
Hey, look what he's...
Stay right here. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Huh? Let me alone, will you? I do's my own business.
I'm just asking you to think it over a minute.
I've thought it over all I want to. Now, beat it. Will you get out of here?
Not till you give me that.
Nobody's going to stop me now, do you hear?
I'm afraid that's just what I'm going to do. Like that.
Now, look, mister, I didn't like that. I didn't like that at all. Okay, Sonny. I hate to do this, but... Shut her down, boys. Shut her down. What's going on here? Oh, that's sarsaparilla, huh? The big man from out the west.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to raise a ruckus, but I...
But what?
California.
Yeah, Hoppy?
Take this boy over to our room at the hotel. Put him on the bed. I'll be over in a minute.
Sure. Looks like he could use a bed right now. Come on, Sonny.
I'm still asking my questions, sarsaparilla. What's this all about?
Take a look at that glass at your feet.
Sure. He poured a drink. It's one of our glasses.
Only look at what he poured in it.
Huh? See that? Gosh, old hemlock.
Poison. The kid was trying to kill himself.
Now back to Hopalong Cassidy. Hoppy and California are in Council City to sell 500 head of prime bar 20 steers to a Mr. Sanderson. Or at least that's the story Hoppy's given out. But now as he hurries back to the hotel, his mind is mostly on the young cowboy who almost succeeded in poisoning himself in the arcade bar. The boy is just coming to as Hoppy arrives at the room.
How's he getting along?
Oh, he's coming around all right. You sure didn't pull that punch none.
I didn't want to stand there and argue it out in front of all the customers.
What happened?
You walked into Mr. Cassidy's good right hand, Sonny.
I'm sorry, kid. I had to do it. Now, why don't you tell me what the trouble is?
Let's talk about it.
Now, you never can tell. Might be able to help you.
Seems like we do more of that sometimes than selling cows.
You can't help me now. I don't suppose it'll do any harm to tell you. I'm broke, see?
Well, there's nothing wrong with being broke. If you need a job, why...
I got a job. Got a ranch, too. Well, I had one.
What do you mean?
1,000 acres. Prettiest range land you ever saw. I come here to Council City 6 weeks ago with my first cattle. 300 head of Herefords. Everything depended on the money I got for them.
Then what?
I sold them for $20 a head.
That's $6,000.
Cash. I was pretty happy and pretty foolish, I guess. I started home that afternoon. My ranch, the Circle B, is 20 miles south of here. 4 or 5 miles out of town, out near Stone Canyon. Suddenly found out how foolish I was.
How come?
El Sombrero Negro, the black hat.
Huh?
Go on, Byers. What about the black hat?
Well, he was waiting for me at a narrow place in the trail. Before I knew it, there was a gun in my back, and the 6,000 was gone.
Did you get a good look at the bandit?
Not very. He's dressed in black. Black chaps, shirt, sombrero, black mask on his face, rides a big black stallion. Must be the fastest horse in this part of the country. I was crazy mad after it happened. Even though he took my gun, I went after him. But it was hopeless. Got my money and the ranch and went with it. What could I tell my wife, Mr. Cassidy? Sorry, Janie, I got robbed. I lost the ranch. Sorry, but it's gone.
Take it easy, Byers.
For 6 weeks now, I've been after him. I swore I'd get him. I've covered Stone Canyon down to the last clump of greasewood. It was like chasing a phantom. That's why tonight I guess I gave up.
Well, that's a tough one, Byers. The answer you hit on over at the arcade isn't the right one.
I guess I know that now.
You say you lost your ranch?
I got 2 weeks left. There's a loan on it that has to be paid off.
Who holds it?
Mr. Sanderson.
I see. Did you ask for an extension?
Why should he extend it? He wants that land. Finest piece of cattle range in the county.
Yeah. Who'd you sell the cattle to?
Sanderson.
That's interesting. I didn't know right there. Why'd he give you the cash?
I thought it was funny at the time. He said I'd better take the cash. That he had to send away for the papers. He'd come down to the ranch on the due date and close it up official.
You know, Hoppy, I'm beginning to see why we come to Council City to sell them.
Never mind California. You keep Byers company for a while, will you? It's about time I looked up an old friend. So you think it's going to be tough, Marshal?
Tell me, Hoppy, have I ever sent for you on an easy case?
Excuse me for living.
No, it's a tough one, all right, Hoppy, in more ways than one. El Sombrero Negro, they call him. The Black Hat. But he's more like a ghost. He can smell money like a bloodhound. Knows just who's carrying it and who isn't. Hits hard and fast. 4 times in the last 3 weeks.
Have you seen him?
Twice. Thought we had him once. Ran him up Stone Canyon right to the end. 1 minute he was there, and the next he was gone. Disappeared almost before our eyes. Yeah, that's one of the things that makes it tough.
And what's the other one?
Sanderson.
That's what I thought.
He runs this town, Hoppy.
You suspect him?
Well, there's been 5 robberies altogether. All of them cattlemen who just sold their stock to Sanderson and were leaving town with the money. Don't take much of a detective to add that up. But it's still only suspicion. We've got to catch the Black Hat in the act, Hoppy. The only way.
And that's why you wrote me to bring my next batch of cows to Council City.
Right.
Who's that?
It must be Miss Vance, Sanderson's secretary. She said she wanted to see me tonight.
Wait a minute. I don't want anyone to know we're working together. I'll be in the next room.
Marshal,
Come in.
I can only stay a minute. I can't let him know I'm here. You heard about Fred Byers.
Hmm?
Tried to kill himself in the arcade an hour ago.
I see.
How much longer are you going to allow this to go on?
Until I get proof, Miss Vance.
Well, I don't need any more proof.
What do you mean?
While Sanderson was out this afternoon, I went through his desk. I found this.
Well, a black mask.
Is that proof enough for you?
I don't know.
Well, I do. The townspeople are ready to lynch someone, Marshal. They're tired of waiting, and so am I. If you insist on sitting up here in your office
Now, just a minute, Miss Vance. Until the United States government tells me different, I'm in charge of the law here, and I'll conduct my office as I see fit. When I get a case against Sanderson, I'll move, and not until.
All right, Marshal. But I hope for your sake you move soon enough. Good night.
Good night. Well, what do you think, Hoppy?
Hard to say.
There it is. Prettiest piece of evidence a man could want.
Wonder if Sanderson's in his office now.
Why, sure. The arcade runs till midnight. Why?
Thought I might run over and talk business with him. After all, he's the boy who's going to buy my cows, isn't he?
Nice of you to drop in tonight, Cassidy. Here, have a cigar.
No, thanks, Mr. Sanderson.
I hope you don't mind if I do. Always think better with a cigar in the mouth. There we are. Now, we'll close at 20, huh? 20 satisfactory to you?
That's a fair price.
Good. Hate to haggle. I could see you hate it too, Cassidy. The minute you came in tonight, I said to myself, now there's a man who's got a price in his mind. If I meet it, fine. If I don't, no deal. Kind of an amateur student of character, Cassidy. Usually come up pretty close to.
And you're a mighty good businessman, aren't you, Mr. Sanderson?
Oh, I do my best.
Make a pretty good go as a cattle broker, or run a couple of saloons.
Well, I like to keep busy.
And I see you play around with mining, too.
You mean the map on the wall?
Yeah, and those gold nugget cufflinks you're wearing.
Well, I'll tell you a secret, Cassidy. As a mining man, I'm a flop. Put a lot of money in it, too. That map on the wall up there is to remind me I can lose money faster than I can make it sometimes.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. It's called the Gold Arrow. A few miles out of town, just over the ridge from Stone Canyon. Spent a fortune, put in 6 miles of tunnels. But all I got was this pair of cufflinks. Pretty expensive cufflinks, huh? Well, back to business. Here's the bill of sale. And 500 head at 20 is 10,000 each. There you are.
In cash?
Oh, why not?
Seems like a lot of money for a fellow to pack around in greenback. How about a check?
Sorry, I don't do business that way, Cassidy. Don't even carry a checking account.
Any particular reason?
Yeah. I don't trust banks. My father lost everything he had in 73, and I don't intend to do the same.
I see.
So if you want to do business with me, it's cash on the barrelhead. Take it or leave it.
That what you told Fred Byers?
Yeah. Anything wrong with that?
I think so. You could have written off that mortgage on his ranch with a bill of sale on his cattle.
Now, wait a minute, Cassidy.
I'm not through. If you'd handled the deal sensibly instead of sending him out of here with $6,000 in his jeans, he'd have owned his ranch clear. Now he's wiped out. Walks into the bar downstairs and tries to kill himself with poison. All because you don't trust banks. Or is that the real reason, Sanderson?
So you've been listening to it, too, have you?
What?
Talk around town about me. I guess it's the same everywhere, Cassidy. Man pulls into town with nothing except the clothes on his back, a pair of hands, and a lot of ambition. He works hard, he builds up a business, he gets rich. While he's poor, he's a good fella. When he makes his pile, he's suddenly a thieving skunk who'd murder his own grandmother for a dime.
I'm not talking about your money, Sanderson. I just said if it weren't for that crazy notion of yours about banks, Fred Byers would have his ranch instead of you. And I don't think it's going to break your heart to foreclose on him, is it?
Seems to me you come here to sell some cattle. You going to sign the bill of sale?
Sure. There you are.
Thanks. Take care of that cash, won't you?
You can bet I will. Good night, Sanderson.
Good night. And, good luck.
You don't mean you're going to risk the whole 10,000?
Hand me that bundle of bills there, California.
Here you are, but danged if I know what you're doing.
I think 1,000 ought to do it, Marshal. We'll leave the rest here in your safe.
Concern it, Hoppy. I wish you'd slow down to a fast gallop so a buddy could catch up. What you doing putting them marks in them bills?
Just putting a little black dot next to the serial numbers.
Sure I can't help you? Look, let me sit down beside you and put Whiskers and Andy Jackson's picture there.
I'm going fishing, California.
Good Lord almighty. Fishing?
And I'm telling you, you ain't going to get a bite, Hoppy.
And I ain't going to stand for this another minute. What's going on here? What?
There's a big fish swimming around out in Stone Canyon, and I'm going after him with this money here as bait.
You mean the black hat?
That's right.
Hoppy figures the bandito will tackle him if he starts back to the bar 20 tonight with that money. I don't.
Why not?
Because he's too smart to tackle Hopalong Cassidy on a dark trail, even Steven, that's why. He knows he'd get run off with more holes in him than a Swiss cheese.
Well, maybe you're right, Marshal. But it's a cinch he wouldn't tackle you. So?
I don't like the direction this conversation is going. Now, why are you looking at me?
No. California wouldn't work either.
I reckon not.
Why not?
Well, you can't send a boy out to do a man's job, California.
No, wait a minute.
Bandito's a mighty tough hombre. Can't tell what might happen.
I ain't afraid
Forget it, California. I wouldn't risk your neck for anything. After all, at your age, a man ought to begin to take things easy.
At my age? Now listen here. If you think I can't give that bandito coyote cards and spades and hog time with one hand behind my back, you're...
You mean you want the job?
You darn tootin' I want the job. Now, give me that money.
She's all yours.
Why, I was in the saddle when you fellers was in three-cornered pants, and that bandito feller, too. Just let me see him face to face.
You will, California. You will.
Huh?
You just got yourself a job.
Huh? You know, I get a feeling I was euchred into this.
Before we continue with this exciting story, here is a word from your announcer. Now back to our story. It's now almost midnight, 3 hours since California, carrying $1,000 in marked money, set out on the trail leading north from Council City, supposedly on his way back to the Bar 20. Hoppy and the marshal, high on a rocky peak, are watching the moonlit valley below.
Take it easy, Hoppy.
I can't help it, Marshal. I'm beginning to get jumpy. He's a half hour overdue.
Oh, you told him to take his time.
Yeah, I know, but...
Well, we're in luck in one way at least.
Huh?
That moon, bright as daylight down there.
I hope you're right about the black hat. If anything happened to California,
Forget it, Hoppy. There are two kinds of outlaws. The killers and the smart ones. And the black hat's the smart kind. California ain't gonna get hurt.
Well, I'd feel better if I was down there instead of...
Wait. What's up?
Look, where the trail comes out of that shadow down there.
Yep, it's California, all right.
He's moving into the shadow again. Ought to come out on the other side of that boulder.
There it is, just like I said.
What do you mean he isn't a killer?
He's shooting high. That's his stopper. And that's the one that says he means business.
Come on, let's get going. Right up the cliff here. Then it seemed he dropped out of sight.
That black stallion of his is the fastest thing on 4 feet.
Where's California?
Right behind me. He's okay.
Good. It doesn't make sense, Marshal. A man and a horse just don't vanish into thin air. He's got to be around somewhere. You sure there's no trail leading up to the rim?
Positive. There's no way out of Stone Canyon but the way we come. I've been over every inch of it with Fred Byers.
California.
Hey, I seen you take out after him.
Nice work. I wish I'd done my job as well as you did yours.
Where'd the varmint go?
That's rather an embarrassing question, California. Seems we were chasing a spook.
Ain't no spook I dealings with down there in the trail.
What did his voice sound like?
I couldn't tell. Underneath that mask. All he said was, stick 'em up. And my teeth was chattering so loud I was lucky to hear that. But while he was relieving me of my money, he left something behind.
What's that?
Here, take a look.
What is it, Hoppy?
A cufflink.
I picked it up. I picked it up after he took off. He dropped it in the trail by accident.
I wonder if it was an accident.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
I don't know, but Mr. Sanderson might have an idea or two on that subject when I give it back to him tomorrow morning.
Good morning, Cassidy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Sanderson. I was just looking at the map of your mine here.
So I see.
Looks like you tunneled almost through the ridge here from Green Valley to Stone Canyon.
That's right. Now, suppose you tell me what you're doing in my office.
Oh, come now, Mr. Sanderson. I'm not holding any grudges about yesterday. There's no reason why you should.
I asked you what you were doing here.
Thought I'd do you a favor. Ever seen that before?
Where'd you get it?
Answer my question first.
Of course I've seen it before. It was stolen from my home a few days ago.
Oh, seems to me I saw you wearing a pair of nugget cufflinks yesterday.
That was the other pair. I have two.
Where were you last night at 11 o'clock, Sanderson?
At home?
Anyone with you?
No. I'd like to know where you got that cufflink.
I know you would. See you later, Sanderson.
No dice, Hoppy. This rock wall's 2 feet thick. And the whole end of the canyon here's the same way.
I want to see for myself. Let's work up farther up the slope. Any luck, California?
Nothing down here.
There's got to be somewhere along here.
I wish I were as sure of myself as you. It's almost dark, Hoppy. Why can't we...
We still got a half hour. That mine tunnel of Sanderson's comes almost through to this side of the cliff here. Goes right under the ridge between this end of Stone Canyon and Green Valley on the other side. It can't be coincidence the black hat seems to disappear right at this exact spot.
Oh, but good Lord, man. A hole big enough for a horse and rider would be...
Hold it. Look up there.
Oh, where?
That crack in the granite about 15 feet up. Look what's coming out.
Bats. Well, I'll be...
Thousands of them. There's your cave, Marshal.
Yeah, but how in tarnation could...
That thin rock underneath it must shove aside or something. Come on, give me a hand. California.
Right behind you.
This big slab looks like it might... Yeah. Look at those scratches in the dirt. Come on now. All together. Well, satisfied now, Marshal?
I'm eating crow, Cassidy. Let's go in.
Light up the candle, California.
Yeah. And I'll bring up the rear, if you don't mind. Just as soon as I don't want to meet that critter face to face in his own hole.
Let's pull the stone back the way it was.
Yeah, and leave us all shut up in here? Oh, yeah, sure, all right.
Okay, let's go.
How far do you think the tunnel goes, Hoppy?
It ties in with that blind drift Sanderson told me about. From there you could go right through the ridge to the Green Valley.
No wonder he was able to disappear so easy. You reckon he went right through, or...
Wait a minute. Butcher, take a look. In this pocket of the tunnel.
Well, cigarette butts, a lamp, boxes.
Hold the candle, Marshal.
Yeah.
Let's see what's in this box.
Look at them greenbacks.
Gee, that's it, Hoppy. There's the Wells Fargo pouch. The envelope Fred Byers kept his money in. It's all there.
Yeah. Looks like we found out where our friend hangs his black hat.
In the darkness of a cave at the end of Stone Canyon, Hoppy, California, and the Marshal have found the answer to part of the mystery surrounding El Sombrero Negro, the phantom bandit in the black hat. But even though the stolen money is there, the most important question is still unanswered.
What do you figure on doing, Hoppy? Waiting here for Sanderson to show up?
What makes you think of Sanderson?
What makes her... Hoppy, you ain't telling us the bandit's somebody else, are you?
I didn't say that. I'm just not sure it's Sanderson.
Well, good Lord, everything points to him. He ran the mine, nosed the tunnels. Every one of the robberies followed one of his money deals.
Yeah, what about that cufflink?
That still doesn't mean it's Sanderson. Well, who else could have? His secretary, Miss Vance.
Huh? What do you...
She knows all of Sanderson's business. She could have stolen that cufflink and had it planted to throw suspicion onto him. And above everything else, she hates him and makes no secret of it.
I can't believe that, Miss Vance.
Another thing, I don't think that's her right name.
All right, if her name isn't Vance, what is it?
Wait, put out the candle.
Right, Hubby.
Shh. Hold still now. I'm ready.
Huh? Janet, who's there?
Put up your hand.
No, you don't. Oh!
You got him, Hoppy. Light up the candle.
Who is it, Hoppy? Fred Byers.
Yeah, I thought that suicide act was a fake. He knew why I was here and was trying to throw me off.
Fred, why, I never would have dreamed.
No, I guess he had us all fooled for a while. Well, let's get back to town. I think we owe Mr. Sanderson an apology. And, of course, we'll have to notify the widow.
Widow?
Sure, Mrs. Fred Byers, otherwise known as Miss Vance. Well, I'll leave that one to you, Marshal. That seems to be a matter for the law.
We hope you'll be with us next time when Hoppy and California will again ride out from the Bar 20 for another dangerous and exciting adventure of the Old West. Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. The Phantom Bandito was written by Harold Swanton. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
The King of the Cowboys, Roy Rogers, brought to you by Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereals is Quaker Oats.
Out of the West and into your home, riding the range of mystery and adventure, blazing the trail of Western story and song. Foy Willing and the Riders of the Purple Sage, that teller of tall tales, Gabby Hayes, the Queen of the West, Dale Evans, and in person, the King of the Cowboys himself, Roy Rogers.
Well, howdy, folks. This is Roy Rogers. You know, out here in the West, we've got a saying that goes like this. A gun can talk, but a man depends on his horse to get him to the place where conversation is possible. I want you to think about that while we're telling this story, The Mystery of the Circle E Ranch. And here's old Gabby Hayes, my pal, to start the telling.
I'm right on the job, son, as usual. Well, buckaroos, a lot of you've been wondering how come Dale Evans runs the Circle E Ranch next door to Roy's Double R Bar down in Paradise Valley. Well, I'm going to tell you about it. Up to 3 months ago, Dale's Uncle Bill had that ranch. Early one morning, long about then, a pal Roy and me rode over at the house, arguing as we went. Just in fun, of course.
Ah, that ain't so, Gabby. I got just as much pride as the next man.
Oh, shucks.
And when Dale promises to sing a duet with me at the ranchers' get-together, then doesn't show up, I know there's something wrong.
Did she? That's what she did.
Oh.
Now you talked yourself into riding over here so you can see her again.
Why, you old goat, you're just jealous.
Me jealous of a gal?
Whoa, Trigger. Sure you're jealous.
Yeah, shucks. If my voice wasn't sweet enough so I could sing alone, I'd quit singing.
Howdy, Steve. Dale around anywhere?
Why, no, she isn't, Roy. Howdy, Gabby.
Howdy, Steve. Oh, nothing important, just riding by. I thought we'd drop in and see if everything was all right.
Just a second, Roy. Guess you must not have heard what happened.
Why, no.
Dale's Uncle Bill was found down at the bottom of the old mine shaft this morning. The sheriff says it could have been an accident.
You mean Bill fell down the mine shaft?
I guess he could have fallen if Bill was wandering around in the dark last night and forgot he had a mine on the place.
Well, where's Dale?
She's with the sheriff.
You mean the sheriff took her along?
I don't think it's anything serious, Roy. Only Dale wouldn't tell where she was last evening. The sheriff asked her to go to his office.
Well, thanks, Steve.
I shouldn't be spouting off this way. I'm only a rider.
You're doing exactly right, Steve. Come on, Gabby, we'd better start riding. I want to get down to the sheriff's office as fast as I can. Come in, Roy. Gabby, come in. Thanks, Sheriff.
Got some trouble on your hands, eh?
We just heard the news about Bill, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Steve tells me you think Bill's fall was an accident.
I'm not committing myself on that yet, Roy. The more I think about it, the more peculiar it seems that a man would accidentally step down a mine shaft on his own place when he knows it's there.
Yeah, and Bill was always a careful fella. Sheriff, I understand you're holding Dale Evans.
Back in the living quarters, Roy. My wife's fixed up a little something for her to eat.
Oh, is it all right if we go back and see her?
Sure. Only I think you ought to know she's not here on any picnic, Roy.
Yeah, I know, Sheriff.
First place, we calculate her uncle stepped or was pushed into the mine shaft last evening. Dale refuses to say where she was last evening.
Well, that hardly convicts her, Sheriff.
There's something else, too. I found out that her uncle wrote out a new will a couple of days ago, leaving the ranch and cattle to Dale. He took the will down to his lawyer yesterday, left it there so everything could be made legal. The lawyer promised they'd get things ready for signing as soon as possible.
Well?
I asked Dale about it. Dale thought it already had been signed.
Oh.
You see, Roy, she thought the ranch would be hers now.
Oh.
That doesn't look any too good.
According to the old will, who gets Bill's ranch, Sheriff?
Bill's foreman, Dave Willis.
Which doesn't look any too good for Dave Willis. Maybe Dave heard about Bill wanting to change the will and decided to get the ranch while getting was good.
Maybe.
Sheriff, I'm asking you to release Dale.
I'm not holding her, Roy. Not yet. Just brought her in for questioning.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll take her home then. Hello, Dale.
Roy. Oh, Roy, you don't know how glad I am to see you.
You'll be all right now. Gabby and I are taking you home.
I'm asking you word that you won't leave this territory, Miss Evans.
You have my word, Sheriff.
Dale, you might save a lot of trouble if you'd tell the sheriff where you were last evening.
I can't, Roy. I can't tell now.
Law doesn't require a person to talk if what they say will go against them, Roy. We'll call you when we need you again, Miss Evans.
I'll be here.
Come on, Gabby.
Sure, son.
We'll ride along home with Dale, then head for the mine shaft. I want to find out all there is to know about this accident. Rein in, Gabby.
Well, I'm a jackrabbit's uncle. Son, I'd have rid right on by. That's how mad I am at what the sheriff said.
Well, if Dale would tell where she was last night, her name might be cleared.
Roy, women folks never stop talking, except when you want them to say something. Then they get as stubborn as a 3-year mule with a colic.
Wait for us right here, Trigger. Let's see this. Hey, Gabby, I reckon somebody's been here ahead of us.
Yeah. Sealed up the mine shaft.
Yes, sir. The sealing was done in the last couple of hours, too. Because Bill was taken out of here just this morning.
Maybe whoever done it had a reason for working so fast, Roy. Something down inside the shaft they don't want seen.
Well, let's find something we can use as a crowbar.
We'll try the seal off.
I'll find one in less time than it takes to... Whoop! Company.
Hey, right where you are, Gabby.
Why, howdy, Dave.
What are you doing around here, Rogers?
Gabby, you know Dave Willis, don't you? Bill's foreman.
Sure, I know him.
I asked you a question, Rogers. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I thought maybe I might help clear up this little accident.
You're trespassing on my land.
In kind of a hurry, aren't you, Dave? This land isn't yours yet, not until the will is
I
done.
said you're on my land. I'm ordering you to get out.
Something down in the mine shaft you don't want somebody to see, Dave?
No. I sealed it up because I don't want any more accidents to happen. Bill left this outfit to me, and I'm going to run it right.
It isn't yours until the court has read the will.
Now get on your horses and clear off my land. I'm able to take care of anything that happens on my own ranch.
You got a gun, Dave, and I'm not armed. Nothing else we can do.
Gabby's got a gun. If you're looking for a fight.
Yes, by cracky, I've got a gun and I...
Come on, Gabby, straddle your horse. He's probably right. We are trespassing.
Look here, Roy. We ain't going to let him get away,
Take it easy, Gabby. You better guard that shaft close, Dave, because the way you're acting makes a man all the more determined to get down and see what you don't want seen. Let's hightail it, Gabby. Come on, Trigger.
I sure would have drawn my six-shooter and ventilated that hombre if you hadn't stopped me, son.
You wait here, Gabby. I'll run into the house and ask Dale if there is another entrance to the mine.
I just love to cut another notch in my gun into his memory.
I'm positive Bill told me there was another entrance, and nobody knew about it except the family.
Roy, I'm mighty glad you and Gabby came.
What's up, Steve?
Dixie's been hanging around for a week now, and a few minutes ago I saw him again.
Well, just a second, Steve. Who's Dixie?
Dixie Cackley, Bill's old partner. They were partners up till a few years ago. Then Bill ran Dixie off because Dixie had been stealing money from their account.
Oh, yeah, I think I have heard about
Sure, me too.
There was an awful ruckus. Dixie swore he'd get Bill before
he's back now?
I've seen Dixie sneaking around here for a week, but he hasn't spoken to anybody. And a minute ago he went sneaking out of the spring house.
Let's have a look around, Gabby.
Maybe I should have told Bill I'd seen Dixie, but he might have thought I was butting in where I didn't belong.
Listen.
Jumping thunder.
That was Bill. There he goes, out the window. It's Dixie. Dale, are you all right?
He's running for his horse, son.
I walked into Uncle Bill's office. I saw a man going through his desk. It looked like Dixie Cackley. I didn't know whether I was dreaming or not after all that's happened. I'm just nearly...
Son, he's getting away. His horse.
Trigger, come here, boy. Steve, you look after Dale, will you?
Sure thing.
I'm all right, Roy.
Easy, Trigger. After him, big boy. Going after him, boy. Follow me, Gabby. We're running this hombre down. This may tell us the whole story of the accident.
Hey, my partner Roy and me have had some fast rides in our time, but they want one of them any faster than when we went after Bill's old partner. There's a lot more to this story yet. We'll tell it to you just as soon as we have a little get-together on a subject close to Roy's heart.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats. The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
Say, fellas and girls, do you want to be a star someday in sports and activities? Then start on good Quaker Oats breakfasts tomorrow. Because Quaker Oats helps grow the stars of the future. Yes, doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. That's because a recent survey shows only one school child in 5 gets the kind of a breakfast he should have. There's more growth, more endurance for you ambitious youngsters in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. There's more energy, more stamina for hard-working grown-ups in nourishing oatmeal than any other whole grain cereal. Yet for all these benefits, Quaker Oats still costs less than a penny a serving. Order delicious Quaker Oats from your grocer tomorrow. A giant in nutrition, in value, in flavor.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
We was telling you how come Dale happens to be running the Circle E ranch next door to my pal Roy's Double R Bar. A job a man ought to be handling. About 3 months ago, Dale's Uncle Bill had it, and he fell, or was shoved, down the old mine shaft on the place. Roy and me suspicioned that David Willis, the foreman, shoved him. Then another hombre comes sneaking around. Uncle Bill's old partner, Dixie Cackley. So we took out after him. He looked like a varmint for sure.
May as well rein in, Gabby. He's got away.
You should have let me bounce some lead off his hide.
He must have turned off back at the old river road. Never mind, Trigger. We'll get him later, boy.
Shucks, I'd have dropped him in his tracks.
Hold it, Gabby.
Hear that? Yeah, horse coming.
Well, maybe we haven't lost Dixie at that.
Which direction's the sound coming from?
There. Say, it's not Dixie, it's Dale.
I was just getting ready to use my six-shooter.
Well, she's waving something at us, Gabby.
What?
You hadn't ought to follow us, Dale.
I saw something I thought you ought to see right away.
Well, you're taking an awful chance, Dale. Dixie's still on the loose.
I found this in the papers on Uncle Bill's desk after you'd gone, Roy.
Well, you should have waited until we got back.
It's a will. A will that leaves everything to Dixie.
What?
Shucks, can't be. Dixie and Uncle Bill was enemies.
But here it is, Gabby. And Dixie may have been looking for it. And that may be why he was in the house.
Let's see, Dale.
The second paragraph, Roy. Uncle Bill wants Dixie to forgive him. It says that Uncle Bill found out Dixie hadn't stolen the money after all.
Yeah, and then here it says, too late I learned it was my foreman, David Willis, who did the stealing. And he lied, putting the blame on you. I hope by leaving my ranch and stock to you, Dixie, that I will be making up, at least in a small way, for the wrong you have suffered at my hands.
Well, it changes the looks of things, don't it, son?
Yeah, it sure does. If this is really a will.
The writing's Uncle Bill's, Roy. I recognize his hand.
Well, as you say, maybe Dixie did know about it. And that's why he was going through the desk.
Why didn't he ask like a man instead of sneaking around then?
I'm wondering the same thing, Gabby.
Well, maybe he's afraid of Dave Willis, Roy. Maybe Uncle Bill planned things that way. For Dixie to come back, and at the proper time, both of them intended facing Dave and have things out.
Only Dave saw him before that could happen and pushed Bill down the mine shaft.
It could be.
Well, the blame is on Dave's shoulders now, Gabby. I reckon you better get down inside that shaft right now and find out what it is that Dave's trying to hide.
Dave sealed up the shaft, you know, Dale.
Yes, but there's a secret entrance, Roy, just below Indian Head Rock. Only the family knows about it.
Good. We were going to ask you about that, Dale. You ride on home. Have Steve put a couple of guns in his belt and be ready for anybody that comes.
Roy, you don't think there's any real danger, do you?
I sure do. And we can't be sure where it's coming from now. Gabby, we'll hightail it to Indian Head Rock and get down into the mine before Dave picks up our trail.
Shucks, the flare went out again.
Well, being down here won't do much good unless we have a light. You got another match?
It's darker than a hooty owl's heaven.
Well, that's better.
Sure wasting time. I ain't found a thing down here.
Wait a minute. Hold the flare right there for a while.
Huh?
Fresh scratch has been made in the rock on the wall. Might be writing.
Well, it is writing, Roy.
Hold the flare steady, Gabby. Let's see if we can make out what it says. Not an accident. Threw me down shaft. Get... What's that last word?
Get.
It begins with a D.
Can't make it out.
Must be Bill's final act writing this.
Get. Could be Dixie. It could be Dave.
Yeah, and as far as the sheriff is concerned, it could be Dale.
Hey, here's a pocket knife. Blade open.
We'll take it along. Better head for the sheriff's office. Now we got a little something for him to work on.
Old Bill didn't die by accident. Found another will.
Gabby, come on, quick.
What's trouble?
Somebody's closed this entrance. Looks like, just like the other one.
Sure enough.
They watched us come in, then closed the entrance. Come on, let's push. Let's see if I can break it out. It's no use. Boulders. Globes against the entrance. If you remember, the entrance is downhill. We'd have to push him uphill to get out of here.
Roy, somebody is meaner than a catamount with two sets of teeth. When I get out of here...
If you get out, Gabby. Huh? Whoever sealed this entrance is a killer. He has to get rid of us to save his own life.
Sure picked a clean way of doing it.
We aren't giving up yet. Trigger's still outside.
Trigger can't push boulders uphill.
Well, hold it a minute. Trigger! Trigger, can you hear me, boy?
There.
Trigger, I want you to go get Dale. Go get Dale. Get Dale, big boy, and bring her back here, will you, fella?
back, Gabby.
Roy? Oh, no.
We're here inside the mine, Dale. Somebody closed up this entrance.
We'll have you out in a minute, Roy.
That you, Steve?
Yeah. Dale Trigger wanted us to follow him, so I came along just to be sure he was safe.
Well, good. Pull on those boulders from the outside, and we'll push from the inside.
Golly, Roy. An animal like Trigger sort of makes my eyes wet down.
Mine too, Pappy.
All safe, you are, Roy.
We're ready. Push. That's it. She's given a little.
Golly.
Come on, more. We'll have it. There she goes.
What happened, Roy? Who sealed you in?
That's what we're going to find out right now, Dale. Come on, Trigger. Good job, boy. You done fine, fella.
He sure did. And Dale, you and Steve are pretty smart, too.
Well, thank you a lot, Gabby. You know I appreciate that.
Well, now, not everybody's been sharp enough to let Trigger bring 'em here.
Look, Dale, Steve, while we were locked in there, I thought up a little plan. We may be able to find out whether or not Dave is behind this. If he is, we'll grab him. If not, we'll go after Dixie.
You can count on my help, Roy.
You two ride back to the ranch house. Gabby and I will follow at a distance. When you see us coming into the yard, Steve, you go outside, find Dave, and tell him he's wanted in the house.
Sure.
And Dale, when Dave walks towards your house, you start playing one of my phonograph records.
What?
Just me alone, singing it. Gabby and I will wait outside to see how Dave acts when he hears the voice. If he's the one who sealed us in the mine, he'll be startled. We'll grab him and be pretty sure he's the guilty critter.
Maybe Dave didn't close you in, though. Maybe it was Dixie.
That's just what we want to find out. Because as soon as we locate the man who's guilty, we're going to go after him for keeps. He's coming, Gabby. Can you give the signal to Dale?
I think so. He's looking this way from the window.
We'll do it then. We want him to hear the singing gradually. So he has plenty of time to figure it's me and go for his gun, if he's guilty. I'll get out of sight.
He's got the signal all right.
Good.
I'm gonna gallop, gallop, gallop to Mexico. I wanna get back where the grass is green to the prettiest gal you've ever seen. I'm gonna gallop, gallop, gallop.
Dave's coming right on, Roy. Maybe he ain't noticed the singing yet.
And away I go to
There'll be a four-tailed lizard. He's walking straight up to the door as if nothing unusual at all.
Rogers, you can stop your singing.
Roy, it's Dixie. The other side of the house.
Let's get around there.
He hears the music and it scared him. He's the guilty one.
Rogers, you've been looking for trouble, and now you're going to get it. Same as Bill did.
I'm not in the house, Dixie.
Huh?
I'm right behind you.
He's got a rifle, Roy.
I'm ready to meet any kind of a threat you want.
like this. You're gonna find your tackle the wrong man.
Oh, yeah.
Let him get in there.
Get back, Gabby.
But Dale and Steve and Dave are coming. If they see you... Well, that's just what I hope they see. That there fella laying stretched out on the ground.
Come on, Dixie. Get to your feet.
Dixie Catley.
It sure is.
Well, I didn't know he was out of prison.
Prison?
Well, sure, on that forgery charge. But, well, I guess it wasn't generally known. Bill didn't want it spread around.
Forgery sounds interesting, Dave. Like to hear more about it.
During the trouble between Dale's Uncle Bill and Dixie, when they were partners, Dixie forged Bill's name to some papers. That was what caused the big trouble.
You've just explained a lot of things, Dave. The will, for one thing. Dale, Dixie wasn't looking for a will in your uncle's desk. He was putting one there, forged.
Must have been watching when we went into the mine, son, and set them boulders against the door.
Yeah. Dixie, I reckon the reason you came back here was so you could get revenge on Bill for sending you to prison. Get rid of him first and take the property. That's your idea?
You can't prove that I...
Never mind the talk. Gabby, you and Steve get an extra horse. We're taking Dixie Catley back to the sheriff.
You know, friends, I don't have to tell you why so many million American youngsters think Roy Rogers is a great guy. He's a rootin', tootin' he-man with plenty of know-how and savvy to handle problems and get ahead. In other words, he's a star. Now, here's a tip to you fellas and girls coming up the ladder of life. Let good, nourishing breakfasts of Quaker oats help you become the stars of the future. Because doctors say the more often youngsters eat a good oatmeal breakfast, the better they grow. So you put a bee in Mom's bonnet to cook up a quick, nourishing breakfast of delicious Quaker oats tomorrow morning. Remember to buy Quaker oats, a giant in nutrition value, and flavor.
Delicious, nutritious, makes you feel ambitious.
The giant of the cereal is Quaker Oats.
I guess I owe you and Gabby an apology for the way I acted when we met the other morning.
That's all right, Dave.
So, we know you was excited about losing your boss.
Not only that, I knew I was under suspicion, too.
Well, I'll have to admit you were, Dave.
Son, ain't that sheriff coming?
Sure is.
Well, boy, I came to congratulate you and Gabby. Oh, boy. Dixie confessed. You had things figured exactly right. He wanted to take revenge on Bill, then take the ranch.
Well, that about clears up everything, except where you were last evening, Dale.
I can tell now, Roy. Uncle Bill knew Dixie was around, and he was afraid Dixie would make trouble. So last evening, he asked me to stay with him while he made out a new will. He signed it, too.
The property goes to you, Dale?
The ranch does, Dave, but half the cattle are yours, and part of the bank account. Also, you have a job just as long as you want one.
Thanks, Dale.
Roy, I don't know how I'm ever going to thank you and Gabby for what you did for me.
Oh, shucks, you want nothing, Dale.
Why, of course not. For my part, you can sing a duet with me once in a while. Do that, Dale, and we'll just call her square.
What you blushing about, Roy?
I'm not blushing.
Well, sir, now you buckaroos know how come Dale is operating the Circle E Ranch next door to Roy's Double R Bar in Paradise Valley. Roy wasn't fooling about singing them duets. That boy just loves to sing. And the whole kit and caboodle of us got a song for you right now. Roy, Dale, the writers, the Purple Sage, everybody. And it goes like this.
Of night are fallen as the winds begin to sigh, and the world is silhouetted against the sky. On the trail, but until the darkness sheds its veil, there'll be blue shadows on the trail. Shadows on the trail.
And now, friends, here is a personal message from Roy.
Today is a big moment in my life, folks, believe me. My people brought me up on Quaker Oats, so I'm mighty proud that we're teaming up together. I'm going to be sort of the Quaker Oats ambassador to your house. And I'm suggesting that you eat Quaker Oats because I know it's mighty good eating and mighty good for you. So from now on, when you think of Roy Rogers, doggone it, think of Quaker Oats. And now to all of you, from all of us, goodbye, good luck, and may the good Lord take a liking to you. Don't forget Mother May out of the sunshine and the brown from a rainy day.
Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals, presents the Roy Rogers Show each week at this same hour with the writers of the Purple Sage, Dale Evans, Gabby Hayes, and the king of the cowboys himself, Republic Pictures' great star in person, Roy Rogers.
She's queen of happy eating. She's Aunt Jemima.
And ladies, for a happy eating Sunday supper, treat the whole family to my lightest of dream Aunt Jemima pancakes. Just add milk or water to my Aunt Jemima pancake ready mix and pop 'em on the griddle.
Make it an Aunt Jemima pancake supper tonight.
Republic's latest Roy Rogers picture is Nighttime in Nevada. Gabby Hayes may now be seen in RKO's Return of the Bad Men. This is Art Ballinger speaking for Quaker Oats, the giant of the cereals.
Or join us on a thrilling journey through the vibrant landscapes and diverse culture of Brazil. Lost in Brazil brings you to captivating videos showcasing heart-pounding adventures, mouth-watering cuisine, and hidden gems of this incredible country. From bustling cities to tranquil beaches, our videos capture the essence of Brazil's beauty. Experience the warmth of its people, the rhythm of its music, and the thrill of exploration. Click on the link in the description to find out more.
I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Old Time Radio Research Group for their remarkable efforts in preserving and archiving the captivating world of old-time radio programs. Their invaluable contribution allows us to step back in time and experience the magic of radio history firsthand. Their link is in the description below.